In the year 2022, our main character lived in the city of Dongshan. He jolted awake the echoes of a nightmare clinging to him. A massive shimmering portal pulsed right before his eyes. This was no dream. The entrance to a dungeon had opened in his home. Back in 2012, these gates began tearing holes in reality all across the globe. After the initial chaos and bloody competition for their secrets, the world's governments laid down 5 unbreakable laws. First, a portal cannot be destroyed, only concealed. Second, fail to conquer it in time, and the dungeon break begins. The monsters within will flood our world. Third, humans who survive inside a dungeon become adventurers bound to that life forever. Fourth, the deadlier the monsters, the greater the treasure. And fifth, the masters of the highest level dungeons are invincible. Not even humanity's ultimate weapons can scratch them. 10 years have passed. With new gates appearing constantly, the world has learned to live with this terrifying new reality. Information that was once top secret about dungeons and adventurers has slowly seeped into the public consciousness. A Canadian publication, Adventurer Weekly, released a shocking report: only 1 in 20,000 ever strikes gold. As of July 2022, there are roughly 35,000 registered adventurers on Earth. That's 1 hunter for every 20,000 ordinary people. And the average wealth of these chosen few a staggering $20 million. With jobs scarce and the hunger for status and wealth consuming everyone from the lowest criminal to the highest official, the life of an adventurer became the ultimate desperate dream for millions. To the public, they are a necessary evil, an opportunity they can't grasp, a danger they can't eliminate. During a TV interview, a famous adventurer was asked if he'd really earned over $500 million in just 3 years. He just smiled, confirming it was true. He then declared that even for a legend like him, this was only the beginning. But what the cameras never show are the hundreds of corpses of low-ranked adventurers that pave the way for every high-level success. The innocent civilians lost in dungeon breaks are never mentioned. Our protagonist Changhai is one of the few who knows this dark, bloody secret. Dragging himself out of bed, he approached the portal, scratching his head. What a massive headache. If his memory served him right 5 years ago, the death rate for a novice-level dungeon was 50%. A coin toss with your life. No matter how desperate he was for money, that was a gamble he couldn't afford to take. You see, Changhai is the best-selling author of books like The Immortal Adventurer and When Death Knocks. He is an expert on the secrets of dungeons. He pulled out his phone, his mind made up. He wouldn't go in. He'd just report it to the government. The Adventurers Guild would handle it. If an ordinary citizen reports a new gate, they're supposed to get a special item as a reward. But the moment he unlocked his phone, a notification flashed across the screen. A breaking news alert that sent a chill down his spine. An employee of the Shanghai Adventurers Association was arrested today. The charges: murder and selling the coordinates of newly discovered portals on the black market. After reading the news, he bit his lip nervously and put his phone away. So much for that plan. What were the chances he'd report it to someone honest? What if they just wanted to silence him and take the gate for themselves? He glanced at the portal. Selling it to a corporation was out of the question too. They'd force him to run it at least 10 times to prove its value. They'd watch his every move, making sure he couldn't sell any of the loot himself. And long before those 10 runs were over, he'd surely die in some convenient accident. He wasn't about to bet his life on the moral compass of a capitalist. But just leaving the portal was a death sentence. When that timer runs out, the monsters will pour out. People will die, and the ensuing damage would be catastrophic. And for knowing about it and saying nothing, he could get 20 years in prison. He took out his phone again. One last option. He needed to identify the portal's rank first. If it was a high-risk death trap, he'd pack his bags, move to a new city, and make an anonymous tip to the police. But if the survival rate was manageable, he just might try to clear it himself. If he failed, he'd fall back to plan A. He scrolled through a digital adventurer's manual, a bestiary of gates. Finding a portal that matched the one in his house, his eyes widened. The survival rate was 80%. The objectives were simple monster hunts. He recognized it instantly. A second-level entrance. 2 days passed. A sharp ring from his doorbell broke the silence. He checked the camera. Come on in. A courier set a heavy box on the floor and slid a form toward him. Sign here, please. Changhai nodded, his hand steady as he signed. As he signed for this package, the courier leaned in with a sly grin. Found a new portal, huh? Otherwise, why buy brand new chainmail? Shanghai flinched at his words. Waving his hands frantically, he let out a nervous laugh, insisting that he was just messing around. His old set broke, so he needed a new one. What is there some kind of problem? He snapped back. The courier grew a little tense. He pulled his cap down, covering his face. No problem, he mumbled. Just asking. With that, he quickly turned and left. Shanghai watched him go, a nervous energy buzzing through him. He knew ordinary people were obsessed with becoming adventurers. But hearing someone talk about it so directly was unnerving. He slammed the door shut, his eyes landing on the large box in his room. After a moment's hesitation, he bit his lip, then began to undress and tear open the package. A few minutes later, he stood fully geared in his new armor, a hefty fire axe in his hand. He inspected his reflection. A little heavy? he noted, feeling a slight pressure on his chest. But as he walked, he realized it didn't restrict his movement at all. This was good. He turned to face the portal with a newfound confidence. After a few seconds of gathering his courage, he took a deep breath, sprinted forward, and thrust his hand into the shimmering veil. A second later, he was on the other side. He stepped out into a dense forest. The first thing he did was scan his surroundings. So this is a dungeon, he wondered. It seemed his first enemies would be werewolves. A grin spread across his face. Excellent. It's a good thing I bought this chainmail. According to the official guides, the moment a newbie enters a dungeon, the adventurer panel and exit conditions should activate. He flicked his finger and a holographic menu blazed to life before him. He opened his status panel. Strength and agility were at 9. Constitution and perception, a solid 10. But his intelligence was 16 and charisma 11. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. If he remembered correctly, the base stats for an average person hovered around 10. The weak had 8, while truly outstanding individuals might have 14. He never trained, so he expected a 9, but a 16 was unheard of. Even if they weren't the most useful stats for a beginner, intelligence and charisma at 16 points was incredibly rare. Strength, agility, and constitution could be raised through training, but intelligence was permanent. Realizing this, he let out a triumphant laugh, telling himself to stay calm. He tapped the task button to check the conditions. Murloc hunting season. Challenge level 2. The current challenge was 1 of 5. To escape, he just needed to kill 1 Murloc. But to truly complete the quest, he had to wipe out an entire squad. There were 9 challenges remaining in this dungeon. After clearing this level, all other trials would be cancelled. Time until dungeon reset, 28 days. 18 hours and 42 minutes. But as he finished reading, his face turned deathly pale. Why, Murlocs? He screamed in horror. I'm allergic to water monsters. Couldn't you give me something normal? Grumbling, he eventually set off on the hunt. A lone Murloc patrolled a path, spear in hand, making strange gurgling sounds. It passed right by the bush where Changhai was hiding, completely oblivious. The moment its back was turned, he burst from his hiding spot, raising his axe high and letting out a mighty battle cry. Startled the Murloc spun around in a panic, just barely leaping back in time. Changhai's axe grazed its side, drawing blood, but it wasn't a clean hit. He'd been too loud, giving the monster a chance to dodge. The Murloc let out a series of gurgles and clicks, shrieking in its own tongue that the captain was right. Adventurers really had come to their forest. Night began to fall. Changhai had finally defeated the monster. He wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking that the dungeon's difficulty must have been mislabeled. He barely handled one. What would he do if there were more? Maybe he should just turn back for now. Just then, a system notification popped up. Level up. He was now level 2, and he'd earned the title one-on-one Murloc fighter. Seeing this, a vein pulsed on his forehead. Are you kidding me? That's just insulting, he yelled. He picked up the monster's crude spear from the ground. That was enough for one day. He decided he would challenge this dungeon again, but only after hiring a personal trainer to boost his abysmal base stats. With that thought, he headed back to the portal and was home in an instant. He collapsed onto his couch. I'm exhausted, he groaned. For the first time in half a year, he had actually moved. Suddenly, another system notification appeared. He leaned in closer. What's this? The system announced the exit conditions had been met. Mission complete. If he remembered the forums correctly, something special happened after leaving your first dungeon. The system's voice echoed. Detected adventurer has departed the dungeon, commencing reward calculation. As this was happening, Changhai laughed. Hey, I'm not asking for much, he said to the air. Just give me a magic flask that can boost all my stats. But the reward that was coming? But reality wasn't so kind. The system's calculation flashed, assigning him a humiliating E rank. A system notification mocked him, asking if it was possible to be any more pathetic. His reward. A standard, thermos. Seeing this, pure rage erupted from him. What is this trash? He roared. Just as he leveled up, a thermos materialized in his hand. He sighed, admitting it was better than nothing. Now, what could this thing actually do? He examined it closely, and a description window appeared, stating the item could condense 500 milliliters of pure water each day. An upgrade was also possible. But in a fit of rage, he hurled it away, shouting, "Who needs this garbage?" The next day, he arrived at the gym, informing the receptionist he had an appointment with Coach Yin. She greeted him with a warm smile. You must be Mr. Changhai. The trainer is waiting for you in the VIP room. She gestured towards the room, asking him to follow. As they walked, he couldn't help but think. He never expected that a small town like Dongshan would have a trainer specializing in body shaping for new adventurers. The fee had nearly wiped out his savings. But if these workouts could boost his performance, it was an investment he had to make. Trying to make conversation, the girl asked with a smile, "Do you already have a fitness routine?" He admitted he didn't. Then why such a huge expense for a beginner? She wondered aloud. A normal trainer would have been fine. Her eyes narrowed. Or did you recently awaken as an adventurer after those? He realized she was quite blunt, and a small smile touched his lips. If a person truly has a goal, he should hire the absolute best coach. An ordinary one just won't cut it. At least that's what he believed. I see, she replied, understanding. They reached the entrance to the training hall. As she pushed open the doors, she said, "In that case, you should be able..." But the main character froze in the doorway, his mind racing with excitement. What does the best coach in Dongshan even look like? The girl, a smile still on her face, called out, "Yinran, someone is here to see you." Soon seen, but as the doors swung open, Hao's eyes fell on a slender, pretty man wiping sweat from his face. He was instantly disappointed. This wasn't what he expected at all. He had imagined a colossal, muscle-bound giant, not just some guy with a handsome face. Suddenly, a deep voice boomed from above him. "My course costs a fortune," it stated. "Not just anyone can afford it." He nervously looked up and saw a towering, muscular man looming over him. Is this a joke? He thought. Yinran, a AAA ranked coach, asked, "So, you want to become an adventurer?" Soon the brutal training began. Hao lifted a 30-kilogram barbell, 5 times his muscles screaming in protest before stopping. "I can't do any more," he gasped. The coach helped him lower the weight. "That's enough for today. 5 reps at 30 kilograms. We need to get you to 35. Even for a complete beginner, considering your body weight, this result is incredibly weak." The main character struggled to catch his breath after the grueling workout. What am I supposed to do? He wondered. He knew his physical stats were far below average. Wasn't the normal lift around 50 kilograms? The cute guy from before, named Sue, another of the trainer's disciples, chimed in. "Your foundation is just too weak. A 35-kilogram limit, when converted to adventure indicators, is probably a 9. Yinran added that for ordinary people, the stats for strength, endurance, and agility are usually balanced. With his current form, it would be almost impossible to raise those indicators significantly in just 1 month. Hao looked at him with grim determination. "How much time will I need?" "That all depends on you," Yinran replied. "If you train every single day, you might reach a value of 11 in a month and a half. After that, transformation, you'll become a B-rank adventurer. You'll feel a world of difference." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Hao nodded. "Understood. We'll stick to that plan then." He sorted out the payment details, and Sue smiled brightly. "This is great. Now I won't be so lonely." He introduced himself properly, saying he was also training here and hoped they could get along. Hao introduced himself in return, asking Sue to look out for him. Later, the two went out for burgers. Sue asked him, "Why would a total newbie sign up with Coach Yin? I mean, he's a pro, but he's not cheap. What's the big rush? You could improve by practicing at home or with a less expensive coach. Usually only veteran adventurers or people with long-term association contracts would hire a coach like him," Sue explained. "If I weren't an adventurer myself, I could never afford his services." The main character just smiled. "Let's just say I'm not short on cash, so I spent it. I have a clear goal," he continued, "so I decided to find the best coach possible to build a solid foundation." His new friend replied wearily, "I get it." But he thought to himself, he must have discovered a dungeon entrance and was forced to become an adventurer. Since he was just starting out, she offered to teach him the basics so that no one could take advantage of him. In that moment, Changhai saw a title materialize above her left to die. She explained that upon entering a dungeon for the first time, a title is generated for every adventurer, reflecting their base stats. Adventurers could choose whether to display it or not, and their attributes would remain hidden from other players. Hunters who specialize in finding low-level dungeons often hide their own titles, since displaying them would be a dead giveaway. A hunter, in turn, always knows when a new adventurer appears and will shadow them, hoping to discover the dungeon's entrance. Hearing this, Changhai adjusted his glasses, his expression turning serious. "Is that so?" he asked, committing the information to memory. Sue saw his flat reaction and figured he truly wasn't an adventurer, just a rich writer playing a game he didn't understand. Meanwhile, Changhai was desperately trying to keep a straight face while inside his heart hammered against his ribs. Thank heavens he hadn't revealed his own title. His entire cover would have been blown right then and there. After they ate, his new acquaintance stood up, announcing that the coach must be finished with the contract. It was time to go. He agreed and followed her. At the same time, the coach was reviewing the data on his laptop, a smirk on his face. A famous writer of adventure novels. No wonder he had the money and the drive to attend his classes. He wanted to get fit to become an adventurer himself, or so he claimed. His assistant, the one who checked the main character in at the beginning, confirmed he had no special requirements. From the looks of it, he hasn't found a dungeon entrance, and he only has 1 month left on his quest. Ayn Rand agreed with her assessment. The chance of Changhai being a real adventurer or finding a dungeon was practically zero. He rose from his seat. If Sue doesn't say anything when they get back, we'll proceed as usual. As long as the elite dungeon test in Dongshan existed, he wouldn't miss this chance to cash in. Above his head, a sinister title glowed Rookie Killer. Soon, Sue and Changhai approached the front desk. The coach told his new student the contract was ready. If there were no issues, he could sign. Changhai nervously scratched the back of his neck, pretending to be a complete amateur. But when he saw the title floating above the coach's head, he knew. Even this man was one of them. He calmly walked past, and the girl motioned him toward the front desk. Inran watched his every move, then turned his gaze to Sue. His expression was normal, right? He didn't seem to notice the title above my head. He hadn't done anything suspicious, had he? Sue replied, could he? After all, we have a contract. They were both adventurers. Sue was level 6 and Unran was level 3. Hearing her answer, he stepped aside. It seemed there was no need to watch him too closely. In the meantime, the protagonist signed the paperwork and the girl handed him a copy. She told him to wait a moment. The coach was going to test him. He agreed and was led to a treadmill for the assessment. After running for a while at a speed of 12 kilometers per hour, the coach stopped the test. His voice laced with disappointment. Your physical fitness assessment is extremely poor. We'll skip the agility test. Next week, we focus on strength. What time works for you? He asked. The protagonist wiped sweat from his brow with a towel, his voice steady. Any time is fine for me. Rand nodded. 10 a.m. tomorrow then, and no greasy food for breakfast. After the brief workout, Changhai was finally home. He fell, face down onto his bed, his mind reeling. He couldn't believe the largest fitness center chain in the country would be running such a scheme. They were using the adventurer service as bait. If he had shown even a hint of suspicion, they would have known he was hiding something and eliminated him. It was no longer surprising that a trainer like that existed in his small town. They were probably everywhere. Suddenly, a chilling realization washed over him. If this was a front, then all the adventure-related services were likely traps, including the chainmail he'd just bought. He pulled out his phone and saw a new message from the same store offering to sell him a weapon. He was incredibly lucky. He realized in time how foolish it was to buy both armor and a weapon from the same place. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly draw unwanted attention. He gazed at the portal, a heavy thought settling in his mind. He had gravely underestimated the dangers of being an adventurer. A change of plans was in order. He donned his armor, his weapon feeling heavier than before. Armed with his axe, he plunged back into the treacherous dungeon. He originally planned to return after more training, but he hadn't expected the brutal reality of the outside world. For low-level adventurers, danger lurked at every turn. He might have dodged death by a hair's breadth today, but he knew luck was a fickle ally. Unfortunately, the only path to power was paved with risk. He pulled up the quest window again. The exit condition was clear. Obtain a Murloc eyeball. A sudden memory sparked the monster he'd slain yesterday. He sprinted toward the battle site, praying that its old eyeball would still be viable. When he arrived, he was greeted by a mangled corpse swarming with flies. He gagged, covering his nose from the foul stench. He noticed scavengers had already devoured the internal organs. He wondered who could have done this. But then he saw it. The eyes were still there. He knelt beside the carcass, sighing. Guess I'm lucky after all. He wouldn't have to fight for this one. He could just scout the area and make a few notes. But suddenly a menacing growl echoed from behind. He whipped around instantly. A Murloc stood before him, its gurgling sounds like a question. So, was it you who killed my kin? He let out a tense breath. It's just one Murloc. You scared me. He pointed his finger at the creature, exclaiming, You're all alone out here. What can you possibly do to me? But just then, a second monster emerged from the shadows. Its comrade pointed, letting out a furious screech. Seeing two of them, the protagonist's confidence vanished. A cold sweat trickled down his spine. Two of them. Impossible. He had to run. Instantly, the Murlocs gave chase. The frantic pursuit raged on until dusk. Finally, Changhai and the Murloc paused, gasping for air after the long run. The monster leveled its spear, screaming in fury. The protagonist, however, just wiped the sweat from his face with a smirk. You're on your last legs, and still trying to act tough, he taunted. Don't you get it? He pointed past the monster. You and your companion, you've been separated. He hefted his axe, his eyes glinting. Now, it's my turn to hunt. His shadow fell over the terrified Murloc, a cloak of impending doom. The axe fell in a brutal arc, and blood sprayed into the air. At that exact moment, the second monster burst from the bushes. It screamed, charging forward to avenge its fallen comrade, but suddenly froze in its tracks. A chilling smile was plastered on the human's face, and at his feet lay the mangled corpse of its brother. The hunt was on again, but this time, the Murloc was the prey, and Changhai was the predator. Soon, he burst out of the dungeon entrance, and the system came to life. A notification chimed, Exit from dungeon detected. Calculating rewards. Calculation complete. Clear rank D. His performance was deemed subpar, and there was no reward. The protagonist stared in disbelief. This can't be. He was obviously much better this time. Why was there nothing? Was the drop rate in this dungeon really that abysmal? If so, how did any other adventurer make a living? Could there be a secret? Something everyone knew but him. Should he ask Sue and the coach tomorrow no? He immediately dismissed the thought. He needed to make sure they didn't suspect he was the owner of the dungeon. A new day dawned. He headed straight for the gym. Is no one here yet? The gym assistant replied. Sue went to another city and will be back in a few days. The coach is also busy and won't be here until noon. Changhai nodded. I'll go to the VIP room then. Time passed as he pushed his body to its absolute limits, running with a weighted mask. Soon his disciple, Sue, returned. Has he been training like this the entire time I was gone? Coach Enran confirmed his words with a nod. His disciple remarked, he's incredibly persistent. The time is near when he'll boost his strength and agility to 11. Changhai kept pushing himself on the treadmill, as Enran added that if he continued like this, his strength, agility, and overall condition could quickly rise to 12. An idea sparked in Sue's mind, and he decided to ask Enran about it. Would you consider recruiting him? He's a rich and persistent candidate. He'll definitely become a successful adventurer in the future. Enran shook his head and replied, I already asked him while you were away. But he refused. He wants to become an adventurer through the trading quota and then work solo. Sue sighed. Well, we each have our own plans. Soon the grueling session ended, and the protagonist, drenched in sweat, collapsed onto the floor. He gasped for air as Sue walked over. You're trying too hard. You'll get hurt if you train with such intensity. After all, you have a whole year ahead of you. He pushed himself up, a confident smile on his face. I want to become an adventurer as soon as I can. If this drags on, I'm afraid my finances will simply run out. His new acquaintance pictured a graph of the adventurer quota price on the black market in his head and couldn't help but agree with his words. After their grueling training, they went to grab a bite. Our hero stared at the burger in his hands, his mind racing. The trainer was obviously trying to recruit him, which meant they'd completely ruled out the possibility that he was already an adventurer. Now it was just a matter of finding the perfect moment. Suma approached with a tray, snapping him out of his trance. The protagonist jumped, startled, as Suma sat down and asked what was on his mind. He played it off with the nervous smile, claiming he was just tired. But Suma saw right through the act. That won't work, he warned. Constantly pushing yourself with excessive force will only raise the risk of injury, and that will only slow you down. Our hero admitted he'd already come to that conclusion, then decided to ask something. Suma gave him a questioning glance. The protagonist asked when he had finally managed to recoup his initial investment in the adventurer profession. Suma closed his eyes and let out a weary sigh. I haven't yet, it's too early, he confessed. You can't even think about profits until you hit at least level 11. Confused, Changhai asked why level 11 was the magic number. Suma began to explain the harsh reality of the lower levels. Adventurers from level 1 to 5 are basically useless to party with. The survival rate is only decent. On expeditions led by seasoned veterans, those without ambition stick to mixed level parties from level 6 to level 10. But at that stage, mission difficulty skyrockets and information on monsters becomes incredibly valuable. That's why many at this stage pivot to becoming information gatherers. The survival rate isn't as high, but it's manageable. But it's only at level 11, when the difficulty makes party mixing impossible, that adventurers truly begin to turn a profit. By then, they have enough strength and agility, equipment items, skill books, anything that boosts your level cells for an astronomical price. But Changhai still didn't get it. If level 11 dungeons are so dangerous, why don't level 6 to 10 adventurers actively prepare for them? Suma cut him off. There are many reasons. First, the association doesn't force anyone to clear dungeons. Because of that, most choose to simply retire and return to a normal life before facing the dangers of level 11. Besides, few even make it to the elite dungeons. Compared to levels 11 and 15, which carry great risks alongside their rewards, the stage from level 6 to 10 is much safer. By relying on info gathering and logistics, they can pay off their investment and even earn a little extra. People like that don't need to risk their lives to reach the high-risk, high-reward levels. Listening to his words, our hero finally understood why Suma had stayed. At level 6. Later that day, he sat at home scrolling through various online communities. He realized he had learned a tremendous amount. No wonder he couldn't find any useful information before. Most of these communities were just fronts for making money selling information to others. But in the future, all of them, the owners of these low-level dungeons, would be wiped out. He remembered what his friend said about how you can only get a dungeon's main reward once, no matter how many times you clear it. That was the most shocking revelation. From that angle, the only value left was the quota for converting other lost adventurers into the dungeon. He put on his chainmail, packed his bag, and grabbed his axe. Gazing at the portal, his mind was made up. He had plenty of money, and the risks of selling adventurer slots were too high. He would clear this dungeon as thoroughly as possible. Only then would he decide whether to continue this career. He would use the method Suma taught him, focus on gathering intel first, and think about the rest later. He stepped into the dungeon. This time, the exit condition was to find a lake. He was surprised again. Another non-combat mission. He looked at his backpack. Thankfully, I took Suma's advice. He'd bought a drone. Finding a lake without it would have been an absolute nightmare. He launched the drone into the sky and began scanning the terrain. Deep within the trees, a group of Murlocs was on patrol, but one of them was different. Hearing a buzz from above, this unique Murloc stopped and looked up. Spotting the drone, it chittered something to the others. Meanwhile, the protagonist stared at the drone's camera feed, utterly shocked. He saw an orange Murloc flanked by monsters. Noticing the drone, it let out a piercing scream. The other monsters instantly scattered into the bushes. Changhai zoomed in on the image, his focus sharpening. That's a Murloc, isn't it? He thought. Its appearance and aura were completely different from the others he had fought. But he was certain of it. This was a higher-level Murloc, with much more developed combat abilities. He decided not to be reckless, but he dismissed the thought, deciding it was a secondary concern. First, he would conquer this mission. The hunt for that strange orange Murloc could wait. His drone ventured deeper into the woods, while the creature itself peered from the bushes, its head turning, sensing the direction the drone had come from. A few minutes later, Changhai's search paid off. He found a massive lake, a grin spreading across his face. No wonder this forest is crawling with Murlocs, he mused aloud. A body of water this large was hidden here the whole time. Beside him, the system window flickered, its light shifting to a deep crimson. But he didn't see it, his focus entirely on his next move. The exit conditions must be met. It's time to get out of here. Just then, a new notification blazed before his eyes. The map was transforming. The dungeon's difficulty was escalating. Hearing a rustle, he tore his gaze from the screen. A few meters away, a Murloc had stopped dead in its tracks. It stood half hidden in the brush, his heart hammered in his chest. Is that the special orange Murloc? The monster spotted him. It unleashed a piercing shriek and lunged forward with blinding speed. As it closed the distance, its hand flashed out, shattering the control panel. The force of the blow sent the main character staggering back, fighting to keep his footing. He planted his feet, gripping his axe until his knuckles turned white. He grit his teeth, thinking, thank God I reacted in time. Another second, and that blow would have crippled me. His eyes fell upon the shattered fragments of his panel. He let out a frustrated growl, but there was no time for regrets. This thing's speed was unreal. He had to be cautious. In moments, the rest of the horde arrived, swarming to aid their leader. They formed a tight circle around the orange one as Changhai tried to count them. Suddenly, his eyes widened in terror. The special Murloc was a blur of motion, striking and rushing past him in an instant. The attack tore through his chainmail, carving a bloody gash in his shoulder. Too close, he gasped. It was far too close. Seeing the human still standing, the Murloc tilted its head, a flicker of surprise in its beady eyes. What's this? It seemed to ask. The protagonist glanced at his own, wound, a cold dread washing over him. Without his armor, his arm would have been torn clean off. Are rookie adventurers truly meant to face monsters of this caliber? The Murloc scratched its head in confusion. Strange. Why is this one so durable? It barked an order at the others. Well, what are you all gawking at? At its command, the other Murlocs began to close in, tightening the circle. The orange one began to pace like a predator, waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. Changhai scanned his surroundings, his nerves frayed. One-on-one might have been manageable, he thought desperately. But taking on the entire horde will drain everything I have. Then, through the canopy, he saw it, the faint purple glow of a portal. He clenched his jaw. I have to run. But the moment he moved, a system warning flashed before him. Warning, exiting the dungeon will result in the forfeiture of all achievements. Meanwhile, in a completely different dungeon, at the mouth of a cave, a pyre of goblin corpses smoldered. An adventurer, Kin-chan, was furiously punching a rock wall. Beamy called out to him. He was a level 5 contract adventurer, ranked among the top companies holding the title 5. Fireballs. A master of destroying all in his path. He snapped his book shut. I'm just venting my frustration. Kin-chan stopped. So what? He shot back. He was also a level 5 contract adventurer ranked just as high. His nickname was the Overbearing Fist of Fury. He paused before slamming a mangled goblin corpse against the wall again. He turned to his friend. In the end, it's because I was too weak to stop it. Buziming sighed. It'd be a miracle if you could. Your level 5 might be equivalent to a level 9, but only you would have the rotten luck to run into that kind of monster in a starter dungeon. Kin-chan walked toward him. There's one more thing. As he passed, he added, it means I get to encounter the legendary bug, a creature you can only find in the next stage. He strode out of the cave. I'm not afraid. I'll get a wondrous item upgrade coupon as compensation for this. He was utterly convinced. This is proof I'm destined to become a legendary adventurer. Bu Ziming watched him go. We're both only level 5, he thought to himself. Sure, the monster he's after is legendary. But a coupon that rare. How does he plan on getting one? Or is he just talking big again? Back in the Murloc dungeon, the exit conditions had shifted once more. Now, a new objective appeared. Survive for 3 minutes against an abnormal Murloc with high combat power. Seeing it, he cried out, "This can't be happening. I was trying to escape to save my own skin. What does the system want from me? Does it want me to die?" At that moment, an orange Murloc lunged from the shadows shrieking, "You're finished!" Noticing the ambush, the protagonist looked up, his axe ready. He watched its clawed hand descend, getting closer. And closer. The distance closed in the blink of an eye. The moment arrived. Blood sprayed through the air as the helmet was sent flying. Changhai crashed to his knees from the force of the blow. He gazed up at the sky, convinced this was his final moment. But then the Murloc leader stopped its assault. It sneered, "What a disappointment. This is so boring. I'll leave him to you." The remaining Murlocs swarmed in weapons glinting before his face. He didn't even flinch. His gaze fell downward as a single thought consumed him. If only he could see the future, he never would have dared to enter this dungeon. He never would have become an adventurer. He recalled the success of his books, realizing what he'd traded for this fate. For the past few years, this dungeon was his ultimate dream. He wondered if he could truly become like the legendary heroes from his own novels, enduring countless dangers, experiencing the exhilarating highs and crushing lows of an adventurer's life. But the truth was, he was terrified of death, a coward who possessed no real skill in combat. With a surge of desperation, he gripped his axe. He shot to his feet, cleaving into a monster's flesh. He roared. "Am an adventurer too. I refuse to die here." His desperate cry echoed through the cavern. The orange Murloc paused, turning back to watch. It watched as the man, fueled by pure fury, began carving through its kin. With each swing of his axe, he forced his mind to race. What was his trump card? What could he possibly use? Suddenly he remembered the title he had recently acquired. This was it. He had to use it. An inscription blazed to life above his head. "One-on-one fighter with Murlocs." The system announced the title's activation. The title automatically targets the closest, strongest Murloc. The user then gains a portion of their strength agility. In perception, his stats skyrocketed. Strength increased by 1, agility by 8, and perception by 6. He closed the distance in an instant, dodging an attack with impossible grace. His counter-strike split the monster's body in 2. He felt light, stronger. But that wasn't all. It felt as if the very movements of the monsters had slowed down. Had his vision improved as well? He turned to face the remaining horde, a new confidence burning within him. In this state, he could win. The elite, Murloc watched from the sidelines, completely baffled. How did this human suddenly become so powerful? What sorcery was this? After felling the last monster, Changhai strode towards the leader. A smirk played on his lips. "And now, we're alone." The monster roared back. "Don't get arrogant. Just because you killed a few of my worthless underlings. But none of its kin dared to interfere. The duel was set." The protagonist analyzed his foe. He couldn't explain it, but its power was on another level entirely. Even with this boost, he was no match for its raw strength and speed. He tossed his axe aside, snatching up a fallen monster's spear. He aimed the tip at his opponent. He knew he only had one single chance. He had to gamble everything. There was only one path to victory. He had to remove his own helmet. This Murloc would undoubtedly use a direct high-speed attack. He predicted its style, its exact route of assault. He needed to sacrifice the protection for his head and use it as bait. In doing so, he could create an opening to trade blows. If he seized this chance, he would never get another one like it. Of course, there was no guarantee he would survive the exchange. The thought was terrifying, but he had to try. He had to escape this hell right now. In a flash, the Murloc charged. Seeing his opening, Changhai knew this was the perfect moment. He hurled the spear with all his might. They shot past each other in a blur of motion. The spear had pierced through the monster's jaw and neck, but a deep gash had opened at the base of Changhai's neck. He let out a ragged breath and collapsed. Was this all he was capable of? The Murloc staggered to a halt. It clawed at the spear embedded in its throat, trying to wrench it free. But no matter how hard it pulled, the weapon wouldn't budge. "Ridiculous," it gurgled. "To think a weakling, a mere human, could injure me." Its eyelids grew heavy. With a final whisper, it collapsed. "This is a nightmare." Its massive body crashed to the ground, and in front of the bleeding Changhai, a system window appeared. The death of an abnormal Murloc with high combat. "Power has been confirmed. Mission complete. Calculating results." He watched the window intently. The calculation finished. Test result S rank. Your performance was incredible for a new adventurer facing death without fear. A new title has been acquired. Death Defier. A hidden bonus has also been unlocked. Certificate of Escaping Death. You have received a one-time use item, magic item upgrade coupon. He realized this coupon could solve his problem. That thermos he'd received earlier, he thought in shock. An ordinary thermos? He pulled it from his bag. System apply the coupon to this ordinary thermos. The item in his hand began to glow with a brilliant light. It transformed into a potion. A notification followed. You have acquired a magic potion. Blood Restoration. A curious potion with a random flavor designed to mend injuries and replenish one's physical strength. He drank it in one go. The wounds sealed over instantly. He then collapsed to the ground, letting out a heavy sigh. So refreshing. He gathered his senses for a few moments, then pushed himself up, rubbing his neck. Have the wounds healed already? He called forth his status window, which revealed he had reached level 3. His perception stat had also climbed by 1. He was surprised by the small attribute boost, then turned his attention to the quest log. To fully conquer the dungeon, a new condition had appeared. He had to destroy the pond that served as the Murloc breeding ground. He pictured the murky waters guarded by countless powerful monsters. He stood tall. It doesn't matter. He knew he couldn't handle it now, so he headed for the exit portal. He stepped through its shimmering veil and found himself on the other side. But something fell off. He turned around, staring at the portal intently. Was it just him, or had the dungeon's entrance grown larger? He reached a hand toward it, but a blinding flash erupted. Throwing him back, a system message appeared. Player level insufficient, dungeon entrance is now sealed. He clutched his wrist, stunned. Underleveled. Does that mean the dungeon's level actually increased? The exit conditions he barely met must have been for a dungeon of a much higher rank. No wonder the mission's difficulty had soared, and no wonder the reward was so much greater. Just then, a new system window popped into existence before his eyes. You have no profession. Do you wish to use the hidden profession transfer certificate acquired upon death? He read. He was shocked. A hidden profession? He recalled someone on a forum emphasizing just how game-changing this item was. He immediately pressed agree. A loading bar materialized as a dark haze began to swirl at his feet. The shadows shot upwards, circling him like a vortex. In an instant, his status window refreshed, displaying his new class. It was a special profession, granting a passive effect. Perception increased by 5 points. And the closer he was to death, the more his strength and agility would rise. His attribute points leaped from 1 to 4 rewards he had yet to unlock were now available. He turned in utter amazement. Is my perception really 16 now? Even with his eyes closed, his mind could accurately map out every corner of his living room. He couldn't even imagine how someone with 20 perception points saw the world. His first title already synchronized his stats with Murloc's. So what power did his new title hold? The description appeared before him. The effect triggers when the user is critically injured, dies, or faces an enemy slightly stronger than himself. It grants 4 points to strength, agility, and perception. After reading it, his mind began to race. So, its effect is similar to my new profession, he thought. That means he could gain a staggering 8 units of agility, and another 8 to perception under the right circumstances. A smile crept onto his face. This is incredible. If he was brave enough, he could activate this effect deliberately during a battle. He could defeat the enemy, then immediately use a recovery potion. Thanks to that potion, his potential was now limitless. He no longer had to worry about muscle strain from overtraining. He could push his body as hard as he wanted, and so a month passed in a blur of intense training. He lived in the gym, and his muscles grew noticeably larger. He bent down, gripping the barbell with both hands. He took a deep breath, and with all his might, he lifted it high above his head. Sue, who was standing nearby, watched him, thinking, he's an absolute monster. Who would have thought that a complete newbie could achieve such results in less than 2 months? Normally, this kind of progress takes a full year. If it were anyone else, they would have been sent to intensive care long ago. This meant his base physique was extraordinary. At least 16 points, possibly even 17 or 18. The coach realized he had been seriously mistaken. With these thoughts, he walked toward our main character, who gave him a questioning glance. He tossed him a bottle of water and congratulated him. I'm sure your strength and agility have already broken past level 12. With your current stats, you should definitely be able to clear that dungeon's conditions. Changhai took a sip of water and asked, Are you trying to recruit me into the Whales Guild? He replied with a smile, saying he didn't want to be tied down by any contracts. Sue just shrugged and smiled back. What a pity. I'd already imagined us raiding together as colleagues. The main character replied, Even if we aren't colleagues, we can still raid together. By the way, I'm thinking of buying a couple of dungeon slots. What would you advise? Suma looked away thoughtfully. He touched his chin, considering what advice to give. He then told him about the non-specialized alliance. Changhai was surprised. He then asked, So if I understand correctly, they're the largest specialized group there is? He replied in the affirmative. When buying a dungeon spot on the black market, the advice was clear. Choose a low-level one. specifically one covered by the non-specialized alliance guarantee. The protagonist asked why, and the answer was simple. Every transaction for an adventurer spot is fraught with peril, for both the buyer and the seller. Sellers fear a veteran might pose as a newbie to take advantage. Buyers fear the seller will vanish with their money. But a deal brokered by the General Alliance changes everything. Their commission is steep, but for a reason. In transactions involving adventurer seats and all things dungeon-related, they are the ultimate guarantee. They bind the seller's contract with the buyer, ensuring absolute trust. Changhai processed this nodding in understanding. Soon after he was home sitting on his bed, the hunt began. He scrolled through countless ads, but out of all of them, only a seller from Unicity felt legitimate. He reviewed his chat logs with this person. His own nickname was simple: Dishan citizen who likes to write. He'd asked if any spots were left. The reply from the old driver from Yuna was swift. They had 6 people waiting for 2 more. The raid would begin in just 2 days. The protagonist arrived at the meeting point, a park in Yinsha City. He pulled out his phone and opened the chat. He typed a simple message: "I'm here." The reply was instant: "I see you." A man's voice called out from the side. The man jogged toward him. "You're here?" Changhai asked who he was. The man introduced himself, hand outstretched. He asked for Changhai's nickname. They shook hands, introductions made. The old driver then turned and ran back. He rejoined a group gathered nearby. "That's the last one, hurry it up. We signed the contract and then we hit the dungeon." A contractor from the non-specialized alliance stepped forward, tracing a glowing pentagram onto the contract. With a wave of his hand, he announced, "Everything is ready." He addressed the adventurers, laying out the terms. "This contract has 3 points. First, the buyer's final payment will be held in a special account we provide. The seller is bound to assist you. We will only transfer the final payment to their account after you have safely left the dungeon. After entering, the seller is forbidden from any action that violates the security agreement. Ignoring danger or using force against buyers is strictly prohibited. And for the buyers, you are forbidden from ever disclosing the location of this dungeon's entrance. Are there any questions?" 2 men with the nicknames Leader and Liang confirmed they had none. Changhai and a middle-aged man next to him, nicknamed Hateful Hatred, gave the exact same answer. The contractor held up the contract. "In that case, this contract now takes effect." A pentagram blazed to life on the paper, and an identical mark began to glow on each adventurer's body. The man called leader of the security squad gasped in surprise. "My hand, it's glowing." The one next to him joked, "Mind if I mess with you? That's seriously cool." The contractor declared his work was done. He walked towards the park's exit, waving. "Goodbye. I hope we have the chance to work together again." The old driver clapped his hands, getting everyone's attention. "Don't wander off. Follow me. It's time to go to the entrance." Soon he led them to their destination, an abandoned construction site. They climbed to the right floor and found it a shimmering blue portal. A man with the nickname Finance Specialist muttered, "The entrance really is well hidden. No wonder the authorities never found it." The leader and Liang exchanged a subtle glance. The old driver pointed toward the portal's swirling depths. "All right, one by one. Let's move." He stepped through first. Inside, a man named Lao was waiting. "Are these the newcomers?" Just then, the security leader's excited voice echoed through the portal. "I'm an adventurer now." The old driver confirmed it with a smirk. "They seem pretty decent too." Changhai watched their easy exchange. A sudden unease struck him. "Wait," he thought, "were there always 2 of them?" The old driver clapped his hands again.
"All right, listen up, repeat after me and say it loud." He then shouted, "Status window."
The others immediately followed his lead. "Through this window," he explained, "you can see all your adventurer stats. Scroll down to check the details of the current mission. The contents are visible only to you, so don't worry about anyone else peeking at your information," Lao added, ordering them to reveal their exit conditions so the mission could be sorted. But the security leader just clutched his head, groaning in disbelief. How could this newbie's basic stats be so pitifully low? Changhai simply stared back in silence. His gaze shifted to the task window, where his exit condition was revealed. Stare at the banshee for 10 seconds. A sudden fear gripped him. Creatures like that weren't supposed to be in beginner dungeons. A chilling thought surfaced. Could this dungeon be bugged just like the one in his apartment? Survivor's bias was a cruel reality. If a monster wasn't, in the guidebooks it meant one of 2 things: it was an impossibly rare spawn, or every adventurer who ever met it died. Just then, the finance specialist declared his exit condition. Instantly, the seal on the veteran's hand blared an alarm. "Security agreement violated." It flashed. This man had just stated a false condition. Changhai watched in shock. He lied. The veteran adventurer approached the man with a razor-sharp smirk. "Impossible," he chuckled. "We haven't even started and you've already broken the rules." "No, I'll explain everything," the specialist stammered frantically. "It has to be a bug. My condition really is to collect herbs." The veteran Lao stepped forward. "The contractor's seal isn't always 100% accurate," he admitted calmly. "But for a low-level rookie like you, there's no chance of an error. Your condition was never about herbs. You lied to us," the finance specialist collapsed to the ground in terror, stuttering incoherently. But before he could speak, the team leader's hand rested on his shoulder. He turned to Liao, pleading. He's a fresh adventurer. He doesn't know all the rules yet. In his position, it's normal to make mistakes. Please be kind enough to give him one more chance. He patted the trembling man on the shoulder and added, right. The specialist clasped his hands as if in prayer, nodding furiously. Yes, please forgive me. Just give me one more chance. Liao remained silent, the tension hanging heavy in the air. After a long pause, he finally agreed.
This is the first and the last time I will overlook this. The old driver then instructed, now announce your real conditions. No more mistakes.
The finance specialist confessed, my mission is to find the lake banshee. The security leader followed. Mine is to hear the banshee's voice. Changhai added, I need to look at her for 10 seconds. And the leader finished, I also need to locate the monster. Liao thoughtfully repeated their tasks, aloud. Are these missions dangerous? One of them asked nervously. The veteran simply replied, it all depends. But don't worry, with me here you won't have any problems. Hearing that, the others let out a collective sigh of relief. For now, it didn't seem so terrifying. The old driver announced, all right, I'll guide you to the forest of the lake where the witches dwell. We'll keep this momentum going, so stay close. Soon they arrived at the desolate shore of a lake, and the adventurers cautiously scanned their surroundings. Liao then summoned his panel, pulling out a simple harmonica before walking to the water's edge. A man pointed confused. What is he doing? The old driver just smiled back.
I'm summoning the lake banshee.
As he began to play, another adventurer asked, how did you even know how to summon her? Liao replied cryptically, that's our little secret. The haunting melody drifted across the water, reaching the banshee's ears. A ghostly head appeared from the depths. She floated silently above the lake as the guard leader pointed. There she is. He glanced at his system window. Mission accomplished, he declared. The finance specialist quickly followed. Me too. Meanwhile, the protagonist locked his eyes on the banshee, counting to 10. He opened his status window and a notification flashed. Exit condition met. The old driver suddenly took earplugs from his inventory and tossed them to the group. Use these now. The banshee is about to sing. The security leader shoved them into his ears, asking, what happens if I don't? Liao's voice was grim. The witch's song will shred your mind. A first-level rookie who just became an adventurer would probably die on the spot. Hearing this absolute terror washed over the group as they scrambled to put in their earplugs. Liao, however, continued to play his harmonica. His melody seemed to touch the banshee, and succumbing to the rhythm, she began to sing. Her voice was enchanting, yet devastating. Almost immediately, blood began to trickle from their noses. Changhai felt the warm liquid on his own face. He'd only heard the very beginning of her song, but it was already this powerful. It was a good thing he was wearing earplugs, or he would have been a corpse by now. This was the true terror of a dungeon creature not even listed in the beginner's guide. Liao stopped playing abruptly. Noticing this, the banshee fell silent and vanished, back into the water's depths. He turned to the stunned group, waving a hand. Everyone all right? Did you all complete your tasks? Missions, a voice cut through the crowd. Leaving so soon? A man stepped forward, his eyes sharp. He declared he'd done his research before arriving. The plants and minerals in this dungeon, he said, are incredibly valuable. He was certain they were being rushed out, so the guides could hoard all the resources for themselves. At these words, Liao's expression turned grim. The man pressed his case. We paid for everything, so why can't we collect a few things? To recover our investment. The old driver frantically tried to intervene. Wait, hold on. He exclaimed that such a thing was never in the contract. But the man just smiled coolly, waving a hand. And was there a rule prohibiting it? Changhai turned to Liang, his voice low. So adventurers can just collect herbs and minerals? You didn't know, Liang replied. Most adventurers can't clear the final stage. Their main income is from collecting resources and monster data. In that moment, Liang understood the man's plan. He thinks that since the mission is done, we can't act against them without breaking the contract. The man smirked. Took you long enough, idiot. That's exactly right. Liang's face tightened with fury. There's one thing, he growled, that you haven't considered. A chill filled the air as Liang grew wary. He strode towards the adventurers, pulling a strange flute from his inventory. I'm not the one bound by your contract. But suddenly 2 men blocked his path. What do you think you're doing? One of them challenged. The title combat expert flared above his head as he cracked his knuckles, a clear threat. The leader, however, just smiled calmly. He has a valid point. It's just herbs and minerals. No need to make a scene, right? The old driver spread his arms wide in desperation. But according to the contract, if you don't exit the dungeon, we don't receive the final payment. If you die chasing resources, we all suffer. The leader replied, then I'll protect them in exchange for a share of their resources. The old driver refused. He raised a hand, a nervous smile plastered on his face. We are not willing to take such a risk. The leader's eyes narrowed. Is it the risk you fear, or are there other secrets in this dungeon? Secrets you're afraid we'll uncover. At these words, the old driver's composure shattered. Gritting his teeth, he snarled with fury. I see it now, you're no rookie. You came here on a mission. He noticed his friend and Liang were now facing off, a powerful aura crackling between them. He cried out, What are you doing? The man simply gave Liang a calm, challenging look. Let's see for ourselves which one of us is stronger. But in response, Lalia merely clenched his jaw. He returned the flute to his inventory and turned towards the forest. Do whatever you want. We're leaving. The old driver stared in disbelief before scrambling to follow him. One of the newbies grew worried. Are they just going to abandon us? The specialist adjusted his glasses. Isn't it obvious?
That young man who stood up for us is a far more experienced adventurer than those two guides.
The leader, whose title read Team Leader, slung an arm over his friend's shoulder. He knows he's not as strong as me, but this whole situation left Changhai deeply unsettled. Things felt very wrong.
According to what Sue had taught him, a true contract master would never allow a veteran disguised as a newbie to enter their dungeon.
It was too great a risk to their business. This just didn't add up. Meanwhile, the leader addressed the group.
You have a choice. Go it alone or join us. Those who go solo keep all their profits, while those who join our party give us half. Hateful Hatred gasped in shock. Half? That's so much.
The leader laughed. You call that a lot? Haven't you heard our goal is to clear this entire dungeon? The usual carry fee for newbies is 10% or less. With us, even after giving up half, you'll be 90% ahead of the others. He clapped the man on the shoulder. Come on, old-timer, don't be so stingy. The finance specialist nervously pushed up his glasses. Just 2 months ago, all my accounts were frozen, he murmured. This opportunity could change my entire life. What luck. Hateful Hatred scratched his head, finally understanding. So, these are actually amazing conditions? The leader confirmed, to some extent. Whether you clear the dungeon depends entirely on us now. And the rewards for clearing it will be magnificent. The man's eyes widened in realization. Does that mean, even if I only get half the share, I'll still earn more than most level 7 adventurers? He calmly replied, if we don't waste our resources, victory is certain. After his declaration, the security leader, the man and the finance specialist all agreed to join the new plan. Meanwhile, the old driver was walking with his friend through the woods. The contract, he began, only mentioned the penalty for refusing to complete the mission. Everything else is fair game. Lao stated they had to finish what they started. It's almost over, he said. We've come too far. There's no need to spy on them anymore. His friend turned, a smirk playing on his lips. Your acting skills have really improved. For a second, I almost believed you couldn't beat that kid. Lalio's face was grim. I really can't beat him. The old driver was stunned. But they're still afraid of you. Otherwise, they never would have tried to negotiate. His friend nervously agreed. I know. So do you think they'll actually succeed? He replied. The probability is dangerously high. His combat expert title won't save him. The leader, despite all his charisma, is only level 5. They have no true power to be feared. At most, only 1 or 2 lucky souls. We'll get out of this dungeon alive. The old driver put his hands behind his head. You think so? Just like last time? Back with the adventurers, they armed themselves with swords. The leader announced, now that we're a team, I won't hide my abilities. He explained, I can increase a random attribute for any teammate who entrusts their life to me. His title, Party Leader, boosts his charisma by 3 points, and upon becoming leader, all his attributes gained 1 point. It gives a 50% chance for his plans to be approved by the party, who then also receive a random stat boost. The adventurers rushed to check their system windows to verify his claim. He's right, one shouted. My strength really increased. Others quickly agreed with his words. Changhai, meanwhile, also opened his status window. He saw his own perception had slightly increased. So the team leader really can buff his comrades? That's pretty good. The finance specialist then spoke up. I have a question. We only know one way, to summon the witch with the harmonica. She's hiding in the lake. Without her, we can't complete this quest. A man picked up a stone from the ground and grinned. That's no problem. The specialist pushed. Tell me more, and the man, tossing the stone in his hand, said, My title allows me to irritate any designated target. They call me the Provocateur. The target loses 2 points of intelligence, becoming a fearless avenger who doesn't fear death. His title, Provocateur, gives him 3 units of endurance. He also gets a 20% chance to initiate dialogue and a 50% chance to enrage his target. The guard leader exclaimed, So you're an adventurer too? The provocateur walked to the edge of the shore, swinging the stone. As for forcing a dialogue, he smirked. I just need to grab her attention. The stone hit the water with a loud splash. A deafening silence followed, and then a second later, a banshee erupted from beneath the surface. The provocateur flashed her the middle finger and taunted. Come a little closer. The system confirmed the second effect of his title was now active. As the banshee soared above the lake and glared at him, the system announced the provocation was a success. She immediately shrieked and rushed them. It worked. She's furious, he yelled. In an instant, Leon landed beside him. Leave the rest to me. He charged the witch while the leader commanded, "Everyone spread out. Let the combat expert hold her off. The rest of you get your earplugs on and circle the perimeter." Lamb was almost upon the witch when she
let out a terrible scream. He clenched his fist, roaring, "Die!" and struck, but his attack was useless.
The banshee simply flew right through him. The leader paled. His fist, it went right through her. The provocator could only scream, "What the hell?" Seeing this, Changhai felt his blood run cold. The witch ignored everyone and went straight for the provocator. Stopping just inches from his face, she drew a deep breath. He realized her plan, stepping back with a nervous smile. Now wait a minute. A moment later, she unleashed a devastating shriek. The adventurers fell clutching their ears as blood began to flow. After a few agonizing seconds, her voice faded and the deafened party began to rise. The guard leader wiped blood from his face. Good thing I wore earplugs. But even his nose was bleeding. The provocator staggered to his feet and exclaimed in horror, "This can't be. This is impossible." The witch turned out to be a ghost. The leader called to his friend landing beside him, asking if he was certain. Wiping blood from his face, he confirmed it. This was going to take longer than he thought. The monk's fist technique from the last dungeon should be effective, but he hadn't fully mastered it yet. He couldn't fight at his full potential. The leader scoffed, saying she wasn't that fast anyway, and couldn't damage them much. He had a feeling the reward for this dungeon would be huge. But the girl standing silently to the side
pulled her cap down and muttered that this was a foolish choice. Changhai heard her words.
Seeing her pull down her hood and turn toward the forest, he quickly stopped her, demanding to know why she thought so. At his question, she froze in place, her eyes wide with shock. Could it be a person with 16 perception points? The odds were 1 in the 100,000, our protagonist pressed again, asking why their decision was so stupid. But his own eyes widened in disbelief when he saw the title floating above her head. They pretend she doesn't exist. She activated her title's third effect and vanished into thin air, leaving behind a cryptic warning about his unhappiness. The effect was flawless. The main character stared into the empty space, completely entranced, until a sharp slap on the back
from the guard leader snapped him out of it. "Who are you talking to?" he asked. Changhai shuddered, the trance broken.
Seeing him staring into the woods, the guy asked if someone was there. Changhai wanted to tell him about the girl, but he saw nothing. Was he really just hallucinating? In that instant, his entire body felt like it was hit by lightning. He sensed an overwhelming presence. "They're coming," he warned. The guy asked, "Who's coming?" But Changhai didn't answer. He scanned the trees until he spotted white blurs darting through the foliage, moving with terrifying speed. They were getting closer. It wasn't just one witch. It was a whole swarm. Meanwhile, Leon was battling the banshee alone, using his monk's fist. He landed a solid blow to its stomach, then with another surge of power sent it flying. The other adventurers cheered. Leon landed near the weakened banshee, but a strange sound from behind made him whip around.
A horde of witches was streaming toward them. He yelled to his friend, "We were wrong. There wasn't just one witch."
He realized those two must have known all along. The leader's face went pale with shock, but before he could even respond, the sky above the forest filled with countless banshees. Seeing the horrifying sight, everyone froze in sheer terror. The protagonist let out a nervous laugh. "Is that a lot?" The leader was panicking, and Changhai knew earplugs would be useless against a number like this. Le Young broke the silence, roaring, "Why are you frozen?" "Run." His words finally broke their paralysis. The party scattered, fleeing into the woods as the witches descended upon them. The one named Hateful Hatred ran for his life, his gaze fixed on the red thread tied around his wrist. "My lord, why are you so unfair?" he screamed inwardly. "Why does this always happen to me?" One of the witches was closing in. He pushed himself harder, gritting his teeth as the familiar despair washed over him. It was happening all over again. He remembered kneeling before the A-rank criminal Gao Qinyun, a 7th-rank adventurer. On a nearby sofa, 2 girls lay unconscious, with the same red strings tied around their shoulders. The criminal had mused that he should let him live. He said he loved watching others writhe and regret pain and suffering. That memory fueled his rage. He finally spun around,
facing the witch right behind him. Fear gave way to resolve. Gripping his sword tighter,
he screamed, "You've got to be kidding me! I still have to avenge my comrades!" Just then, the sound of trees splintering echoed through the forest. 2 more banshees ambushed him. Bleeding on the ground, he stared at his thread and thought, "I can't die here." Elsewhere, the leader of the guards was completely surrounded. He swung his sword wildly and bellowed, "Do you have any idea who I am? I'm the man who will become a legendary adventurer. Now get out of my way." Nearby, another specialist cowered on the ground, weeping to his mother that he was wrong and shouldn't have cheated the investors. Li Young, his vision blinded by the blood pouring from his eyes, challenged the banshees to attack him. He roared that he wasn't afraid. His friend slumped against a rock with a similar injury, told himself to get a grip. He thought about the 2 who had left. No wonder there was no level restriction on this dungeon. They deliberately lure 4th or 5th level adventurers here to steal their resources after they've been killed. He let out a bitter laugh. A perfect plan. he said aloud. Suddenly, Changhai's voice cut through the chaos. Do you have any idea how to defeat all these witches? The leader turned his head and our protagonist continued. If you do, you'd better hurry. Their voices aren't the only way they can attack, even if it is their strongest weapon. Their numbers were overwhelming. Even if he sacrificed his hearing, the damage would be catastrophic. He wasn't sure he could escape, not without being hunted. Suddenly, the leader's voice cut through the chaos, asking if he was the writer from Dongshan. The leader's assessment was grimly accurate. He admitted his surprise, noting how a mere newbie was faring better than a veteran like him. How could he understand with his hearing gone? The main character simply stated his perception was 16 points high. He could read their lips perfectly. The leader nodded, a flicker of understanding in his eyes, but his conclusion remained hopeless. There is no escape from this dungeon, he declared. These wailing phantoms, they're immune to physical strikes. Their resistance to fire, lightning, and even potent acids is terrifyingly high. This is far beyond what a party like ours can handle. But the protagonist countered, so we can do nothing. He clenched his jaw, his mind racing for a solution. No, there is one way, he finally said. During our last dungeon run, my friend found a vial of sacred oil blessed by holy monks. My monk's fist can harm them, and a weapon coated in that oil. It can also inflict damage, but it's only damage, he stressed. I doubt a rookie adventurer could possibly survive an onslaught from so many of these wraiths. Changhai took a firm step forward. But we can't just wait to die, can we? The leader heard his steps moving away, stunned. Just then, the witches locked onto a new target. A lone figure walking straight towards them. One shrieked, unleashing a devastating sound wave. A system alert flared to life. Condition detected user on the brink of death. Second effect activated. Plus 4 points to strength and agility. The title, Death Avoider, triggered instantly. A dark protective haze enveloped his body. At the same moment, another system message appeared. Bearer has met activation requirements. Strength, agility, and perception have increased by 4 points each. Ignoring the alerts, he strode to the fallen monk Liang. Crouching beside him, he asked if the man could hear him. He made his demand clear. To clear this dungeon, I need that oil. Do we have a deal? Liang gritted his teeth against the searing pain. He apologized, his voice strained. I think I've gone blind. I can't operate the adventurer's panel. To give you what you need. The main character's brow furrowed in frustration. But then Liang's eyes opened, locking onto him. He whispered, There is another way. Suddenly his fists ignited with sacred flame, and he slammed his fist into his own chest. Changhai watched in horror as blood erupted from the wound. What are you doing? He screamed. Liang collapsed to the cold stone floor. Gasping, he revealed his final act. You can obtain the oil upon my death. And with his last breath, his entire inventory materialized around him. Changhai cursed internally. He'd made a terrible miscalculation. Because of his title's effects, his agility had skyrocketed by 20 points. It was enough to escape. He could have tried even if the chances were slim. Shaking off the regret, he snatched the vial of sacred oil. As he anointed his blade, a dozen banshees began to circle him like vultures. When the last drop was used, he looked up, his eyes cold as steel. I won't be holding back, he declared. You've all really started to piss me off. His words froze them for a second, their faces contorting with rage. Then as one, they lunged. He brought the glowing sword before his eyes. Ignoring the claws that tore at his flesh, he focused his will. System notification skill, Blessing of the Sword, has been unlocked. A sacred technique that deals an additional 2 damage to evil creatures. He gripped the hilt tighter, pouring his spirit into the blade. With a mighty swing, he blasted several banshees away. His voice echoed in the cavern. Now, let's begin. Meanwhile, outside the portal, the old driver and his crew stood watching. Their eyes were fixed on the shimmering gate. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in invisibility emerged. The old driver caught the momentary shimmer of light. He muttered, Looks like someone actually made it out. His companion La yawned dismissively. Who cares? Are you sure you saw something? The driver insisted he was serious. The invisible girl observed them, her blood running cold. So it was true. They use these impossible dungeons as traps. They lure adventurers inside, leaving them for dead. Then they scavenge their equipment. Sometimes they even finish off the survivors themselves. Now she understood everything. Taking out her phone, she began typing a message. To her employer, she wrote, The investigation is complete. There were irregularities with the dungeon where your son died. The adventurer who sold him the spot was a scavenger vulture. The reply came instantly. I knew it. The reward will be transferred to your account. A scavenger vulture is a player who exploits high-level dungeons to eliminate other adventurers and steal their resources. Back in the dungeon, the protagonist surged forward. His holy blade plunged into the very last witch. The moment the consecrated steel touched her form, she erupted into sacred flames. With the final enemy gone, he collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. He finally allowed himself a moment's rest. That was too close, he thought. If there had been just a few more, not even a recovery potion would have saved him. As he struggled to his feet, A series of system windows flooded his vision. Level up. You have reached level 4. A special notification has arrived. Your dance of death with the banshees was so exquisite that it caught the eye of the passing ruler of death. You have been granted a divine gift.
Passive skill acquired. Undead cannot kill me. You are now immune to death at the hands of undead creatures. Trial quest. Banshee hunt completed. She hunt.
A system window flashed public dungeons take priority over individual ones. Reading the notifications, a smile spread across his face. Immunity to death from the undead. This was an incredibly powerful bonus. In fact, the additional rewards were so massive, the main quest loot paled in comparison. He chose to close the dungeon. The system began its final calculations. His performance was rated a flawless S rank.
A flood of rewards appeared. He'd taken another step toward the title of legend, earning Lone Wolf, Wolf in Sheep's, Clothing, and Spirit Killer. He also gained 2 exclusive hidden skills, Dance with Death, and One Step, One Kill.
The list continued: an equipment scroll, an equipment converter, and a rare item called Song of the Sea, a box that held the recorded voice of a banshee. He could now feed unused gear into the converter to create higher level equipment. 2 new skills on top of new titles, and a rare item. No wonder this dungeon was a death trap. Suddenly the leader's voice echoed from behind. Why is it so quiet? Is anyone else alive? Changhai turned abruptly.
I'd almost forgotten about you, he said, running to his side. How are you feeling? Can you get up? The man gritted his teeth.
It's bad, he rasped. I think the screams of those witches shredded my internal organs. The protagonist's voice grew somber. I understand. The leader then asked, Are the others all dead? Changhai closed his eyes, the images of corpses flashing in his mind. The fat one, the guy with glasses, your comrade. They're all gone. The leader's gaze sharpened. This clearly isn't your first time in a dungeon. Your level must be absurdly high. Your stats too. Awkwardly, Changhai scratched his cheek. I thought you were the one who was going to handle everything. The adventurer chuckled weakly. I was on my own. Let's not talk about it.
What if he proposed, we cooperate? I keep your secret, you keep mine, in exchange for a piece of your
rewards. If you can't trust my word, you can take this.
Next to a nearby corpse was the very bureau contract he mentioned. But Changhai simply pointed the tip of his sword at him.
A dead man keeps secrets perfectly well, he stated coldly. And I'll be keeping the contract for myself. The adventurer's expression darkened. You won't be able to get the most out of this dungeon that way. That contract is directly linked to the mission rewards. Don't you see its value? The protagonist remained silent. The man pressed on. Besides, those 2 idiots are probably waiting
for survivors at the entrance. Believe me, they're much stronger than you think.
I can distract them, give you a chance to fight back or escape. Keeping me alive is your best option. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the portal shimmered. Can you see it? Laya asked. Someone's coming out after all. The old driver cracked his knuckles and chuckled. I thought they were all goners. Just then, Changhai emerged from the portal supporting the leader.
Behind them, the gate began to shrink rapidly. The old driver's eyes widened.
The dungeon is collapsing, he exclaimed. Have we been clearing it too often? And then the portal vanished completely. The moment it sealed, Changhai exploded forward. Laya screamed to his friend, Beware of this guy. He's not as simple as he looks. But it was too late. His friend couldn't react in time. The protagonist's sword pierced clean through his chest. The old driver's blood splattered across Changhai's face. He turned to the next in line. First, you take out the weaker one. He was able to kill him so easily because of his new skills. Dance with Death triples the damage dealt in a life or death situation. And One Step, One Kill boosts his perception to 18 units, allowing him to
predict the enemy's next move. He ripped the sword from the fallen body. The weak one is finished.
Laya roared with fury. You're getting ahead of yourself, Changhai simply replied. Am I? You think this is empty bravado? You think you can get revenge? A title coward gem disappeared above his
opponent's head. Shut up! The effect gave him 2 units of speed, and his dagger began to drip with poison.
The protagonist activated his own title, Lone Wolf, which grants him 2 units of strength and speed when a teammate is present. Twirling his sword with a smirk, he taunted, You're so afraid of me. After that, they both vanished. They reappeared in a flash of motion steel, clashing against steel, moving like blurs around the building. The leader stared at the rapidly moving sparks clutching his wound. He thought to himself, I've seen a lot, but the fight between these 2, it exceeds anything I know about level 5 adventurers. I fear even level 7 or 8 hunters couldn't do this. Even high-level adventurers rarely possess such blinding speed. Now he knew why so few ever reach the status of a legend. Most don't even survive to level 5. In that moment, Lao missed a strike and was sent flying his back, slamming violently against a stone pillar. He collapsed to his knees, spitting a curse. Even with his title, he couldn't begin to compare to that monstrous speed. The humiliation burned. Wiping blood from his lips, he growled, Your perception. It has to be at least 17 or 18.
A smirk played on Changhai's face. Finally figuring it out. Lao could only grit his teeth in silent fury and summon his adventurer panel.
Are you lacking into the speed department? The protagonist taunted. In response, Lao pulled a vial of green liquid from his inventory. This is more than enough, he snarled. With that, he shattered the vial on the floor, unleashing a toxic mist that billowed outwards. It was a move Changhai never saw coming. Lao activated his title, Toxin Carrier, and declared, I never planned to use this on you. But you've left me no choice. He lunged forward in a blur, but the protagonist managed to block the venom-laced blow.
His opponent pressed the attack, forcing the dagger closer and closer. Have a taste, he hissed, his face inches away.
This is a mutant spider-toxin straight from the black market. Changhai couldn't hold him back, and the poisoned blade sliced across his cheek.
The poison set in immediately. Lao unleashed a storm of new cuts, a flurry of strikes all over his body, while Changhai struggled to defend.
But every single blow found its mark. What's wrong? His opponent sneered with a twisted smile. Is your poison resistance worse than a commoner's? Don't you even have the strength left to fight back?
Shielding his face, the protagonist clenched his jaw in silence, then suddenly swung his sword in a wide arc.
But his enemy was too quick, leaning back just in time to dodge. He then created more distance between them. Too slow, he mocked. Far too slow. You didn't even graze me. Changhai calmly asked, Is that spider venom? And is this what you had prepared for our entire party? Lao confirmed it with a smug grin. I got it after clearing the level 7 spider lair. It cripples strength, speed, and endurance. Thanks to this little trick, I've already taken care of 4 level 5 adventurers. And you will be the 5th. Changhai simply replied, You should have brought more poison. Now let me show you what I can really do. The arrogant smile vanished from Lao's face, replaced by a tense silence. The protagonist smiled back. Is that it? Is this the best you've got? With a grim expression, Lao answered quietly. No, this isn't all. Then a wide, manic grin spread across his face as he roared, Of course this isn't all. I hold the title of Toxin Carrier. My very breath, the sweat on my skin, the blood in my veins, it's all poison. The longer you stand near me, the deeper the venom seeps into your soul. I'll just wait for you to bleed out completely. Hearing this, the party leader's blood ran cold. What a terrifying tactic. Even Lang, a master of combat arts, would be defeated if he couldn't end the fight before the poison took root. The longer this dragged on, the worse it would get. His level had to be at least 6. There was no choice but to fight head on. No wonder his group treated them like dirt. With a title like that, he could crush almost anyone. Meanwhile, Changhai switched his own title to Escape from Death. I see, he said calmly, summoning his adventurer panel. Let's just take a quick look at something. System notifications flooded his vision. Thanks to the skill One Step One Kill, the ability to calculate the enemy's next move had been granted. The effect of Escape from Death was now active. His strength, agility, and perception were all boosted by 4 points. Poisoning status would weaken attributes to varying degrees.
And the professional skill Dance with Death was tripling the poison damage. System Shinki. He'd commanded Turn off Dance with Death.
A new notification appeared. Poison damage removed. Dance with Death returned to normal. In the very next instant, he vanished. He reappeared directly in front of his opponent, who barely managed to block the impossibly fast strike. He gritted his teeth. Impossible. How could anyone achieve that speed? A smug smirk crossed the man's face as he asked, You still don't get it, do you? He flickered behind him, landing a devastating blow that made his opponent scream in agony.
Lao spun around wildly, swinging his dagger.
Don't get arrogant, he shrieked, but Changhai was already gone. The protagonist materialized behind him once more. You're too slow, he whispered. You'll never reach me. This can't be happening, Lao screamed, whirling around again. You're just some lone wolf. How can you be stronger than me? I defeated a whole group of level 5 adventurers. Changhai didn't let him finish. He ran him through with cold, unforgiving steel. Lao let out a final, agonizing cry. Nothing is impossible, the protagonist stated coldly. Someone wrapped in comfort like you could never see the world? That a person sees when they walk the razor's edge between life and death. Suddenly, Lao grabbed the blade piercing his chest. Turning his head, he locked eyes with his enemy. You know, he rasped. Even the best swimmers can still drown. I won't
go far hunting only those weaker than himself. But to amass the power needed to challenge level 10 adventurers,
that strategy works only for the weak. With a final brutal pull, he ripped the sword from the man's body, watching it collapse. For those who've lived on the edge, he declared death isn't the only escape. The leader could only stare in disbelief. How could he defeat someone so powerful? It was impossible.
With the enemy dealt with, the protagonist's eyes shifted to the only witness. He slowly turned,
raising a single finger to his lips, an unspoken command for silence. Later, in a sterile hospital room, Changhai was resting,
scrolling through a tablet. Suddenly, the door slid open. You're one lucky guy, a voice said.
Changhai sat up instantly, recognizing the visitor. Sue, what are you doing here? Without answering, Sue drew closer, his voice low.
When I first entered a dungeon, I faced monsters immune to all physical attacks, and scavenger vultures blocked the only exit.
Changhai smirked. On the other hand, he countered, I earned the title Incarnate Death. Sue sat on the opposite bed, his expression serious. Don't forget, for every stroke of luck, misfortune is waiting in the wings. How often do 5th level adventurers face foes far beyond their strength? He raised his hand, pointing upwards. Consider this personal advice. Never tell anyone your title. A single leak of information can be fatal for an adventurer. Inside those dungeons, monsters aren't the only things you need to fear. The protagonist scratched his head, a wry smile on his face. I'll keep that in mind. Sue returned the smile, but his thoughts were elsewhere. The other survivors claimed the Banshee Dungeon's master was dead, but he found it hard to believe. Could a man with his combat prowess and level truly have accomplished all that alone? Changhai. Hiding his title felt the weight of that gaze. What is it? Is there something on my face? He asked. Sue shook his head. No, I just remembered the coach returns at the end of the month. He walked toward the exit, pausing at the door. Once you've recovered, get back to training immediately. The next stage of your evolution is about to begin. Changhai nodded. Understood. He watched Sue leave the room. His gaze then shifted to the empty bed beside him, recalling a conversation from the night before with the defeated leader. Are you really giving up on being a strategic adventurer? He had asked. The man could only confirm. This expedition, it showed me my limits. I can never become a legendary adventurer through honorable means. My ceiling is level 1 to level 5. He spoke with grim acceptance. It's better to preserve what I have than to chase the impossible. But you're different. You have the potential. And it's all because of your ruthlessness. Changhai finished with a grim smile. Why do you say that? The man explained that the Lone Wolf title, while powerful, has its limits. It's a key that only unlocks dungeons up to level 10. For levels 11 to 15, that strength is meaningless. If you truly want to become a legend, you must build your own team before you reach level 10. Otherwise, you'll be trapped, your power stagnating until you lose everything. Lost in thought, Changhai leaned back, hands behind his head. A team, huh? Meanwhile, in a quiet cafe, a young woman met with her client. They sat across from each other, an air of tension between them. Her employer, the wealthy Fuyin Chia Huang, slid 2 photos across the table. The vultures who murdered my son are dead.
Their killer is among these survivors. Tell me which one is the benefactor who delivered my vengeance.
She studied the pictures intently, her finger landing on Changhai's face. This is your man. At that very moment in the Yinsha Hospital morgue, sparks erupted from cell 26. In its place, a dungeon gate materialized, a countdown timer glowing ominously. 16 hours and 28 minutes remaining. The next day, the main character was trying to enjoy a moment of peace on a park bench. But his rest was shattered by a loud voice calling his name. 2 thugs looking like low-level adventurers approached him. You were in the Banshee Forest, right? One of them sneered. We're very interested in the treasures you found there. What can you offer us? These 2 were level 5 adventurers from a guild called the Bad Fist Brothers. Changhai simply crossed his arms. My items are not for sale. The man's face twisted in anger while his partner chuckled. Did you hear that, not for sale? He leaned in. You don't really think this is a business proposal, do you? As Changhai's patience wore thin, the thug suddenly sat beside him, draping a heavy arm around his shoulders. Let me rephrase. Hand over everything you found right now, or you'll live to regret it. Just then, a passing nurse saw the confrontation. She pointed a stern finger at them. What do you think you're doing? Get out of here and stop bothering our patients. Startled, the thug leaped up from the bench, motioning for his friend to follow. As they scurried away, the nurse turned to Changhai. Next time they bother you, just let me know. He told her that with a level 10 adventurer for a brother, no one would dare cross her. He thanked her with a nervous smile, but she suddenly seized his hand, her grip like a vice. No, she insisted. I should be the one thanking you. Tears streamed down her face as she revealed her friend had died in that dungeon. He had brought justice to those responsible. She and her friend's family, we are eternally grateful. He could only smile awkwardly, saying it was a coincidence. But then the countdown on the dungeon struck 0. A massive sparkling portal erupted from the hospital floor. The light spread throughout the entire building. The nurse opened her mouth to speak, but before a word could escape, the dungeon's energy claimed her, and she vanished. A cold dread washed over him as he shot up from the bench. This is it. The dungeon rampage phenomenon, and people are being captured. The patients and staff began to disappear. One by one, they were pulled into the light, until at last it was his turn. He was swallowed by the void, landing hard on the cold dungeon floor. He gritted his teeth against the pain, only to have his eyes fly wide open in shock when he saw where they were. They had been transported to a level 5 dungeon known as the Graveyard. 20 out of 20 people had been captured. The mission to escape, they needed to kill 100 skeleton soldiers. And there was a special condition. They had to survive for 1 hour. The crowd was frozen in terror. The nurse hugged a child tightly. and shouted, "Don't panic! We've been pulled into an entry-level dungeon. Everyone open your adventurer panel." A man named Joda, a manager from the Yuna Adventurers Association, gritted his teeth in disbelief. He'd come in for a toothache, not a death sentence. The protagonist opened his adventurer panel to see the conditions. His face hardened. A level 5 dungeon. This is bad, he thought. A lot of people are going to die. Meanwhile, the Adventurers Association had already learned of the crisis. The manager, a level 9 adventurer named Shangle, was in disbelief. The people in the hospital were sucked into a dungeon. 20 people just disappeared. Is Joda in there too? He demanded. Outside, the entire hospital area was sealed off with emergency tape. The manager arrived on the chaotic scene asking for a report. What's the situation? An agent replied, There are 17 civilians and 1 adventurer on the missing list. We've found the dungeon entrance, but... He suddenly went quiet. But what? Shangle pressed. Inside the dungeon, the trapped survivors were desperately sharing information. Most of their missions were the same: kill 10 skeletons and hold out for 1 hour. But the adventurers who had bothered the protagonist earlier had been given a different task entirely.
Our mission. It's different from the others, one said. That guy Changhai, he was pulled in here too. His friend agreed. It makes sense.
The mission's difficulty is based on an adventurer's strength. His gaze drifted toward the protagonist. We need to find him, he muttered. But how do we approach him with all these people around? Just then, Changhai raised his hand high, drawing every eye toward him. Everyone listen to me, he yelled. He stood atop a tall rock declaring, This dungeon is extremely dangerous. Pick up the weapons on the ground.
We need to split into groups of 3 or 5 and complete our missions as quickly as possible.
But he was immediately met with suspicion. And who are you to give orders? One man sneered. Another accused him. I bet you're just trying to steal all the dungeon's treasures for yourself. Our hero could only watch in despair. This dungeon is a death trap, he thought, and these 2 idiots are arguing when they don't have a clue about the danger they're in. That's when the nurse intervened. She pointed at Changhai and announced, That man is a strong adventurer. He just escaped a very dangerous dungeon. And he teamed up with other adventurers to hunt down the freaks who were preying on newbies. A murmur of recognition spread through the crowd. Is that true? Someone asked. Another voice replied, I think I saw that on the news. It happened in an abandoned building, someone else shouted. Those 2 killers used a dungeon entrance they found to murder people and steal their resources. They say they killed dozens of victims. The nurse pointed at Changhai again. We have to trust him, she pleaded. He thought to himself, it's not exactly true, but it's enough to get their attention. But just then, Joda stepped forward. Hold on a minute, he shouted, his voice laced with fear.
If this dungeon is really as dangerous as he says, do you really think that ordinary people like us can complete these quests?
And how are we supposed to kill skeletons? It's impossible. If we split into groups like he says, the strong will just team up and abandon the old and the weak to die. And left behind, what did he think would happen to them? The others immediately voiced their agreement. Someone pointed out that 10 skeletons would be a nightmare to handle. And they were right. It would be an impossible task. Another voice cried out, asking if it wasn't safer for everyone to stick together. Why were they splitting up? Another claimed he'd studied dungeon strategies online, while other adventurers argued that ordinary people should just huddle together at the entrance and pray for rescue. A man agreed, saying that countless people die simply because they wander off alone. A cruel smirk twisted Joda's lips. He thought to himself, what a bunch of utter fools. His brother-in-law was right. He was hired to stir up idiots just like these. His silver tongue was his only weapon to make experienced adventurers shield him.
To clear a high-difficulty dungeon, he couldn't afford to worry about their lives. If he considered their safety for even a second,
he'd instantly become their babysitter. Seeing their disbelief, Changhai sighed and turned to the nurse clutching the child. He asked if they trusted him. When they both nodded, he simply said, Then follow me. He would get them through this mission. They didn't hesitate scrambling after him. But Joda shouted, trying to stop him from escaping his responsibility. The protagonist paused. Joda declared that as the only experienced adventurer present, shouldn't he be the one to stay and protect them all? The crowd backed his words, someone even shouting that with great power comes great responsibility. He had to fulfill his duty. After hearing them out, Changhai replied coldly, First, I'm not an official adventurer. I have zero responsibility for your safety. Joda's face filled with confusion. Changhai then turned to him, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. And secondly, don't you dare preach morality to me. I won't hesitate to shatter your legs and leave you here to fight for your own life. The threat paralyzed Joda with fear, and he collapsed to the ground. With that, the protagonist left with the nurse and child as the crowd erupted behind them. Why would he do that? Shouldn't the strong protect the weak? Another lamented, It's a shame. If only he were an official adventurer. Maybe his moral character is just too low. From the crowd, 2 men broke away and followed them. One of them called out, asking where they were headed.
The other adventurer replied that the protagonist had the right idea. Since one exit condition
Was to survive for 1 hour, that would be hell for ordinary people. It made more sense to complete their own mission and get out of this place fast. He thought to himself who in their right mind would play bodyguard. For the sake of some empty moral code, they weren't fools. At that very moment, representatives of the association were gathered at the dungeon's entrance staring as blinding sparks erupted from the morgue. Shang Yi watched in horror. His female colleague shielded her eyes from the brilliant light, asking what was happening with this dungeon. He gritted his teeth. The question isn't what's wrong with it, he said, but how many will be left alive when that hour is up? The countdown reappeared in the dungeon. 53 minutes remaining. Meanwhile, the protagonist sliced off a skeleton's head. The system registered his progress. The monster's skull tumbled to the ground as he turned to the terrified nurse. He handed her a sword. "Just copy what I do," he instructed. "Use this to sever the skeleton's neck, the moment it starts climbing from its grave." She took the weapon with trembling hands, asking what he would do. Her eyes widened in fear, seeing 3 skeletons clawing their way out of the ground at once. Changhai just calmly opened his inventory. He pulled out a massive axe. "I'll handle these," he said. At the same time, the 2 other adventurers were also facing the undead. One guy shattered a skeleton's bones with a grin, while his friend yawned, telling him not to forget to tag him in after this batch. He casually agreed. Meanwhile, our protagonist
cleaved a skeleton's torso in 2, his undead slayer title glowing faintly. Wiping sweat from his brow, he thought,
the skeletons have stopped spawning. It seems their numbers in this cemetery are finite. The good news was that the pressure on rookies here wasn't overwhelming. The bad news, the task for experienced adventurers was bound to be far more brutal. He turned to the nurse. "All the skeletons are gone. We can move forward now." She nodded. Back at the entrance, the main group had finally begun to fight. Joda stood safely, in the center, barking orders. The wounded fall back. Everyone else form pairs take, turns attacking the skeletons as they rise. They only needed to survive for 40 more minutes to gain their freedom. The people roared their approval. Soon 10 minutes had vanished. A man named Wang Jun stretched his shoulders, remarking that this adventurer business wasn't as hard as he'd imagined. His partner Looming agreed. "Yeah, these skeletons are nowhere near as terrifying as that guy made them out to be." Hearing their foolish conversation, the association manager could only grit his teeth in frustration. He scoffed at their ignorance. Weak skeletons didn't mean the dungeon's difficulty was low. On the contrary, if the grunts were this pathetic, it was a sign that something far more terrifying lurked within, pushing the dungeon's rank to the upper limit. He checked his progress. Only 4 skeletons out of 10. Pathetic. The resources here were much less than he'd hoped for. Even after convincing the others to help, he'd only managed to kill 1 of the 10 required. He might be okay if he could finish in the next 10 minutes, but if not even more.
Skeletons would swarm this location. He had to find a way to crush the remaining 6 soldiers and fast.
The pressure mounted and he started to bite his thumbnail. 35 minutes remained on the trials clock.
Our main character, meanwhile, pulled his axe from a shattered skull and asked, "Are your missions complete?"
The boy gave a thumbs up with a wide grin. Changhai then turned to the nurse. "How many do you have left?" She gave an awkward smile. 8 more. He glanced at the kid, wondering if he'd actually been any help at all. He told the boy he could head back now. They would handle the rest of the skeletons. "We'll meet up outside when we're done." The boy agreed with a cheerful smile. Outside the dungeon, someone shouted in panic. In 10 years, no one has ever cleared this dungeon solo. The manager explained that the dungeon itself was massive and countless people had been thrown into it. Worse, almost all of them were complete newbies.
A girl asked, "Where did an abnormal dungeon like this even come from? And shouldn't the difficulty scale with a person's
strength and experience?" The manager replied that it was all because of a single cruel mechanism within the dungeon. It was called the Tomb of an Experienced Fighter. The mission for newbies was only 1/10 of the true difficulty. The moment a rookie completes their quest and exits a boss whose power exceeds all reasonable limits appears and begins hunting the veterans. It slaughters most of the experienced adventurers. The true point of this dungeon is that once the first person leaves, a brutal race for survival begins. If they let someone escape first, it would spell doom for everyone else. At that moment, the boy opened his adventurer panel. The system prompted, "Do you wish to leave the dungeon?" He agreed and waved a cheerful goodbye to the adventurer and the nurse. They waved back as he vanished. Changhai then said, "I'll help you kill the last few skeletons."
"We'll finish your mission and meet outside," she agreed. Just then, the portal flared with a blinding light.
It was the sign that someone was leaving. Shenlei gasped. Someone completed the mission. And then the boy ran
out to meet them, leaving them utterly stunned. A notification then rang out in every player's mind.
An adventurer has left the dungeon. The second stage is now beginning. Seeing this, they cried out in shock. Someone already left. "I'm so jealous," someone else muttered. "What's the second stage?" Zodo went pale with fear. He knew what was coming. The race for survival had begun. He yelled for Ling and Wang Shiyun, ordering them to follow him immediately. They looked at him in confusion, but obeyed. Meanwhile, the two arrogant adventurers also saw the notification. The guy scoffed to his friend. Someone already cleared the mission and left. You think it was that guy? His partner replied, impossible. He was burdened by that useless couple, and finding 100 skeletons isn't that easy. Then who was it? At that moment, his friend felt a chilling presence and whipped his head around. Looking up, he saw a black glowing silhouette on the cliff's edge. It was the Death Knight Claude, sitting astride his skeletal horse. Elsewhere, an adventurer was leading two men through the graves. One of them complained. He told us to follow but didn't explain anything. Is this normal? We're so far out now. What if we run into a huge crowd of skeletons? The second guy hissed. Be quiet. He must have a reason, didn't you notice? He called for us right after the system panel changed. He looked at their leader with confidence and said loudly, I bet he knows far more about what's happening in this dungeon than we do.
The adventurer overheard them and suddenly froze.
A new group of skeletons blocked their path. They drew their swords as the adventurer commanded. Get ready. At the same time, the other players were gossiping. Those three never returned. If you ask me, shouldn't have refused that adventurer's help. The others don't care about us. If that kid hadn't left more of us, could have gotten out. A sudden noise made them turn. A horse was galloping towards them. Fear flooded their faces. Shock and horror twisted the man's expression. Hanging from the saddle were the severed heads of the two men, caked in blood. The rider had trophies attached to his saddle, and one of them was the arm of their former comrade. The man trembled in shock, his arm a mangled stump. Joda Li Min, those two cowards! He roared with rage and pain. What are they even doing? He was hopelessly surrounded by skeletons, while Joda and Li Min were already in full retreat. Just a few more, Joda panted. If we can find a smaller group, we can finish the quest. But Li Min screamed back. Stop. Something's wrong. His eyes were glued to his system window. The survivor count is dropping 12, 11, 9. Something happened back at the camp. What are you talking about? Joda asked, confused. Meanwhile, back at their starting point, Changhai and the nurse fought side by side. They were trapped in a sea of skeletons. What does second phase mean? She cried out. He grunted, his axe cleaving through bone. Probably a difficulty spike. Or maybe stronger monsters will appear. Don't worry about it. Is the mission complete? She glanced at her status. I'll check now. She opened the panel and her face went pale with shock. Oh no! Only 4 of them were left. Everyone else had perished. The system displayed the mission Graveyard Dungeon, a level 5 trial. Of the original party, only 4 remained. Exit conditions. Slay 100 skeletons and survive for 1 hour. They only had 23 minutes left. What is it? He asked. Just then, the rider emerged from the smoke and dust of the battlefield, a landscape of corpses. Though still a distance away, his oppressive aura was undeniable. He sensed 2 survivors to his left and 2 to his right. He spurred his demonic horse, which charged forward its hooves, kicking up shards of rock like tusks of earth. The rider galloped left towards Joda. The dungeon boss! Joda screamed in pure terror. We have to stick together to survive. We need to complete the mission before it finds us. But Li Min shot back, filled with scorn. What nonsense! How can the 2 of us possibly handle this? We couldn't even manage it with Jian, Joda fumed. Don't you get it? We're running out of time to hunt skeletons. But it was already too late. A demonic horseman thundered towards them. They only saw him when he was nearly upon them. Now for the 2 on the right, the rider declared. His spear whistled past Joda's ear, who dodged with a gasp of fear. But the rider's return swing was instant. A flash of steel and Joda's head was sent flying in a spray of blood. At that moment, Changhai finished putting on his gear. Are you done? He asked. The nurse drove her sword through one last skeleton. Almost, she replied. With a final thrust, the monster crumbled. She sighed, wiping sweat from her brow. Okay, I'm finished. He adjusted his armor. Good, you can drop your sword and leave. But then his blood ran cold. He saw a figure looming behind her. The rider, his spear raised high above her head. Her back was turned. What is it? She asked. Duck! He roared in desperation. Our main character burst forward, dagger in hand, activating his signature skill. Dance with Death. Strength increased by 4. Agility by 2. The nurse finally turned, her eyes widening at the spear tip descending upon her. She was frozen, unable to react. But Changhai was already there, his dagger intercepting the knight's devastating attack. The boss actually looked surprised. But to Changhai's horror, his dagger began to crack and crumble. With a powerful shove, the knight sent them both flying, and the durability of his weapon plummeted to 0. He landed hard as the knight charged again, the nurse rising from the dust. This knight is absurdly strong, he gasped. The system chimed in. The adventurer has encountered the dungeon boss. A flood of notifications followed. The title, Follower of Death, has been activated. Perception has increased. Now, at 18, the hidden skill One Step One Kill has been unlocked due to the immense difference in power. The title Awakened After Death has been activated. Agility, strength, and perception are increased by 4. The adventurer will have 1 chance to strike before his strength is utterly exhausted. The system wishes you good luck. Didn't you hear me? He yelled. You have to get out of here now. She looked at him, her eyes filled with shock, then determination.
I understand, she said. I'll be waiting outside. You have to survive. In a flash of light, she vanished, leaving Changhai alone.
To face the boss. They stared each other down the air, thick with tension. Well, this is just great, Changhai muttered. A one-on-one.
He rose from the dust, gripping his sword with newfound confidence. He knew the knight wasn't about to let him leave so easily.
The knight gazed down at him, its expressionless helmet radiating a terrifying aura. Level 5 trial. 1 survivor. 2 escapes. Exit condition. Slay 100 skeletons. 63 complete. Survive for 1 hour. 15 minutes remaining. The nurse appeared through the portal to the relief of the others. It's the nurse! A boy shouted with joy as a woman grabbed her shoulders. Are there any other survivors? The nurse nodded. Yes, she said, her voice trembling. Mr. Changhai is still in there. Back in the dungeon, sword and spear met in a blinding shower of sparks. Their battle raged, a blur of motion and an incredible flurry of blows. The clang of metal echoed relentlessly as their dark and light auras violently clashed. The knight leaped high into the air, bringing its spear down in a devastating overhead swing. Changhai barely managed to raise his sword to block the crushing blow. He tried to block this spear, thinking this can't go on. He was losing, outmatched in both power and speed. Even if he could read his opponent's moves, at this rate, exhaustion would claim him. He was stunned when the knight suddenly withdrew his spear. Gritting his teeth, he knew this was bad. The boss was winding up for a devastating blow. Changhai was struck in the side, unable to dodge or block. He was sent flying, carving a path through the ground, kicking up a cloud of stone and dust. The knight grinned, satisfied. Such a vast difference in our strength, he boomed. The only reason you lasted so long was your pathetic little tricks. Truly amazing. The protagonist leaned heavily on his sword, blood dripping from his nose. He gasped for air, his mind racing. Is that thing talking to me? No, now wasn't the time. He had to think to find a way out of this, because this monster had no intention of letting him live. The guy glanced at his watch. 5 minutes remained. He scowled. It's over. Let's summarize the situation for the report.
Report to headquarters, only 2 out of 17 civilians survived. As for the 3 adventurers, there are no
survivors. The nurse cried out in a panic. What are you saying? Isn't it too early to draw conclusions? It's only been 5 minutes. The boy's voice was cold and firm. That's exactly it, Shan Li added. I understand how you feel, but
don't cling to a fantasy. He glanced at the shimmering portal. The boss in that dungeon, I'm not even sure a level 9
adventurer could defeat it, especially not alone. Even if he's the best of the level 5 rookies, he can't last forever. 5 minutes have passed since we escaped, and he hasn't come back. You understand what that means, don't you? The nurse crumpled to the floor. But how is this possible? She clutched her head, her body shaking. If we hadn't slowed him down, he would have made it out alive. The other boy walked over, trying to comfort her with a sympathetic touch. But Shan Li just stood there, his thoughts ice cold. That's right. It was their fault. If that guy hadn't wasted time saving them, he probably would have escaped this dungeon with his life. He smirked and turned to leave. I'm going for a smoke. The rest of you help those 2. The girl asked. What do we do about the dungeon entrance? He lit a cigarette. When low-level gates like this go haywire, they start pulling people inside. Once it's consumed everyone and everything, the gate will shut for half an hour, then reappear somewhere random. The association's training manual is perfectly clear on this. Our job is to take care of the survivors.
The rest will sort itself out. Of course, he added. If you care so much, you can wait here until the end.
The girl simply replied, okay. At that very moment, the knight's spear pierced straight through Changhai, hoisting him high into the air with a wicked grin.
Blood poured from this protagonist's wound.
The knight taunted him, you were good, but received no answer. With a flick of his spear, he sent Changhai's body tumbling to the ground. I look forward to you joining my legion, the monster said. Once you've become a ghost, he gripped his spear, and a whirlwind of dark magic erupted around him. A colossal sword materialized in his hand. The knight swung it through the air, tearing a dark, lightning-filled rift in reality. The portal grew, creating a powerful vortex of wind. The knight and his steed then vanished into the portal, leaving Changhai's lifeless body behind. He thought, it worked just as I planned. Changhai's body is too valuable to lose. Before I return, I must use the gift of death. A system window appeared, attempting to use Gift of the Dead.
Target cannot be killed. Death immunity activated. His wounds began to glow with a brilliant light, healing in an instant. His entire body
was enveloped in a blinding radiance. In a dungeon of an unknown level, the kingdom of the Bone Lord, a portal opened from which the knight and his horse emerged. They were shimmering with power, but he looked up with a dissatisfied gaze. A mass of dark energy was flying toward him. It landed, taking the form of a monster, the legendary harbinger of the night trial at level 16.
As Cod, the knight thought. Weren't you sent to the cemetery? Why are you here? I feel like I've wasted my time for nothing.
He assumed the code was there by invitation of the Bone Lord himself. Jod replied, I encountered a promising new adventurer. It would be a waste to turn him into a mere skeleton. I wish to ask the Lord for the crown of the Black Knight to send that boy to the reserves. The harbinger scratched his head. A newbie, you say, if I recall? Correctly, the cemetery only opens for those at level 5, correct? Until now, no rookie, regardless of title, has ever made it inside. Are you so sure this one has the makings of a legend? Tiro thought, displeased he'd been found so quickly. At this time,
Changhai pushed himself up, clutching his chest. That was way too risky. If that thing hadn't left on its own.
Even with an extra life, I would have stood no chance. He noticed a system panel glowing before him. It was a notification, a dungeon quest update. What's this? It says the exit conditions have been met. Then why isn't an exit window appearing? He frowned, a dreadful thought dawning on him. Does this mean, unless I complete the skeleton quest, I can't get out? Get out of here, he commanded. You need to hurry. He drew his sword once more, knowing he had to act before that fool on horseback realized that Changhai was still alive. Half an hour crawled by. The nurse and the boy kept their vigil near the dungeon, which now seemed disturbingly larger. She gasped in shock, then joy. The entrance, it hasn't closed, she cried. Mr. Changhai is still fighting. He was still alive. The employee's eyes widened. I'll go call the boss. At that very moment, their supervisor was smoking on the stairs, lost in grim thoughts. He'd assumed she was dead, and now her sister would surely blame the survivors for it all. Just then, the worried girl's frantic shout shattered his thoughts. What is it? He growled. What's the panic?
The dungeon entrance, she exclaimed. It hasn't closed. The time limit expired long ago, but it's not closing.
And all this time, our protagonist was wading through a storm of skeletons until he stood alone in the middle of a field of bone. He opened his system panel where a notification pulsed some issues required separate settlement. Let's see what we've got, he murmured. The system whirred calculating. And then a flood of notifications appeared. At only level 4, he had managed to survive an encounter with a legendary spirit. And even though his unique gift played a decisive role that didn't diminish his incredible achievement, the system declared, you are on the path to becoming a legend. He received new titles, miraculously survived, battle with a legend, opportunist, overdose, and undead. Skills obtained heroic knight's badge, exclusive skill, fake death. He also received an invitation to the Bone Lord's dinner party and a coupon for upgrading a rare item. His inventory now held a new sword, the Flute of Terror, and an epic miracle item, the Knight's Helmet Kuro. So that guy's name is Kuro, he thought, legendary level. If he remembered correctly, beings of that rank are only found in dungeons of a corresponding level. How could a boss like that appear in this low-level cemetery? He pressed the panel to exit the dungeon. That guy was unbelievably strong, he mused. He wondered if anyone had cleared this place before. But aside from cheaters like himself, it was highly unlikely. Outside, a stunned Shan Li watched the portal. The girl pointed. Sir, look, does this mean that low-level dungeons can stay open even with no survivors left inside? He asked. Shan Li answered solemnly. There are two options. One, the adventurer inside completed the main task, but not the escape objective. And two, this dungeon could have been upgraded. The nurse immediately insisted. It's definitely the first option. The boy strongly agreed. But Shan Li shot them down. Impossible. The World Adventure Association has long since determined that the cemetery is almost impossible to pass. He had a growing suspicion that something inside the dungeon itself had fundamentally changed it. That was why its characteristics were different. Suddenly, arcs of lightning erupted from the gate as it began to glow with intense power. The nurse watched mesmerized as the boy shouted with joy, "Something's coming out!" A figure emerged. It was Changhai. Mr. Changhai, the nurse cried out, relief washing over her. It was really him. He just scratched his head. You guys are still waiting. Changhai inwardly fumed. What kind of nonsense was this? But the nurse confirmed it. They were incredibly worried. If he hadn't escaped that dungeon, it would have been her fault. A crushing guilt she'd carry for the rest of her life. He simply replied, it wasn't that bad. But Shan Li was thinking he cleared almost the entire dungeon by himself. Inside the Bone Lord's gloomy castle, Kuro knelt before his king. The Lord's voice echoed, "Is this the first time? You have dared to seek an audience on your own initiative since I sent you to the cemetery. Am I right? The creepy king, with his terrifying aura, called out his name, Kuro. Meanwhile, in a meeting room, Shanlei asked, Changhai, do you know you're the first adventurer in this world to clear this dungeon? An association secretary tasked with recording the conversation took notes nearby. The question caught him off guard. The first? Changhai asked in surprise.
Yes, that's right. Although the dungeon's level isn't very high, this particular location is infamous among adventurers.
Your achievement will definitely attract a lot of money and a flood of people. Of course, it will also attract the attention of the government. Changhai got straight to the point. So should I apply now? Shanlei gathered the documents and said, yes. The way you performed in the cemetery and Bungie Forest proves you have definite potential. There are no more than 10 talented newcomers in the entire city of Yuna. Changhai felt a chill from Shanlei's insidious predatory aura.
I can't just let you go, he said.
In the corridor, the boy and the nurse were waiting anxiously.
Why isn't Changhai out yet? What if they're trying to cheat him out of his reward for clearing the dungeon? Otherwise, why would his brother
ask to speak with him alone? The nurse thought it was unlikely. Just then, 2 men appeared behind them, followed by Shanlei himself.
I'm not that kind of person, he said irritably. He added with an air of arrogance, I don't need the loot from a level 5 dungeon.
Am I clear? The boy looked at him surprised and dissatisfied. Just because you don't need it, he retorted, doesn't mean his relatives don't need him? The staffer's face twisted with rage. He thought to himself, this kid is a little devil. But the chief just patted the boy on the head with a warm smile. Now, let's not spout nonsense, he said. We were delayed discussing his entry into the Adventurers Association. The boy crossed his arms, his expression full of doubt. No way. He wants to work for the state. Changhai asked, awkwardly, you seem to have a problem with that. No, the boy shot back, but a man as strong as him can surely provide for himself. He doesn't need to follow the association's rules like Woozy. He asked, who's that? The boy shouted back. He's the hero from The Immortal Adventurer. How can you be an adventurer and not know him? Changhai's thoughts raced. He felt a strange dissatisfaction. What's the connection between this person and that book? The protagonist wondered. Should he tell them that he's the author? Later, while they were eating burgers, the boy asked with wide-eyed admiration, so you're really the author of The Immortal Adventurer? It can't be. A smug grin formed on Changhai's face as he adjusted his glasses. If you don't believe me, he declared, I can show you the original manuscript for Immortal Adventurer 2. Really? He then noticed something was wrong. Why aren't you eating? He asked the nurse. She looked at her meal with a worried expression and pleaded, could you please not join the association? Why? He asked. She explained that she'd once overheard her brother talking with his friends. It seemed that most who joined the association eventually came to regret their decision. Didn't your brother? Changhai pressed. Tell you the reason? No, she admitted. But I remember the looks on their faces as they spoke. They called joining the association the biggest mistake of their lives. He fell silent, mulling over her words. I'll think about it, he finally said. And thank you for the warning. She replied softly. No, I should be the one thanking you. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass split the air. A young woman glared at Shanlei, her voice trembling with fury. That man refused to help my brother, yet you accept him? You're a scoundrel. Have you forgotten exactly how you got to this position? It was the daughter of the late legendary adventurer Xu Jiaming. Her name was Xu Chan, Shanlei's own wife. Shanlei's face hardened. I have not forgotten. I offered him a spot for a reason. The dungeon he cleared is special. In a few days, his name will be everywhere. If he agrees to join our competitors, it will complicate everything. But if he signs a contract with us now, then once he reaches, level 15, you know what will be waiting for him. She scoffed. No, that's too long. Even with potential, it doesn't mean he'll ever reach level 15 and become a legend. He crushed his cigarette, his voice turning cold. I understand. Then we'll just have to get rid of him. In an ordinary high-rise building, a man was browsing the internet late at night. A user, with the handle not familiar with etiquette, sent him a message. It spoke of valuable intel about a certain cemetery. This information will be valid for about 3 days. How much are you willing to pay? The hacker and info broker known as Lao replied, the cemetery. Hasn't all the information on that place been public for ages? He typed back. Give me a hint. Why should I be interested? The response was immediate. Someone cleared the dungeon a couple of hours ago. Shanlei stated, that's everything. Xu Chan stared at the screen. Are you sure? She asked. He replied, the reward for clearing a level 5 dungeon is nothing, in the eyes of a top-tier adventurer. But for the level 6 to 10 adventurers constantly struggling with a lack of resources, this information is extremely valuable. It's standard practice for adventurers to use these guys to hunt for intel. We just need to leak Changhai's information on the black market. and adventurers from all the nearby provinces will come, looking for him. It was Shanlei who had contacted Lao, vowing, "I will be the one to avenge your brother." Inside the high-rise, a level 7 adventurer and A-rank wanted criminal named Gal read the message. It told of a new adventurer who had cleared a level 5 dungeon that no one else could conquer. As usual. He was promised 50%. He liked the sound of that. Meanwhile, Changhai answered a call. "Will my personal information be entered into the system?" "Within 3 days." Shanlei lit another cigarette and replied, "Yes." "You're from Dongshan. Why not find temporary housing first? It would be more comfortable for you." Changhai refused. "There's no point. I'm just going to Dongshan on business. I'll be back in a few days." "Okay then," Shanlei said. "We'll see each other in 3 days." He disconnected the call and took a long, sullen drag from his cigarette. He thought darkly, Changhai might not even be alive by then. The next day in Dongshan, and he arrived at his apartment. After taking off his shoes, he noticed the portal. He said in surprise, "I've only been gone for a few days. How in the world did the entrance get bigger?" He tried to touch it, but was immediately shocked by a wave of energy. The system reported, "Your level is below 6, you cannot enter." He muttered, "Does that mean the dungeon is now only accessible to adventurers from level 6 to 11? He was currently level 5. Based on his previous leveling speed, he still needed to clear 1 or 2 more dungeons to reach level 6. He sat down on the couch and began to search for something on his phone. As he scrolled through the forum on his smartphone, he recalled a dungeon in Donggan, a level 5 that was currently recruiting. Was it still active? A flicker of hope ignited as he saw the post was still fresh. There were countless announcements,
Detailed guides for Archer's promises of adventurers from the association to assist.
and most importantly, no vultures. The level 5 dungeon was a goblin crypt, and they were looking for brutes and eager sellswords. A flurry of questions filled the chat. "Do we need to buy an enchanted rod?" Newbies begged to be included. Someone else asked about the best professions for the run. Changhai typed his own message. He greeted them, then asked about the recruitment conditions. The requirements were strict prior experience clearing level,
5 dungeons, a dedicated combat role or a team title, and signing a temporary contract. More importantly, payment after the clear would be based on one's contribution at a 3-to-1 ratio against the black market price for gold coins. Back in the VIP gym, Suma wiped the sweat from his brow. "Why are you suddenly asking about gold coins?" Changhai explained.
"I was just on the forums."
"I noticed that adventurers almost never use cash for trades, so I was curious."
Suma nodded understanding. "Aside from low-level dungeon entry fees and other minor things," he began, "the most common currency for anything that matters are black market gold coins." Changhai processed this. "What makes them so special?" he asked. "Why not just use cash?" Suma explained. "Gold coins are a common drop in dungeons, of level 10 and above. My trainer told me they're essential in high-level dungeons, but he never explained why." "I see," Changhai replied, his mind already racing. "In that case, how do adventurers below level 10 get their hands on those coins? Because I need some now." Suma thought for a moment. "You could try selling dungeon drops. Do you have anything valuable? You could take it to the local ghost market." Changhai's eyes lit up. "Yes, Brother Su, thank you." The massive street was already swarming with people even in the dead of night. The ghost market was only open from 2 to 4 in the morning every Monday. The place was packed, but actual adventurers made up less than 1/10 of the crowd. Many sellers
Peddled fakes, preying on non-adventurers who couldn't tell the difference. The protagonist thought to himself,
"This feels a lot like an antique market." Suma laughed in agreement. "Don't be in a rush," he warned. "And don't sell everything at once. Walk around, get a feel for the prices, and then make your move. I've got some business here myself." "Got it," the protagonist replied. As Suma disappeared into the crowd, he thought, he's not such a bad guy. Well, it was time to get to it. He passed a vendor selling loot from the cobalt mine, bones ranging from 1 to 5 yuan. Further down there was a weapons dealer. Then he noticed a peculiar man. He was trying to buy specific items, and his request piqued Changhai's interest. He was looking for items
from low-level dungeons that could attract and deal damage to female-type monsters.
Changhai read the request and instantly understood. "Judging by that description, he's planning to run the Banshee Forest." The man looked up. "Do you have what I need?" Changhai's mind flashed to 2 items in his possession, a harmonica that could summon banshees and a specially oiled sword. He crossed his arms. "I do," he said with an air of importance. "The real question is, what are you willing to pay?" The man offered a wicked grin. It was Gao Qingyang. He held out a hand. "Let me see the goods. Then I'll tell you my price." Changhai shook his head. "I'll have to go home to get them. I'll be back in half an hour. Wait for me here." Gao Qingyang nodded. "You'd better hurry. If I get a better offer, I'm taking it. Understood?" A short while later, Changhai returned and presented the items. "Here they are."
Gao Qingyang inspected the harmonica. "This can really summon a banshee," he confirmed. I'll give you 6 gold coins for it.
Changhai beamed. Excellent. But the man's gaze turned skeptical as he examined the sword. I'll have to think about this one.
Feeling a surge of pride, Changhai declared. That blade has a sacred attribute. It deals an extra 2 damage to evil creatures and is effective against banshees.
Immunity to physical damage. Gao Qingyang's interest was piqued. Interesting. I'll offer 8 gold coins for the sword. He also suggested adding him as a friend for easier transactions in the future. Changhai readily agreed. The transfer is complete. The system chimed. With the money secured, Changhai left happily as Gao Qingyang waved. Good luck. He watched Changhai disappear into the crowd, a sly grin spreading across his face. He forgot to take precautions. Later that afternoon at the cleared cemetery, a team of adventurers was gathering. One of them checked his watch impatiently. It's been over an hour. Where is that guy for us for home? It's almost 11 a.m. Suddenly, a man clapped his hands together cheerfully. Welcome, old and new friends. I am Xiai, the owner of this level 5 goblin crypt. To my left is Meilin, an adventurer from the association. Her presence was mentioned on the official site, so you need not worry about vultures. That's right, she confirmed decisively. The men grumbled about how slow she was. Xiai continued his introductions. These 3 have run with me before. They are veterans with unwavering spirit and character. Another man stepped forward and bowed slightly. Greetings, everyone. My name is...
First, there was Wang He, the operator of Dongshan Real Estate. Xiai introduced him as their sponsor boss Wang, just an ordinary man.
Then came their new allies, a rider from Dongshan and a woman nicknamed Lazy. Both were level 3 or higher. They were clearly skilled. Xiai offered a polite smile and a greeting, wondering why dungeon owners always chose parks for their meetings. It was a strange quirk that bothered him. Since we're all here, he announced, walking towards the car, follow me to the Goblin Crypt entrance. The drive would be long, so he suggested they grab some food and drinks on the way. But lurking behind a tree, Gao Qingyang watched them leave. He knew Xiai had sold the item, but hadn't bought anything himself. He smirked, planning to use them as his ticket into a high-level dungeon. They called him Foresees for a reason. After a long drive, they ventured deep into the forest on foot. How much further? One of the newcomers asked impatiently. Xiai just smiled mysteriously. Not much longer now. The man pressed, How did you even find an entrance this far out? I didn't find it, he replied coolly. A local fool sold it to me. This sparked immediate suspicion. A fool who in this day and age sells a dungeon entrance for money instead of clearing it themselves. Ms. Lin and Xiai listened as the doubt grew. Because this crypt is a death trap for newbies, Xiai explained calmly. The guy who found it was the sole survivor of his party's attempt to clear it. For someone with no experience, it's much easier to just sell the entrance. Besides, he needed the money. He gave a portion of it to the families of his fallen comrades. Perfectly reasonable, wouldn't you say? The man paused, considering it. That is reasonable, he admitted. But I still find it hard to believe he just sold it to you that easily. His 2 friends nodded in agreement. Xiai's frustration flared. What, after all this time raiding together, you still doubt me? Just then, Ms. Lin announced, We're here. Before them shimmered a small green portal. She consulted her guidebook. The entrance size matches a forest-type level 5 crypt. All eyes turned to the portal. Xiai gestured towards it. The risks have been assessed. You can enter. I take full responsibility for what happens next. Excellent. The man grinned, stepping forward. He plunged into the portal first as arcs of energy welcomed him. As the protagonist moved to follow Xiai's hand, shot out, stopping him. I double-checked the portal, he said quietly. Everything should be fine. Your mission is to protect Mr. Wang. Any objections? The man scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. By the way, Xiai added, your discounted entry fee was my doing. I'll share my rewards, Wang chimed in. The adventurers exchanged a look. Ms. Sloth then asked the critical question, what about our exit missions?
We'll prioritize your escape mission first, Xiai declared, and handle the rest after.
She spread her hands, satisfied. Then I have no objections. With the promise of the main mission's reward, she stepped through. No questions from me either, Xiai said, and the rest of the party followed him inside. System panels materialized before them. What's our mission? The man asked. His friends replied, kill 2 goblins. It seemed everyone had a kill quest, with the only difference being the number required. Xiai explained to Wing, missions in this dungeon scale with your level. The main goal is to find the Goblin Crypt. Adventurers from levels 2 to 4 have to find it. Those at levels 4 and 5 must kill a certain number of goblins.
Ah, I see, Wang replied. No wonder our missions are different. She gave him a curious look.
Xiai clapped his hands, gathering their attention. Listen up. Our newcomers are on protection duty for Mr. Wang. So when we encounter goblins, let them get their mission kills first. Understood? A chorus of okay and agreed answered him. All right then, Xiai announced. Let's begin. But at that same moment, Xiai stared at his own system panel in shock. His mission: fight the Goblin Warriors. His exit condition: participate in killing the Goblin Warriors. 2 hours later, an adventurer slammed a goblin against a rock, shattering it into pieces. The whole party had already dispatched several goblins and were taking a break. "Want to finish one off, Xie?" the man offered. "No, you handle them," he replied. Wang wiped sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. "Are these really level 5 dungeon monsters?" he asked. "They don't seem so tough." The adventurer lit a cigarette. "These are just trash mobs. The real monsters are hidden deeper inside. It usually takes a team of 3 to 5 veterans just to take down the crypt's boss. A few goblins are no problem, as long as their numbers don't overwhelm us." Wang nodded. "So as long as it's just a couple of goblins, we'll be fine." "Of course we can handle it," Xie confirmed. "But from what I know, the number of goblins in here, warriors are supposed to be rare one per crypt. Twin goblins were a near impossible legend, but a terrible feeling said it was about to happen again. He could feel it. More than one powerful monster was in this crypt. One was an unknown at level 5, and with it a level 5 goblin warrior. A horde of goblins erupted from the cave, screaming and waving their crude clubs. The adventurer in front roared, "Everyone move! Quickly, don't let a single one escape."
His comrades yelled their assent, charging forward to cut them down.
Miss Lin watched with a worried gaze. "We're in deep trouble." Xie turned to her confused, asking what she was talking about. "Since we entered," she began, "we've already faced 4 waves of goblins, all of them the weakest kind. The 3 adventurers carved through them with brutal efficiency, cleaving bodies in half and running them through with spears." Miss Lin continued, "We don't have time to go deeper. This dungeon has an abnormal number of mobs." She theorized they were either incredibly lucky or the exact opposite. At that moment, she asked Wang, "You have so much money. Why are you so determined to be an adventurer? If you just want to experience dungeons, you could just sponsor a party." He looked away sheepishly. "It's embarrassing to admit, but I wanted to become an adventurer to lose weight." She stared in shock. "To lose weight? Wait, what's the connection between that and risking your life?" He lit up with excitement. "The connection is obvious. I asked some acquaintances in the profession, and they all said meditation practices make you stronger and slimmer without all the physical effort. Don't you see?" he pleaded. "Dungeon meditation training is the ideal weight loss plan for people who have lots of money but no time for exercise." She was utterly baffled. Spending a fortune just to lose weight. The logic was completely lost on her. Xie walked up, fastening the belt on his armor. "What are you two talking about? Mind if I join?" Wang gave him a thumbs up. "Now that's a real professional."
Preparing with chainmail. The girl stared at the main character. "You wear that every time you're in a dungeon." He just warmed up.
"Yeah," he said. "Last time this chainmail saved my life. I don't get why you're not wearing armor." In the distance, the adventurers finished their brutal work, standing amid the splattered blood of goblins. Wiping his forehead, their leader shouted, "All right, it's clear time to rotate the next batch of
"Goblins belongs to Xie and Miss Lin." He clenched his fists. "Okay, our turn." But a shocked cry from Xie stopped him.
"The scoring mechanism," she exclaimed. "Don't you know, the less strength you use in the dungeon, the more points you get for clearing the quest?" An uneasy feeling settled in his stomach. "Is that really a thing?" She wearily pressed a hand to her forehead. "No wonder. You didn't need to kill those minor goblins. Now you've cleared the dungeon in full armor." She'd been afraid that his titles, gear, and skills weren't enough. And considering most of what he had was
basic level, he was no better than a complete rookie. He mumbled awkwardly. "Well, actually," she turned away.
"This is just sad. I knew I shouldn't expect much, but it turned out they had not 1 but 2 newbies who needed protection." The lead adventurer approached. "You 3 can talk later," he said, beckoning them forward. "The goblin squad blocking the way has been destroyed. It's time to move on." The protagonist simply said, "That's great." After 10 minutes, they stood before a choice. 3 tunnel entrances. Xie asked, "Why are there 3 passages? Shouldn't a level 5 dungeon have only 2? Miss Lin's expression hardened. "It seems my fears were correct. We've encountered a system bug." He asked, "A bug?" She explained. "This info isn't public, but on average in 1 out of 50 low-level dungeons, the actual difficulty far exceeds the stated rank. That's a bug. There are 3 types. The first is an increase in the number of mobs. The second is an increase in the number of bosses. And third, the boss's strength itself can be amplified. What we've encountered so far seems like the first option." A lightning bolt of understanding hit Xie. If she was right, then this explained all the problems he'd faced in past dungeons. Wang paled. "So, if we go further, we risk finding even more monsters," she confirmed. "Yes." He nervously raised his hands. "Isn't that incredibly dangerous? Can't we just call it a day and go back?" He wanted to be an adventurer, not a corpse.
"We can't go back," Xie said firmly. "The number of mobs has exceeded all expectations, but the boss's strength
has probably remained the same. We don't have to kill all of them. We just need to find the boss and kill him quickly. before the endless tide of goblins notices us. It's no different from a normal mission. Miss Lin scoffed, dissatisfied. The boss's strength hasn't changed. That's just what you hope. If you're wrong, it will be impossible to deal with the boss. If more mobs show up as reinforcements, we're all dead. She folded her arms, her displeasure obvious. Are you suggesting we just give up, throw away this chance to clear the dungeon? If you're not prepared to take the risk, then I suggest you find a new job as a courier. She flared up, shouting, Isn't this risk far too great? Don't you know what a challenge dungeon means? The difficulty is higher than stated, and we have zero information. It's a suicide mission, the other adventurer spoke up. Can I ask something? The rewards for these bugged dungeons? Are they just the usual? Ms. Lin replied. It all depends on how much the real difficulty exceeds the official one. They say even level 14 and 15 adventurers would kill to clear a dungeon like this. He raised his hand decisively. In that case, I'm in, Shiai. And Sloth stared at him in disbelief. Changhai suggested, we should just vote on it. Do we stay, or do we retreat? The adventurer agreed. A vote is a good idea, Shiai scoffed. Fine, I'm leaving right now. No one's forcing me to stay, Ms. Lin simply stated. Those who are staying, raise your hands. She lifted her own. 3 adventurers raised their hands with her. Shiai, however, did not. Sloth also just shook her head. What a team of complete fools, she thought. They have no sense of risk. Annoyed, she yelled at Changhai. And where do you think you're going? At least these guys have the level to fight, but with your skills? Your strength is pathetic, he replied. I just want to try. Shiai sighed. If everyone has decided it's time to say our goodbyes,
I'll return the money to Mr. Wang. But the man smiled. No need for that. It was a pleasure working with you. They shook hands as Sloth
turned away, telling him to just go. He glanced at her surprised, then ran, calling, Hey, wait for me. Meanwhile, the adventurer and Shiai, Zhong stood at a fork in the path. Should we go left? I think right is the better choice. Shiai cracked his knuckles. Let's decide with rock, paper, scissors. The man agreed. What if we tie? Shiai answered. If it's a tie, we take the middle passage. Deal! With fierce resolve, they both yelled, Rock, paper, scissors. Shiai's paper covered the adventurer's rock. He jumped for joy. Hooray! The dissatisfied man groaned. He glared at his fist. Ah, I knew I should have picked scissors. Ms. Lin then gave an order. When the bosses appear, Changhai, you stayed away from them. Your job is to kill the mobs so they don't interfere. He confidently puffed out his chest. Not a problem. Elsewhere, Wang and Sloth walked through the forest. He gestured, asking, Why were you so against them? Was that dungeon really so dangerous? She shot back. What makes you think I disliked them? He scratched his head. I'm a businessman, he said awkwardly. I'm a good judge of character. She sighed. I refused because of my title. A danger warning appeared right above my head. The effect of my title is to warn me of mortal peril. Back in the crypt, I used it, and it detected 2 entities that posed a massive threat to my life. Combine that with what the association member told us, and the conclusion is obvious. This is a rare and extremely dangerous dungeon with 2 bosses. You can't forget it takes 3 to 5 adventurers of the same level. To clear a single boss, defeating 2 was impossible. Wang asked, Then why didn't you just tell them? It would have made things clearer. She waved his question away. Believe me or not, if I had told them. By tomorrow, every black market information merchant would know about me and my title. Understand? Why should I sacrifice my own interests to save them from their own choices? As a temporary teammate, I tried my best to convince them. They refused to listen. It's not my fault. He then asked, So why did you tell me Sloth simply said, Don't worry? I won't hurt you. You aren't that deep in the adventurer world. Besides, you don't need the money to sell my information. You have no one to tell. Wang let out a breath of relief. I see. They kept walking, but then she stopped dead. What is it? Wang asked. She stared at the portal in absolute horror. We can't go any further. In front of them, the portal was twisting violently, emitting a strange, creepy aura. She realized something far more dangerous was waiting for them outside. What she didn't know was that the cause was none other than Ga Qingyang. At this very moment, Xie was effortlessly fighting a goblin. Though surrounded, Ms. Lin came to his aid with her magic. Her hand glowed with intense light as her eyes snapped open. A spiral of fire erupted, spreading outwards. A second-order magic spell. Fire stream. Each goblin was engulfed in a torrent of flames and raw magic. Xie looked on in surprise, then noticed the aura surrounding his own body. So the elemental armor? That Lin gave me was meant for this moment, the man thought, as expected of an association adventurer. We're the same level, but her titles, her equipment, her training. It's all on another dimension. The goblins were now nothing more than ash. Their bodies went rigid, then collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Xie stood amidst a field of corpses, gave an approving nod, and remarked, Good work! She wiped the sweat from her forehead, adjusting her bracelet. The next goblin wave will be on us soon. All 3 answered in unison.
Suddenly, a goblin warrior smirked, and a system panel materialized before Changhai.
When an unregistered boss appears, the dungeon rating will increase. Shiai spun around. A new monster was clawing its way up from the earth. A goblin shaman leading a fresh horde. He scoffed, "You think that's the boss?" "It's a little different from the others," the man said skeptically. "But it's so small, maybe not. It practically disappears among the regular ones." "Wait!" Lin shouted with rising dread.
"We have to be careful. That's not a warrior. It's a shaman." The creature grinned, directing its minions with a wave of its staff.
With a terrifying roar, the entire goblin horde charged. "Hurry!" Lin cried out. "We have to finish this before more mobs appear. If we don't, we'll be in serious danger." The adventurer in Changhai said, right, and readied their weapons. A deafening crash
Erupted from the wall right beside Lin. The protagonist snapped his head around as a huge hole was blasted open by a
powerful blow. Rock and dust exploded outwards. Lin stared at the breach in sheer terror. A hulking goblin warrior. She had smashed through the wall to get to her. "What is going on?" she thought in a panic. "Since when do goblins use battle strategies in this dungeon?" The colossal monster swung its sword down. She could only cover her face with her hands. But as the blow landed, she was completely unharmed. She was stunned to see Changhai, his defying death status, active holding back. The goblin's massive sword. "Run," he commanded her. "I'll fight him." "Lin's in trouble," Shiai shouted. "We have to help."
But they were swarmed by the goblin army. "Are you kidding me?" his partner yelled back. "With this many goblins, we're the ones who need help."
The immense blade pressed down on Changhai. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Get to the others. I can handle this." "But," Lin hesitated, "if you stay, you'll only get in the way." Changhai shot back, parrying the goblin's massive sword.
She clenched her jaw and raced toward her teammates. "I'll get rid of the shaman and come right back."
At that moment, the goblin warrior slammed its blade into the ground, sending rock and dust flying high into the air. It stared into the dust cloud with a smug look which quickly turned to shock when it saw Changhai was gone. Its sword had only carved a crater. "Now, no one will interrupt us." Changhai's voice turned cold as he circled his foe. "You can attack now," he said, drawing his sword. The skill Dance with Death activated in a near-death state. His damage increases by 3 times. Skill, 1 step, 1 kill. While near death, his perception skyrockets to 18. He can predict the enemy's every move. Enraged, the goblin roared and leaped, swinging wildly. But Changhai slipped, right under its feet, wounding its leg before stopping gracefully. "This boss is strong, but it's clumsy. I should be able to dodge most of its attacks, even one after another." The goblin stared at its injury in surprise. Changhai stared back in surprise as the goblin's skin began to change color. It shrieked in fury, entering a state of complete madness. Pain tolerance, speed, and strength all increase while sanity is halved. What a berserker, he thought. The goblin charged, screaming and swinging its sword. However, Changhai was able to dodge every single attack. "This is too easy. Its strength went up, but it has no tactics. This is actually easier," he mused. "So this is a typical boss for a level 5 dungeon?" It's actually a little sad. He emotionlessly dodged another attack, and with one clean blow knocked the giant sword from the goblin's grasp. The monster fell, clutching its hand, stunned by the sudden pain. It looked at Changhai in confusion. "A creature of your level," he said coldly, "doesn't even deserve to be a warm-up." He prepared his sword for the final attack. The goblin's color changed back to green, and it began to run away in utter fear. Changhai cracked his neck. "Don't have the courage to fight anymore," he sighed. "I guess I shouldn't expect much from a level 5 dungeon." At the same time, the others were being overrun by a massive squad of goblins. Flashes of Lin's magic lit up the battlefield, scattering goblins in all directions. "How many more of them are there? They just keep advancing, it's endless." Shiai yelled anxiously at Lin. "Use your fire magic," she cried out in frustration. "You think I don't want to?" "The shaman is interfering with my casting using low-level magic." Sinister orbs pulsed from its staff without end. Suddenly, Shiai saw the system panel. "Wait, when did he manage to complete the task?" "What, me too?" the adventurer asked. Lin screamed, "He must have killed that giant. We have to keep fighting. He'll be here soon." But one of the men killing goblins said, "He already completed the task. He wasn't with us." "There's no point in him risking his life for us," the second man suggested. "We should just leave them." The task was complete. But Lin cried out in horror. If they didn't kill the shaman, their escape route would be sealed off.
By the goblins under his command, Shiai grimly agreed. Leaving wasn't an option. The other adventurer scoffed, saying it was easier said than done.
As the shaman chuckled darkly, a powerful blow echoed from the wall behind him. He spun around, completely stunned. The same type of explosion that took out the goblin warrior. The man stared in disbelief as Changhai burst through the crumbling wall, in a cloud of stone and dust. "It's him!" Lin screamed. The shaman barely had time to register fear before Changhai ended him with a single brutal slash. His head flew through the air as blood erupted like a fountain. Xie watched, stunned. Our protagonist now stood before a horde of goblins. They looked at him, their eyes wide with terror, then scattered in every direction. He calmly wiped his blade. The adventurer was speechless. How did you handle all of that alone in an abnormal dungeon with 2 bosses? Changhai simply smiled. About that, I'd appreciate it if you kept this a secret. Lin nodded, understanding perfectly.
A rising star like him would attract too much unwanted attention. He couldn't reveal his true power until his level was high enough.
He thanked them for their discretion. Suddenly he looked up in surprise. Sloth and Wong were walking toward them. Just a little earlier, she had warned them not to go outside. It's much more dangerous there, she had said. More dangerous than this, he asked. Her answer was chilling. There are adventurers out there, far more dangerous than the 2 bosses in this dungeon. If we go out, we will die. So what should we do? Another asked. Sloth's plan was to go back, find the others, and convince them to leave together.
Back in the cave, she asked in astonishment, "Did you really kill both bosses?" The adventurer confirmed it.
In fact, he added, that guy dealt with them almost single-handedly. How is that possible, she thought, using a skill to check his status. He registered as no threat at all. But Lin grew suspicious. Wait, how did you know there were 2 bosses? Were you just standing there and watching us fight all this time? Sloth denied it. They had reached the exit long before the party even met the boss. She knew because of her title, a unique ability that helps her recognize any danger that threatens her, including evil creatures. That was how she knew there were 2 bosses waiting. Xie scowled, displeased. If you have such a useful skill, why didn't you tell us? She replied that she did warn them, just not directly.
She had persistently tried to dissuade them from going deeper. Changhai cut to the chase. Why did you come back? Her reply sent a shiver down their spines.
Because someone much stronger than both bosses is waiting for us. It was a high-level adventurer hostile blocking the only exit. They looked at her with doubt and shock. Lin asked, Are you sure that's who blocked the door? Before she could answer, the angry adventurer grabbed Changhai, shouting, The difficulty of this dungeon is way above standard, and that adventurer is too suspicious. He has to answer for this. Did you do it? Changhai shouted back. It wasn't me if you don't believe it. We can sign a magical contract. But a thought flashed through Changhai's mind. Wait, could the adventurer blocking the exit be the one who didn't show up? If so, it's possible. But I still don't understand. He turned to Sloth, a plan forming. Your title can warn you of danger. If I project my killing intent at someone, your title should be able to tell. Who is stronger? Sloth looked at him seriously. I can... In the next instant, a menacing panel of his skills appeared before her. She was stunned, staring at his title and the terrifying aura radiating from his sim. She felt true fear. He asked, Who's stronger now, me? Or him? She replied that the guy outside was a little stronger. Changhai retracted his skills. I understand, he said calmly. Lin spoke, her voice grim. We only have one way out. First, we complete our missions. Then, when everyone is finished, we attack him together. The adventurer agreed, and even Changhai looked worried. He muttered that if he had known about a trap like this, but the protagonist cut him off. It's too late for regrets. Besides, there are many of us. We can handle it. On the other side of the portal, a dissatisfied Guy Young waited impatiently. Why haven't they emerged yet? That kid, he definitely wouldn't die that easily. At that moment, the party was examining their system panels and discussing the remaining tasks. Changhai received his own report. He now had the right to challenge the Murloc dungeon. I almost died, and now this. I have to hurry and get rid of these shameful titles. He had obtained Goblin Hunter, Art of the Dark Keeperess, and Life After Death. He also got an item, the Goblin Shaman's Bone Flute, which could randomly summon a goblin to fight for him. He also received an excellent rare item, the Goblin Encyclopedia, and another rare item, Goblin's Secret Medicine. For some reason, there was no epic item this time. The dungeon with 2 bosses had somehow felt easier than the graveyard. It seemed he wouldn't need to waste money on level 6 dungeons. He could immediately advance to the next level of challenges. He was now level 6. His profession, Follower of Death. Strength and agility were at 12, while perception and intelligence were at 16. His constitution was 13, and charisma was 11. He opened his list of titles. There were so many of them now. He believed he would only need a select few titles. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, Survivor, stood against the Legend, and Keeper. The names were peculiar, but a strategy was forming. He needed to carefully sync all their additional buffs with his characteristics. First, he'd activate Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. With its power, he could slip into the enemy's blind spot and unleash the Arc of Darkness. Then, he'd trigger his professional skills, Dance.
With death and one step, one kill to land a single, perfect, fatal blow. After that, he would rapidly switch
between Stood Against the Legend and Keeper. The first skill would let him predict his opponent's next move. The moment the enemy turned to strike his comrade, he would swap his title to Guardian. The instant they refocused, he'd become the Keeper. With this fluid tactic, his chances of surviving against a much stronger foe skyrocketed. The key was perfect, flawless execution. He felt a surge of confidence in his plan.
But a nagging thought surfaced. Choosing just one path was too risky. He needed to review every item he'd acquired.
Before making a final call, he scanned his professional skills. Beyond the ones he knew, another caught his eye. Feign Death. It stopped his breathing and heartbeat, a desperate gambit to survive. The closer to death he got, the higher his agility and speed, he smirked. Die to survive was a potent skill. Combined with one step, one kill, he could strike an enemy's vital points from the brink. An excellent ability, the Feign Death skill was a perfect ace up his sleeve. If he pretended to be dead, he might get a surprise attack. As long as that high-level adventurer guarding the exit wasn't insane enough to mutilate a corpse, his plan would work. He would deceive them all like a master swindler. Of course, this was his final resort. If possible, he'd win outright. Besides, he wasn't entirely sure the adventurer wouldn't just kill them for their items anyway. He opened his inventory. Equipment furnace, 6 Murloc spears, and the Song of the Sea. Wearing it allowed him to breathe and speak underwater, letting him communicate with marine life. There was also a music box, imbued with the voice of a banshee. He could use it to overwhelm his enemies with its sonic shriek, or even summon the spirit when needed. Bone fragments. When smelted, they had a chance to grant special characteristics to his equipment. A talent bandage that doubled the effectiveness of practice. A ghost frame. The Flute of Horror, which would answer the call of its user. However, it often killed those who weren't strong enough. Activists below level 10 were warned to be careful. The legendary practice of the Haze, Undead, helped gain additional experience. And a Goblin Bone Flute, with unlimited uses. A Goblin Shaman, Banner, which would grant him the title of Goblin Shaman. The Book of Goblin Heritage, filled with vital information about their race. And a Goblin Potion, which gave a chance to gain extra courage upon consumption. He nodded. This haul was incredible. The Bone Flute, the Shaman Banner, the Book of Heritage, they would all be invaluable. Even the potion could come in handy. With the flute, he'd have a goblin assistant. Considering his opponent was likely 2 or 3 levels higher, he needed every advantage. He had to use his item enhancement and refining coupons to maximize his strength. His eyes fell on the legendary Undead helmet. This piece had the highest level among all his gear. The best solution was to use the coupons on this. No matter how, the upgrade turned out, he still had a couple more coupons. He frowned with determination. Just do it. He applied the miracle item coupon. The helmet began to glow with an intense light. A system window appeared. The item had reached epic grade. The coupon could not be used again. So, epic is the maximum level, he mused. Maybe he should smell his useless gear first, and then decide how to use the remaining coupons. He tossed the items into the furnace and activated it. But another message popped up. Smelting canceled. The arsonist's tools, the Song of the Sea, the frame, none of them were considered equipment. The furnace's use count wasn't depleted. So things like this can't be smelted, he muttered. That meant he couldn't use his spare spears and swords. Smelting them would be difficult and yield nothing. His current sword couldn't be upgraded any further, either, though it was still a decent weapon. Suddenly, the sword flared with a dark light, a special item, the Black Knight's sword, when used, to kill an enemy stronger than its owner. His agility and physical fitness would permanently increase. A satisfied smile spread across his face. With his helmet and weapon now decided, he could finally use the remaining coupons on his armor. This was the perfect chance to replace the shoddy chainmail he had bought online. The system announced a successful exchange. The equipment upgrade coupon was consumed. An incredible new set of armor materialized on him. Whoa, he breathed. It was cool to the touch, and far lighter than the chainmail he had worn before, Lin called out. Are you done yet? He replied. Almost, just a little longer, and we can go. Xiaxue shouted. Is that some insane equipment? Did you find that in this dungeon? He just said, wait for me. I'm calling a companion. Hey, don't ignore me, Xiaxue yelled. He pulled out the bone flute and began to play. A loud, eerie sound echoed from it. With a wave of his hand, a small portal crackled into existence, spitting lightning. They looked at the goblin. who clutched its head in confusion.
What's the point of a companion like that? One of them grumbled. He has barely half a point of combat power. He's useless. But Changhai simply said he wasn't.
Finished yet. He produced the goblin potion and tossed it to the creature. The goblin sniffed the vial, its eyes darting
toward Changhai. He then raised the shaman banner. The goblin saw the display of power and trembled, instinctively understanding the command. Drink.
With a look of fearful delight, it chugged the entire potion. Instantly, its arms began to warp, muscles bulging like cannonballs. The adventurer screamed in terror. What is that? What did you give it? The goblin collapsed, its body covered in grotesque bumps.
A piercing scream echoed through the dungeon as Changhai watched with satisfaction. The monster grew to a colossal size, looking at its own body.
In utter shock, Xiaoxia asked, "What did it become?" "A boss." The goblin waved its massive arms in glee. As Changhai glanced at its naked form with a slight frown, he called out to it, saying the clothes and weapons over there were just for him, pointing to a fallen goblin warrior. It happily scrambled over. The adventurer nervously asked his companion, "It won't go berserk, right? It's
as strong as a boss now." Changhai admitted he wasn't sure. He then asked Sloth to use her title and check for any
hostility." Her eyes began to glow as she focused on the goblin, who was now clumsily getting dressed.
She told them they had nothing to fear. The creature was practically hugging its new sword.
"That's a relief,"
the man sighed. Lin then announced she would pray
to the goddess of magic for her divine power. She sent a stream of pure magic at Changhai, chanting, "Magic armor and bakes, endurance attribute." He gasped in amazement. This is incredible. His entire physical performance skyrocketed. The exhausted Lin explained it would only last for 1 hour. The magic armor could protect even the parts not covered by his regular gear, though his own armor was already superior. The goblin pointed to itself, asking, "What about me? Where's mine?" A moment later, it too was enveloped in a divine aura. Its strength attribute increased by 2. Lin collapsed from the effort, and Xiaoxia rushed to her side. "Are you all right?" Lin weakly replied that she just needed a moment to rest. With their preparations complete, the group stepped through the exit portal. Gao Qingyang was waiting with a vicious smirk, but his expression soured with confusion. "Where did that goblin come from?" he muttered. Xiaoxia looked around. "Didn't they say someone was blocking the exit? Why is no one here?" Changhai replied. "He must be hiding. Sloth, can you check?" She nodded, her brow furrowing in concentration. "Found him," she declared. "Behind that tree. Be careful. He's laid traps everywhere. Don't step on them." The man asked. "Traps? What kind?" Gao Qingyang emerged from the shadows with a sneer. "Are you a bunch of detectives? How offensive." Changhai's eyes narrowed in recognition. It all made sense now. He'd just cleared the Banshee Forest. And this man was here to steal his prize, likely knowing who he was from the start. But how? Very few people knew his
whereabouts. The commander had signed a non-disclosure agreement. The nurse couldn't have told him. Then who? Lin stared
at the man, a look of dawning horror on her face. "Wait a minute," she shouted. "Are you Gao Qingyang?" one of the adventurers asked. "You know him?" "Of course," Lin cried. "He's the most wanted criminal in both Yunjia City and Guizhou. Even though he's only level 7, he's killed hundreds of adventurers. Rumor has it that his bloodlust isn't just for loot. He's trying to acquire a special title." It was believed that he was the origin of the bloodthirsty human killer title. His actual combat power was comparable to a level 9 adventurer. A system window materialized above him. He smirked. "So you do know me. You must be a guild member." The system announced the Great War title has been removed. Camouflage effect deactivated. Title, bloodthirsty human killing, has been activated. Human relations, +3. Damage to humans, +3. Lin grimaced. "He's definitely earned that title." Gao Qingyang smiled wickedly. "How about we make a deal?" She glared at him with contempt as he continued. "That guy stays, and I let the rest of you go." The group immediately prepared for battle. But one of the men hesitated. "He'll be fine, right? Maybe we should..." Lin screamed at him. "Don't listen. The guild records say he loves to hunt his victims after letting them go." "How can you believe such nonsense? Once he's done with Changhai, he'll hunt us down one by one," Sloth added. "She's right. He says he'll let us go, but his malice level hasn't dropped at all. He's lying," Gao Qingyang sneered. "Oh, you can check that too." Changhai stepped forward, with the goblin at his side. "It doesn't matter. He's my target. Even if the goblin and I fall, you'll still have to fight. We're all in the same boat. Don't have any illusions about him. Of course, if anyone is afraid, don't hold me. Back, Lin declared. We'll help you. The other man didn't even have time to object. Gao Qingyang chuckled. I see. You're all good people. You've decided to die together. Changhai's voice was ice. No, we've decided to kill you together. He sneered. Knowing how S-rank skills inflate a rookie's ego, he already saw his opponent as nothing more than trash. But it wasn't that simple. Usually, it's a struggle for level 1 and 5 adventurers to get a decent title or profession, let alone proper equipment. She noted his armor seemed surprisingly high quality. He must have farmed a lot of items in the Banshee Forest and the cemetery. He brandished his scythe with a smug grin. Unlucky for you. My skills are just too good, Changhai simply replied. We'll see about that. And charged forward, his goblin hot on his heels. The opponent thrust his hand out and it erupted in a blinding glow. A shimmering barrier of warm light materialized. The protagonist smirked, trying to slow me down. Gao Qingyang ran around smugly, thinking to himself, Fool, it's more than a simple slow. He has no idea how to counter a weapon like this. Once his speed is crippled, his reaction time will be shot. Changhai's voice cut through his thoughts. So, that's your plan. Gao Qingyang froze in shock. Behind Changhai, a phantom-like aura flickered into existence. He gripped his weapon tighter. Unfortunately for you, if this is all you have, you will die today. The goblin attacked from above, screeching loudly. Disgusting creature, Gao Qingyang shouted, scrambling away from the goblin's assault. The two of them just watched him. The scythe now lay at Changhai's feet. He thought to himself, what just happened? How did he just block my entire combo? Our main character watched him with cold indifference, and Gao Qingyang's mind raced. How could a newbie, who's only cleared 3 dungeons, possess this kind of power? As they were processing everything, Shiai shouted, I thought this guy was all talk, but he was disarmed in an instant. Looks like he won't need my help. Lin was still stunned. He's just too strong. She thought, he's already on the same level as the top rookies recruited by the association. No, he's clearly stronger. Gao Qingyang desperately opened his inventory. If I said that I don't need the scythe, will you let me go? He pulled out an invisibility cloak, capable of hiding both people and objects. Changhai raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? Gao Qingyang smirked. Just as I said. And then he vanished, Changhai called out. But he was gone. The cloak's effect was perfect invisibility. They scanned the area while the goblin growled. He was now behind the goblin, thinking, to meet a newcomer this monstrously strong, one I could actually compete with. It's almost shameful. Still, a rookie like him will never become a legend. It's a shame, but his journey ends here. He drew his sword. Don't blame me. I gave you a chance. You're the one who chose death. He lunged from behind to attack. Sloth screamed a warning. Changhai, be careful. Gao Qingyang hadn't gone far. He was right beside him. He shot her an irritated glance, thinking, that girl is in the way. Changhai swung his own blade. Where are you looking? Then he struck with devastating force, and Gao Qingyang coughed up a spray of blood. Impossible, he thought. How did he know where I was? And then he collapsed. The protagonist answered coldly. My perception is 20. Every move you made was a dead giveaway. He looked down at them and said, wounded man, and Gao Qingyang's mind reeled. Heightened perception. Changhai ordered the goblin. Finish him! With a roar, the creature advanced, brandishing its spear. Blood sprayed into the air once more. Fate is a cruel thing. Everyone watched in utter shock. Changhai walked over to Lin. If a person wants to join the association, how long does it take? To enter their data, she replied. On a business day, about half a day. The protagonist's eyes narrowed. It seems the reason he tracked me down is because someone leaked the information that I was the one who cleared the cemetery. He then said, by the way, you verbally promised to get me into the association tonight, but my data was never accepted. If I change my city of residence, will everything be fine? She replied. Of course. The association will always welcome you. Inside a massive skyscraper, a phone began to ring. It was the manager of the Yusha City Recruitment Association, Shan Lichen, Changhai stated calmly. I've thought about it and decided not to become an adventurer in Yuna City. The manager was stunned. Why your information will be in the system tomorrow? Why did you change your mind? He replied. I just got rid of one of your wanted criminals. The D Shan Association invited me to join them, Shanli said. Well, It's a good idea to be an adventurer in your hometown. That's right, Changhai agreed. I thought so too. Well then, we'll say goodbye, and hung up. Shan Li slammed his own phone on the table with all his might. He shouted with a face full of
pure hatred. This fool is ruining everything. Back in the dungeon, Lin asked, "Is it done?" The protagonist said yes, then asked, "Why didn't you?"
leave, she admitted. I also received an invitation to buy information about you on the black market. Is that so? He suddenly became curious. How much gold were they offering? She thought. Didn't we just condemn this in the dungeon? He's such a fool. Later, inside the Adventurer Association's branch building, a worker asked Changhai to, disabling all his titles and skills, he poured his raw strength into the machine, preparing his fists. Okay, he said with confidence, then launched himself at the machine, striking the red target with a thunderous crash. The number 12 flickered onto the screen. So this was the official tool for testing an adventurer's base stats. He'd heard the training classes were so intense, you didn't even need a gym. The goblin watched, pondering. His master's strength is 12. How does that compare to a goblin? Is the testing finished? Lin asked.
Almost, the worker replied. His strength and agility are both 12. At that moment, the goblin smashed its fist into the device, and the number 17 lit up the screen.
Changhai was stunned, but Lin was deep in thought. Only 12? That number didn't match the power he'd shown back in the dungeon.
She had predicted his base stats would be 14, maybe even 15. Even at that level,
he's comparable to a level 9 adventurer. This means his titles are bridging the gap in his raw power. An ordinary profession and titles were clearly not his path. There had to be a secret, some hidden combination at play. He smirked at the satisfied goblin, telling him not to get too comfortable. He hadn't even activated his own titles yet. Mr. Changhai, Lin called out. Your data is loaded. Here is your pass. He scratched his head. So quickly, she explained that he was a special case. You did clear a dungeon and defeat the boss all by yourself. The card displayed his photo, name, city, and adventurer ID. Lin continued. Adventurers at level 6 clear dungeons like that about twice a year. After that, they get the chance to join a group for resource collection. But considering your base stats can be improved, I suggest you take your time.
For the next 2 years, focus on clearing officially approved dungeons. Pay attention to building up your body and combat training.
He replied, no problem. She added that sometimes
Headquarters will request you join a team. In those cases, you can earn rewards for taking down criminals and monsters
who have accidentally infiltrated our world. These rewards are converted into contribution points, which can be used for title hints, job change certificates, and various items from the association. But usually, such requests are only for adventurers at level 9 and above, so it's too early for you to think about that. He absorbed the information. I have a question, he said. Lin listened as he asked. What are these hints? She replied. They help you find out the probability of getting a new title versus a duplicate one. Their effectiveness has been proven by the association. To access our network, you just need to use this pass. You can find information about anything. If you have items you don't need, you can sell them to the association or exchange them for contribution points or certificates. I understand. He nodded. Then she asked, so, when are you going to dismiss your ward? Both of them shouted in unison. What? Can't I keep him? He asked desperately. The bone flute summons a random goblin. I might never see him again. I don't want to lose this little guy. The goblin nodded its head frantically. Lin smiled. There's no need to worry, as long as your goblin doesn't die in our world, and you don't summon another one. You can always resummon him. They both breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, Changhai said. Meanwhile, in the level 6 dungeon of the goblin tribe, young goblins were playing when one of them bumped into Changhai's goblin and jumped back in fright. Back in the human world, the goblin vanished through its portal. Follow me, Lin instructed. I'll introduce you to my colleagues. Okay, he agreed. A loud voice greeted him. It was an adventurer candidate named Leon Jane. I'm an association candidate, he announced proudly. Another man advised, remember to reset your sensitivity settings for adventurers with stats stronger than yours. Just then, a level 3 adventurer, Chung Jingwan, sneered. That's ridiculous, he scoffed. Leon retorted. What's the difference? His stats might be higher, right? Lin silently thought. No, his are definitely not. Changhai asked the staff. Is he also from Dongshan? An association adventurer named Yawan Zhang answered him. Yes, but not really, he clarified. I'm only level 8, so I can't be the leader of the dungeon clearing team. So someone else has that position? Changhai inquired. Is he not here because he's in a dungeon? No, Yawan Zhang replied. He's busy hunting a criminal adventurer. They say He came for the man who cleared the cemetery dungeon in the city. Changhai grew nervous. Is that so? Leon Jakin suddenly yelled. The cemetery.
The one with the bug that drops out all those weapon upgrade coupons. That's cool, but not as cool as Mr. Changhai.
Who cleared a dungeon and killed the boss alone. I'm so proud to have been born in the same city as him. He cleared the dungeon and destroyed an A-rank criminal. Then he noticed the room had gone completely silent. He looked around and asked, Why, is everyone looking at me like that? Lin asked. Do you still not understand? Understand what? He replied, confused. I was just sharing my thoughts. He was about to say more, but Changhai raised his hand with a smile and said, I'm the one you're talking about. Having conquered the cemetery, Liang Huan felt a surge of confidence. Later that evening, he suited up, his new equipment gleaming. He recalled the advice he'd been given. Don't rush. It's better to improve his physical fitness by raiding low-level dungeons. His gaze drifted, lost in thought, but he was determined to explore this dungeon entrance himself. He slipped on his helmet, his resolve hardening.
According to Sister Lin, when he goes all out, his power is equivalent to level 10, even if he can't clear the dungeon.
He could still accomplish something significant. He just hoped there were no surprises with the difficulty. He took a deep breath and entered the dungeon. Has anything changed since last time? He wondered aloud. Instantly, a system panel materialized before his eyes. After his recent promotion, he now had access to elite dungeons, a system for switching between main and sub-professions, and an updated taskbar. He asked,
So the panel updates according to the 4 stages I was told about. Does that mean the next update will be at
levels 11 and 16? A new feature appeared, title induction. He could now use 4 main titles and 6 subtitles during a raid. There was also the system for switching between main and sub-professions. While in a dungeon, he cannot use other skills and abilities, only those related to his chosen professions. Taskbar update. The quests for exiting the dungeon will now be divided into 2 stages. To escape, he only needs to complete one of them. Everything else remains unchanged. So, he murmured, these are the updates. With each level up, will there be even more restrictions? He couldn't imagine what awaited him at level 11. But it was good that there are now 2 exit missions. For an adventurer who isn't planning to completely clear the dungeon, this is a huge advantage. He checked his title induction. Main titles, me and Murloc's, 50-50. Survivor, Deathrunner. Loner, Support, Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, Undead Slaying Legend, and Dark Art Guardian. Okay, he said. Well, what kind of mission awaits me? A mission window appeared. Murloc breeding season, S rank. He needs to find the Murloc spawning point and make friends with the Gnoll. The second task, destroy the Murloc spawning point. There are 7 trials left in this dungeon. After they are completed, the number of trials will be reset. Time until update 19 days. He screamed, No way! So there are other monsters besides Murlocs. At the same time, in a level 6 dungeon inside the Goblin Village, he was roasting meat and sharing it with his goblin friends. Then they stared past him in surprise. A swirling portal, crackling with lightning, had appeared right behind a goblin, and in a flash, he was gone. The others watched the portal shrink to nothing, then became upset that their meat had also vanished. The protagonist chewed his meat. So, the goblin says that these gnolls are cunning and sly. The goblin waved its hands frantically, trying to explain everything. He asked, Are they something like forest bandits? The goblin gave him an approving sign and smiled. Chang'an mulled it over. Before dealing with the Null quest, he would find the spawning point and try that quest. If it doesn't work, he'll come back later. Okay, that's settled, he declared. I'm going back. The goblin looked shocked, waving its hands in protest. Chang'an asked, You don't want me to? The goblin nodded its head pitifully. Chang'an sighed and said, Fine, you can come with me. The goblin was overjoyed. But you have to listen to me, Chang'an warned. The difficulty of this dungeon is higher than level 7. We need to be extremely careful. He was already being watched. This was a level 3 Null Scout. A human and a goblin, it thought. Are they adventurers? Meanwhile, at a luxurious spa, Wang was getting a massage. The man beside him asked, So, you really gathered a team to take you through that dungeon? That's brave, considering it was level 5, Wang replied. There was nothing serious, except for one incident. But I did meet 2 adventurers with great potential. The other man, Jia Hong, scoffed. If there were any reliable adventurers, my son would not have died. Wang knew this. That's why I carefully chose those who would go with me. Otherwise, I would not have gone to the dungeon of Gi, the second level. I didn't want the adventurer I hired to leave me to die. By the way, the news these days is saying that your son's death was not an accident at all. Is that right? Jia Hong's voice turned to ice. Accident? What accident are you talking about? Before my son went into that dungeon, he said, I prepared 2 items for him that would ensure his survival, even in an elite dungeon, but he is dead, and the owners of the dungeon are still alive. This is insane. It was a pity that the couple had been killed before I could reach them. Otherwise, I would have definitely made them regret being born, Wang said. Then you should thank the man who indirectly avenged your son. What was his name? He replied. His name is Chang An. I had come to personally thank him. Wang shot up. Chang An, you two. You know each other. Wang scratched himself awkwardly and said, well, there was a man by that name in my team. Maybe it was him. Back in the level 3 dungeon, Murlocs
were wandering through the forest with weapons. Their leader gave a signal. Stay sharp. The Null Scouts are somewhere.
Nearby, so be on your guard, they replied. Yes, Captain. But from the cover of the bushes, someone was watching them. The protagonist and the goblins sized them up, then burst from their hiding spot, screaming a war cry as they attacked the surprised Murlocs. They quickly overpowered and bound the creatures. Chang'an asked, Do you speak their language? The goblin answered. Of course he says he needs help. With the translation active, he replied, Not now, / I have one more card to play, / if it doesn't work out, then you can help me. The Song of the Sea, / it allowed him to breathe underwater and communicate with sea creatures, / they glared at him with pure hatred. Undeterred, he sat beside one and asked, / where is your spawn point, / but at that moment, some foul liquid splattered across his face, / the monster snarled. Do you think we'd betray our clan, / you're just another arrogant fool? It would be better if we just killed you? A flash of anger crossed his eyes. And in the next instant, the monster was sliced in 2, / they screamed in terror. He's dead, the second one vowed. I will avenge the captain. But then he too lay on the ground, cut in half. One Murloc shrieked in desperation. There's a cave at the bottom of the lake that's their spawn point, / the other screamed in fury. You traitor! And its head flew off its shoulders, severed by Jing Huan's blade, / he said calmly. We'll leave this one, for now, and hang it on a tree, / he then turned to the goblin, who was hiding behind a tree.
Paralyzed with fear, / they strung up the Murloc as a warning, / it's time for us to go, / but as they walked, 2 figures,
gnolls, were watching him, / that adventurer. He's quite strong, / the captured Murloc looked at them, trembling with fear. A level 8 Null warrior, Haga, and a level 3 Null scout, / Haga ordered. We need to lure the Murlocs from the lake.
We'll help the adventurer destroy their spawn point, / the scout replied. Understood, / and then the warrior began to
threaten the Murloc before killing it, / they arrived at the lake, / Jing Huan whistled. Wow, this lake is bigger than I thought. First, I need to find an underwater cave and get inside, / I don't know how long this will take, but I need to find it, / he mused. This is probably where 99% of adventurers are eliminated, / it seemed even experienced players don't always make it this far. There is another option. I could befriend the Gnolls, leave to get diving equipment, and then return, / as expected from a level 7 dungeon, / it was a world apart from the level 5 goblin crypt, / but he had an ace, the Song of the Sea, / the power to breathe underwater, / he was a terrible swimmer, but Kuro's combat experience stored in the helmet included underwater combat skills, / this should make up for my lack of experience, he thought, / the goblin suddenly whimpered. It stammered awkwardly. I can't swim. Can I not go? The protagonist glanced back. You can't swim. Okay, you can head back first. The goblin vanished into a portal, leaving him alone before the vast lake, / my body isn't suited for diving, / I'd better take off everything except the helmet, / he began to warm up, / standing at the edge, he declared. Preparations complete, / he pushed off and shouted, Let's go! Launching himself straight into the water. It was incredibly deep. He swam, thinking, of course, thanks to the helmet. And the song of the sea. I feel perfectly comfortable in the water. Far below him on the bottom, there was a huge forest of seaweed, and from it emerged a Murloc. It was a level 4 guardian Murloc. He swam deeper, heading into the cave. He wasn't expecting this. There was a hidden second bottom. As he surfaced, he looked around suspiciously. Jing Huan was in a massive cavern. In the center was a lake, surrounded by countless Murloc eggs lined up in neat rows. One by one, they began to hatch. These were level 1 baby Murlocs. Surprisingly cute, for now. A system panel suddenly appeared before him. He was surprised by the message. A hint? He was being offered a quest escape. He'd already completed the quest to find the spawn. Point. So, the mission is complete. This must be the right place. Looking around. He asked himself. But why is there no guard? Did they think this place was so well hidden? Or were there guards absent for some reason? Jing Huan looked around again, filled with doubt. He started to get out of the water. Now is not the time to think about it. He looked at the eggs and drew his sword. He had a golden opportunity, and he couldn't miss it. As he walked forward among the eggs, Murlocs on the ceiling were watching him. He noticed them hiding, clinging to the rocks. Then they descended, and he spun around. He readied his sword as strange Murlocs with different weapons surrounded him. One of them asked, "Is it only one?" "That's not enough," the level 6 nest guardian said. "After all this time, there are still fools trying to get in." His comrade replied, "Yes, but I didn't expect a human to be able to get in." Jing Huan asked. "So the guards were just hiding?" He frowned, thinking, "I won't have time to put on equipment. It's better to use one of my abilities." At that very moment, on the surface of the lake, Murloc guards stood watch. They looked around, puffed out their cheeks, and screamed loudly, spreading large sound waves. This deafening scream was heard deep in the forest, where other Murlocs were fighting the gnolls. They heard it and stopped, distracted. The leader of the 7th level Murlocs frowned and asked, "Did a human break in?" A huge axe rose up, and Haga chopped the Murloc with a blow to the head. He watched the situation unfold. The gnolls saw all the Murlocs begin to leave. A scout yelled, "The Murlocs are retreating." Their sentries spotted the human, forcing a retreat. The order was given to send troops to the lake. If he escapes, he must be found. At that moment, a notification chimed for Changhai. The effect of the Black Knight's sword activated. +1 to Constitution during battle back at the Association headquarters. One of the top guilds was listing off bosses from dungeons of level 6 to 10, dividing them into different categories. A tired Changhai wiped the sweat from his forehead. He stood amidst a sea of slaughtered Murlocs, realizing their strength was far beyond any ordinary monster. He suspected they were the bosses of this dungeon. But then, more Murlocs began to crawl from the lake behind him. He spun around to face a new threat elite Murlocs of level 6, and a Murloc leader of level 7 with a boss upgrade. This ability increased the entire Murloc squad's level by 1. Their eyes burned with rage, hungry for his death. In an association training class, the teacher had warned them. Some bosses are mediocre alone, but can empower their entire kin. For a single adventurer, facing them is a suicide mission. In that class was a contract adventurer, Tsubomi of level 8 with the title Flames and Explosions, and another, Fist Sun, also level 8 with the title Fist Fighter. He let out a bored yawn and stretched, which sent the teacher into a rage, who hurled a marker at them. The teacher screamed that every time. They either skipped his class or sat there yawning. Were his lectures truly that dull? Tsubomi snatched the marker from the air, then crushed it in his hand. He coolly stated that the teacher repeated the same things over and over. "The moment you start lecturing on level 11 dungeons," he said. "I'll listen," the instructor retorted. "Do you think I enjoy this?" He roared that it wasn't his fault adventurers were incapable of clearing dungeons far higher than their own level. They didn't want them to die in their first encounter with a boss, just like their friend did, as if he enjoyed teaching such scoundrels. Tsubomi's bored expression vanished. What Dai Fist Sun confirmed it? Yes, everyone on the forums is talking about it. They're all saying that after his death, the environment itself started to change. Tsubomi looked shocked. "I had no idea. Tell me more." At that very moment, Changhai was deep in his own life or death struggle with the Murlocs. He cut them down with ease, even surrounded. They couldn't touch him. Then, a new Murloc appeared, shouting commands. "Beware this newbie. He's a rare talent. Hidden attacks won't work on him. We must attack from all sides at once.
He can't possibly fight back from 4 directions. Yes, boss, they cried. Changhai paused, wondering what was wrong.
He had killed so many of their warriors, yet their leader only watched from the sidelines. Could it be
that even these powerful fighters were just disposable pawns in his eyes? Just then, the effect of destroying the enemy with a sword reached its limit, +2 to agility and +3 to constitution. The boss roared at his troops too.
Work harder. You must wear him down until he loses all his strength. The Murloc screamed in reply. Yes, the boss calculated their odds.
Our strength is roughly equal. It's a good thing he came alone. My ordinary fighters can handle him.
His killing speed is astonishing, but once he tires, my warriors will overwhelm him. Now, we won't have to compete in numbers against those jackals. The boss worried that if the other party noticed their numbers dwindling, they might attack. No matter, he decided. It's a risk worth taking. He drew his weapon and began to approach. Changhai smirked, finally decided to participate. He activated the title of Miraculous Survivor and charged.
I've been waiting for this for a long time. The other Murlocs shouted a warning to their boss.
Be careful, he's incredibly strong. I know, the boss growled, swinging his massive sword. The protagonist leaped high, flying past him. The Murloc glanced down, seeing a fresh wound on his arm, but Changhai was injured far more severely. At that moment, he smiled. Excellent. The last line of defense is torn. He drank a potion and donned an invisibility cloak. As he bled, the minions screamed. Boss, he ordered them. Leave Changhai to me. His injury is clearly more serious. He will pay for that exchange with an injury that will make him weaker and less mobile, even without my help. You can catch him. Kill him and bring me his head. Understood? Of course, they screamed, jumping into the lake to give chase. But suddenly, they stopped, staring in shock at their fallen guards. Wasn't that guy seriously injured? How did he manage to escape after dealing with our guards? He killed them with a single blow. He's skilled in underwater combat. They never mentioned that, one Murloc said grimly. The boss could be wrong. Perhaps the injuries are not that serious. What? Another cried. By then, Changhai was already on land. I only stayed alive thanks to the title. Without it, he thought, I never would have been able to maintain my swimming speed and combat capability. Miraculously survived. On the verge of death +5 to constitution. If that Murloc boss had lost his temper, he wouldn't have made it. To have survived. Now he truly understood those ominous words. The dungeons would only become more difficult to conquer. Taking on monster hordes alone was suicide. He needed a powerful ally, and he needed one fast. He drank a potion, feeling his wounds begin to close. From the shadows, a gnoll was watching him. How is he still alive? It growled. The scout couldn't get a clear look, but he was obviously injured. The warrior demanded to know how badly. But then he saw it, a perfectly healthy body. Changhai glanced toward the watching Murlocs, and they scattered in terror. He'd deal with them later. A bolt of lightning tore open a portal, and a single goblin stepped out. In an instant, Changhai donned his armor. Is it over? The goblin asked. No, he replied grimly. There are still too many Murlocs. I can't handle them alone. He leafed through his book of heritage. He discovered that goblins could level up after accumulating enough combat experience. He offered the goblin his sword. This is your weapon now. He would find dungeons with monsters suitable for its level. Return it when you've grown stronger. The goblin asked what he would use. Changhai simply revealed a menacing scythe. Besides, I need the practice. This new weapon would be a challenge. The goblin, trusting him completely, agreed. They found the headless corpse of a Murloc. The goblin trembled. This is the work of a gnoll. Our main character paused. He activated his skill without a second thought. Dance with death. A system window flashed. He was now in a life-threatening state. Perception +4. The gnoll's eyes remained fixed on them, analyzing Changhai with a cold intelligence. A blur of motion from behind. An axe swung through the air as the beast screamed. Die! Changhai spun around, asking, what was that? His eyes widened in terror as he barely managed to parry the devastating blow. The gnoll chuckled, displeased, as they separated. The goblin screamed, It's a gnoll, Changhai thought. It's a good thing I raised my perception to 20. Otherwise, I'd be dead. The gnoll watched him, confused. Wasn't he wounded? No injured man could block that strike. It couldn't be that guy. It scowled before melting back into the bushes. He's running away, the goblin yelled. Changhai knew better? Not necessarily. He could be luring us into a trap. The goblin asked if they should give chase. Changhai considered it, imagining a horrifying scene. An entire pack of gnolls. No, he said. When we find a strong ally, we will return for our revenge. Understood. the goblin replied. Stepping out of the dungeon, Changhai removed his helmet. He never expected the dungeons of level 6 and 10 to be so much harder than level 5. No wonder adventurers from level 6 onward are split into teams. A reconnaissance group and a strategy group. Without proper intel, these places are impossible to clear. He glanced at the system panel. Oh, mission accomplished. He'd found their spawn point, but failed to form an alliance.
And he hadn't destroyed the spawn point either. He had 9 attempts left, and 52 days before the dungeon closed for good.
The calculation began. All his previous clears had been C rank, and although he failed to clear the dungeon this time, he had killed countless Murlocs and even survived a Gnoll's ambush. He would definitely get at least a C rank. They all knew that for someone with a severe seafood allergy, just escaping a Murloc dungeon was nothing short of a genuine miracle. The reward would animal feed 1 bag. He stared in disbelief. What is this? And how did they know? About my allergy, he roared. Besides, I'm a human. Why animal feed? He decided to try a piece. It was disgusting. He immediately spat it out. Meanwhile, Zhaozhang demanded answers. Why did the association give such an order?
You assured me Chen was dead. The man turned on the stairs, his face twisting with rage. What could I do? Gao Qiang got to him first.
You don't seem very bothered by it, she shot back, her voice dripping with contempt. You only have this position thanks to my grandfather. Aren't you afraid of being fired? But she had underestimated him. If she had known his arrogance, she never would have given away the resources her grandfather left behind. With cold resolve, she pulled out her phone and began to dial. What are you doing? He asked. Zhaozhang's voice was ice. Do you need those resources if you won't do anything? I'll give them to a stranger who will help me get my revenge. Elsewhere, Lin was scrolling through the internet when something made her freeze. An offer.
A bounty to kill the level 6 adventurer, Changhai of Dong'an. The reward. An epic resource from the
legendary adventurer Wang Zong himself. Later that night, in a grand hall, a man and his assistant waited in the darkness. While a woman sat on his back, the coach performed an insane feat of strength.
361, 362, 363, his assistant interrupted, holding out a phone. Sir, you need to hear this.
An item of interest had just hit the black market. But the coach, undeterred, continued his relentless training. His assistant read from the screen. Someone is offering a legendary adventurer's relic as a reward. Sweat dripped from his brow. That got his attention. He paused, turning slightly. Who is it? He asked, referring to Sumu, to offend again. The assistant just smiled, replying, Not Suyu, but another acquaintance of yours. Just then, the phone on the table vibrated, jolting Changhai awake. He picked it up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, and mumbled a hello. The nurse's frantic voice screamed through the phone. Changhai's brother! He's become a target! The protagonist yawned, asking, Didn't I? Tell her I already took care of everything. But a piercing scream on the other end cut him off. This is different. A massive bounty has been placed on your head, on the black market. It's serious. The price was astronomical. The nurse confessed even her own brother said that if not for the life debt he owed Changhai, he'd be tempted to take the contract himself. Changhai's knees buckled. What exactly happened? He demanded, asking for every last detail. On a dark web monitor, a new listing glowed ominously. Urgent elimination of 6th level adventurer, Changhai, and his companion, Dongshan. The reward, an epic grade resource from the legendary adventurer, Zhanming. Target information was attached, including a recent photo of the main character. The file read, cleared the 4th level dungeon, Banshee Forest, and the 5th level dungeon, Cemetery. Eliminated an A-rank criminal who preyed on other adventurers. Current residence High Road Building, 10, Block 5, Apartment 40. Lin read the post, her voice laced with dissatisfaction. That reward? It's unheard of. Changhai looked at her and asked, Can we find out who posted this? Lin shook her head. There's no need. Judging by the reward, it has to be a direct relative of Zhanming. She turned, her expression bewildered. How in the world did you make an enemy of someone like that? They're willing to sacrifice the treasure of a living legend just for your head. The protagonist simply looked up. I have no idea. I've never even heard that name before.
Lin pulled out her phone. All right, I'll contact the boss. We'll try to sort this out. Perhaps
this is all just a massive misunderstanding. Changhai managed a weak smile. Okay, I'd be grateful. By the way, Lin added, you are not to leave the association for the next few days. I'm sure every greedy hunter out there is already salivating over that reward. At that very moment, a window in the protagonist's apartment shattered. Dirty! Footprints marked the floor as a voice whispered, Did someone beat me to it? Wenger scanned the room. No, apparently not. There are no signs of a struggle, so the target must be in the dungeon right next to his home. Wanger looked at the scene, adjusting his gloves. I don't know if that's lucky for him or not, but at least he avoided the first wave of assassins. He was a level 10 adventurer. Wanger, primary class assassin, secondary class thief. He stepped through the dungeon portal.
Once he's locked inside the dungeon, he mused, there's no escape. A system window appeared before him. Event, the title Murloc breeding season. Recommended trial level 7. Current applicant 6 out of 15.
The main quest was to find the Murloc breeding grounds. An additional task was to befriend the Null Passage and destroy the Murloc incubator. Remaining attempts 8. Upon completion, the attempt count would be reset to 0, time until dungeon closure 52 days, 1 hour, and 34 minutes. Wanger studied the information. So there are several others besides me. I wonder how many are his allies, and how many are hunters, just like me. Elsewhere in the dungeon, a wounded warrior lay on the ground, cursing. That despicable! A massive wolf creature struck him down, roaring. He cannot be defeated. That human is a monster. Bodies and broken weapons littered the cavern floor. The wolf turned to its subordinates, its voice a low growl. What about the adventurer? Didn't I command you to guard? The entrance. The beast was severely injured, its soldiers even more so. Panicked voices echoed through the cave. Imagine if that adventurer from yesterday returns. Or worse, leads the Murlocs here, another replied. No, we can't allow that. We have to get out of here. Meanwhile, Wanger walked a well-beaten path before suddenly freezing. He scanned his surroundings. Hunters were positioned on the shore. 3 of them, which means the target has 1 companion at most. The assassin sighed. Looking at it this way, the hardest part of this mission isn't finding and killing him. Back at the gym, Suyu entered and knocked. Coach, you were looking for me. The coach lifted a dumbbell, asking without looking up. Yes, you know about the bounty on Changhai's head, right? Suyu hesitated for a moment. Yes, I do. The coach finally looked up. Good, then call him. He might not know about it yet. Invite him to run any dungeon with you, from the 6th to the 10th floor. I don't need to explain what to do after that. Do I? A short while later, the protagonist stared at his phone with a puzzled look. Suyu is calling? Changhai wondered. Is he trying to warn me? Or is he trying to confirm if I know about the bounty? He covered his ears, shaking his head. It doesn't matter. I'm not answering either way.
I have a dungeon entrance right here at home. If anyone asks, I'll just say I was inside. At that moment, Lan and Julil were
at her apartment. She voiced her concern. They were late. Their target had likely already been forced into the dungeon by other hunters. Was it too late? Should they still go? Lan Yi closed his eyes. His decision made. Yes. As they stepped inside a system window materialized before them. Its message flickered into view. Wonir stared at the screen, baffled. Why did the quest change? Had someone already cleared out so many monsters that a standard mission was impossible? Just then, another adventurer approached them. He greeted Wonir with a tense, "Hello." Wonir gave him a puzzled look as the man got straight to the point. Care to join us? He seemed to think they had something urgent to discuss. Wonir surveyed the grim faces around him. In other words, he asked, are we the first ones to enter this dungeon, and is Changhai not here? The man folded his arms, his voice laced with annoyance. Yes, we were the first, he snapped. These others trickled in after us. Wonir was still confused. Then I don't understand. Why can't we leave? The exit isn't blocked by anyone. You're all just standing here by the lake. The man averted his gaze. My partner's ability. It's connected to aquatic creatures. He sensed that an exceptional sea beast had just been born here. He wanted to form a pact with it before it matured. Wonir pressed him. So why don't you just do it and leave? The man glanced at his remaining companion. Because after entering, we used a drone to search for Changhai. We found his trail, the man continued, and we confirmed that he went into the lake. But we have no idea when, or even if, he ever came out. So we're just standing here, he yelled, his frustration boiling over. You can't blame me. My partner's the one with the gift, and I can't swim. What else am I supposed to do but wait for him to come back? Another man scoffed. He's an idiot. The first man bristled. What did you say? Wonir stepped between them. Wait a minute, he said. I think I understand the situation. But what exactly is there to discuss with us? The man lowered his head, his voice grim. The fact is, my partner is dead. Wonir's eyes widened in shock. At that exact moment, on the far side of the river, a grotesque monster feasted on a woman's corpse. My strength. It's growing. It hissed. How much more food is there? Another creature replied. Besides the adventurers, there is a whole nest of them in the forest. That will be enough for this one to grow. And devour Manus. The level 2 devourer turned. Excellent. Lead me there.
For a successful evolution, it declared. The corpse I consume must be at least this level. The smaller monster hesitated.
I'm afraid that is impossible now. It whispered. Our power has weakened so much that we cannot cope with them. The devourer growled. How long will it take? The reply came. 50 sunrises and sunsets. Sometime later, a Cerberus of the 6th trial level approached a fallen warrior's body. It barked once, then turned, barking again insistently. A level 9 adventurer approached, his hands casually in his pockets. Main class demon warlock, subclass crime investigator. Lan Yi spoke first. It seems he met his end in this dungeon. A woman named Julie started petting the beast. Good job, good boy. She was a level 8 adventurer, main class ranger, subclass beast tamer. Julie sighed. It looks like him, so reckless for a level 9. In the end, his fate caught up with him. Lan Yi nodded grimly. Indeed, he said. But I never expected the fool to commit suicide just to cut off everyone else's escape route. Julie looked at him. So what's the plan? Their breeding point must be in the water, but our classes and equipment are not suited for underwater combat. If we fail this mission, we'll be trapped in this dungeon, too. Lan Yi rested a hand on his chin. Deep in thought, the maximum capacity for this dungeon is 15, he mused. Including us, and... That idiot! There are only 12 of us. As long as we can find someone strong enough to help clear the mission, we'll be able to escape. Let's go. At this, the other man shouted in frustration. His entire profession was built for powerful underwater combat, and even that didn't help him escape. There is something terribly wrong with this dungeon. A man with thick eyebrows scowled with displeasure. I don't know what kind of idiot is keeping us from getting out of here peacefully. Our only option is to complete the mission. But the quest requires diving deep underwater. All the adventurers who could fight down there are dead. We don't have a chance. What a nightmare.
Let's return to the exit, Wonir said calmly. He raised a finger. Except for the scoundrel who failed the trial.
7 more people can still enter. Accordingly, we can find someone among them who can help us complete the mission. At that moment, a massive shadow swam beneath the water. The Cerberus became wary, barking wildly as the group walked. As towards them. Julie turned around, her expression full of questions. She stared at Wonir. The king of assassins. Shouldn't he be in Guangdong? What is he doing here? Lan Yi asked Wonir. Did it work? He answered. No, he never intended to enter there at all. We were deceived. At this moment, Liang Juixin, an adventurer candidate from Dongshan City, appeared. A shout echoed through the Adventurer Association's cafeteria. Brother Hai, this is a first. He'd never heard of an epic item being offered for the head of a level 6 adventurer, but our hero simply replied, This is nothing to be proud of. He frowned, wondering how this bizarre announcement had even been posted. An epic reward, made public like this. Didn't anyone check it? Leon. Jane thoughtfully touched his temple. He's right, it is strange. Even if adventurers lived by different rules, this was new. I've never seen a public bounty on an official association member. Suddenly, Yawen approached their table. It's because the client is special, she explained. After some digging, she'd found the connection.
The deceased adventurer was a witness to the incident in Tan, Yuan, a member of the Dongshan City Adventurer Association, and a powerful 8th level adventurer herself, knew the details. Some time ago, during the 18th level test in the Tomb of Terror, the Lichazak, a colossal burning skull, had let out a soul-piercing scream. The reason it couldn't be destroyed was still unknown. Helicopters swarmed the sky as warriors stood their ground. The 18th level adventurer, Sun Monk Shan Ming, roared, Come on! In response, a blinding light erupted from the skull's eyes and mouth. Our main character looked at Yuan, stunned.
Does that mean his descendants inherited everything? All the privileges, he asked. Yawan nonchalantly took a bite of food. Yes, she chewed. And since his grandson died in that same dungeon. And he blamed 2 ordinary citizens for blocking his exit. His granddaughter is furious with him. She wants him dead. Chene processed this. So our conflict with her won't be resolved peacefully. Not necessarily, Yawan said. The boss already set up a meeting with the head of Fuan province, an old friend of Jen Ming. And the granddaughter. They'll discuss it this afternoon. We'll know more then. A short while later, Renjin sank into a sofa. We're not late, are we? Hangxian, arms crossed, replied coolly. No. Beside him, Zhou Chong was fixing her hair. Hangxian, the man in charge of Fuan Province's dungeons. A level 18 adventurer, the infamous Mage Killer, stated, "You're just in time." The entrance manager of the Dongshan City Adventurers Association, Xing Rin Jun, a level 14 adventurer and a legendary candidate, adjusted his own hair and laughed. But at that very moment, in our hero's apartment, a man slammed his fist on the dungeon portal. "What the hell? Why can't I enter?" he yelled, stumbling back. "They got in without any issues. Why is it blocked for me?" Inside the dungeon, the trapped warriors were growing restless. Their numbers had swelled. The 8th level magic archer, Jiang Jing, voiced his frustration. "So, no Changhai in this dungeon, then?"
Are we really going to have to dive to finish this mission? A man with folded arms confirmed the grim reality. Yes, we weren't supposed to, but that idiot Shimu ruined everything. Now it's our only way out.
"If we don't complete this dive, we're not leaving." Lan adjusted his glasses. "Our supplies are limited. The forest animals, berries, plants, they won't last long." Voices of dissent rose from the crowd. "What do we do? Are we supposed to fight over resources? Does anyone have extra food or water?"
I'll pay. A man standing in the shadows of a tree smirked.
This was the level 8 adventurer, Xiao, a werewolf by trade. He twirled his mustache, a cunning glint in his eye. "I didn't have high hopes when I registered," he mused, stepping forward. "But to think even a master like Wanger would fall into this trap." Xiao's form began to shift. "But on the other hand, this means no competition." He grinned. "I'll just walk out of here after finishing the mission." Jam Mo, in his current form, the High Priest of Katal. Difficulty level 6 contemplated his odds. Could he really obtain an epic weapon? Katal strode forward, speaking in the tongue of monsters. A beast turned its head. "Did the distant Murloc tribe send an envoy to us?" Another creature spread its claws wide. "Yes, he claims to be the High Priest of Quatal." The Murloc creature touched its chin in thought. It pointed a claw to the side. "Sir, do you wish to meet him?" The Devourer nodded. "Yes, but just in case. Recall all our deployed Murlocs." After a short wait, a voice boomed. "Quatal?" followed by deep laughter. "I want to know how you managed to get past those idiots to see me." Cattle looked around as another monster approached. "The leader wishes to see you. Follow me," it commanded. Quatal stepped onto dry land, a puzzled look on his face. A system window appeared before him. "Mission complete." He smirked. Was that really it? He thought. I barely had to do anything. Just then, a Murloc guard demanded, "State your business here." Suddenly, system warnings flashed before Quao's eyes. He'd encountered a boss. Chanmo's blood ran cold. What was this creature? How could something this powerful exist on the 7th to the 10th floors? The Murloc pointed, confused. Why is he frozen? Its master demanded to know what it had forgotten. Chanmo's brow furrowed. He fought back the panic. "Stay calm. I can't open my panel here." He had to apologize for trespassing, and then find a way out. Quo spread his hands in a placating gesture. "I've visited countless Murloc tribes, but never before. Have I seen one build its nest where no land creature can reach?" He feigned utter astonishment. The Murloc puffed up with pride. "Yes, it's perfect. No one can get to us." But suddenly, the Devourer's voice cut in. "No, something is wrong with this one." It licked its fangs, its voice a low growl. "My talent never lies." From the moment he entered my sight, my talent has been screaming at me if I devour him. I can raise my level. And yet, my talent should never react to one of my own kind. The Devourer roared. "He is not a Murloc." Chanmo's fists tightened, his face grim. Meanwhile, Zhou Chang crossed her arms in fury. She seethed with anger. "My brother could have escaped if it wasn't for Changhai. This is all his fault." But Ren Jun calmly opened a book. According to point 4 of the Adventurer's Manual, when making survival decisions in a dungeon, priority must be given to the more vulnerable groups. He slammed the book shut with a smirk. Changhai followed the manual perfectly. It wasn't his fault. Zhou Chang exploded. "But he wasn't an official adventurer then." Huang Xian turned away. "That's enough." She stared at him, bewildered. He continued. "I just want to ask one question." Ren Jun frowned. "I'm listening." Huang Xian looked down, his voice low. "If everything goes his way, how strong? Do you think he can become his potential as legendary?" Ren Jun gestured openly. "He started as a solo adventurer and hit level 6 in a single month. He even took down a dangerous criminal all by himself. No matter how you slice it, he's already surpassed me, after what he did at the cemetery. He's worthy of being a regional leader, in both character and potential. Perhaps he's even destined to become a legend." Huang Xian studied him for a long moment. "All right, we'll drop the matter. I'll have the black market listing removed. Zhou Chang cried out, betrayed. Uncle Huang! Huang Xian's face hardened. He turned to face her. All this time, I have supported you and your brother. For the sake of Ada, my fallen friend.
But there is a limit to everything. I cannot discard a talent like that for your personal vendetta. I believe my friend.
Would have done the same. Later, Leon Jaku burst in, overjoyed. Brother Changhai, I have amazing news.
Our main character, mid-squat with a barbell, just looked at him, confused. The boy cheered. The ad, it's been removed.
At that same moment, the assistant coach sat up in surprise. The ad is gone. She stared at her phone. It hasn't even been a full day. Seriously, Sue showed her his screen. It was simply deleted. He's alive. He wrote to me that he's already home. The coach uncrossed his arms. So, the association stepped in for him. I never thought they'd back him like this. Elsewhere, an enraged shout echoed inside a car. Uncle Huang, we had an agreement. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Are you afraid of them? Huang Xian gazed out the window. If this was only about the Dongshan branch, I would have helped you. But now, I'm getting pressure from somewhere else. That boy, Changhai. He has connections far beyond what you imagine. Zhou Chang could only stare in shock. In another place, a man in torn clothes wept by a cross. Enough! Please! Enough! I'll tell you everything. Just stop hitting me. A Murloc bowed to the devourer. Sir, the interrogation is complete. We've learned there are 12 adventurers gathered in the forest. Their strength is comparable to the leader of those wretched jackals. The good news, not one of them possesses an underwater combat skill. In our domain, they are no threat.
Furthermore, for some reason, they're trapped. The war between them and the gnomes prevents their escape.
The forest's resources are dwindling. They won't last even 50 days. The devourer mused. How curious. Back at the Dongshan branch, Lin gestured forward. This is Jin Renjin, the manager of our city. He's the one who resolved your issue. Our main character bowed deeply. Thank you, Brother Jin, Renjin smiled, crossing his arms. Think nothing of it. He held up 2 fingers. But listen, even though the listing is gone, I advise you not to leave this building. For the next few months, you never know how many people are still willing to take the risk for that bounty, to hunt him down and demand a reward. Wiping his face, Changhai coolly replied that he understood. Let them stay put. Renjin's voice suddenly boomed. Let them wait. Where is the one who posted the bounty? Shouldn't she face some kind of punishment? Renjin explained. The client is the granddaughter of the late legendary adventurer Jian Ming. Punishing her won't be simple, but a solution will present itself. I imagine her husband will be stripped of his position. Furthermore, Jian Ming's sacred relics have been transferred to the official in charge of
Fuan province for safekeeping. From this moment on, all transactions involving them fall under his authority.
Their hands are now completely tied. Changhai nodded in understanding. But then a new thought struck him. That's right. Renjin gave him a questioning look. The main character raised a finger, revealing a stunning fact. There's a 7th level dungeon in my house. It has 50 days left before it resets. Since I'll be staying here, it's of no use to me. I might as well hand it over. Lin and Renjin stared, their jaws hanging in utter disbelief. A short while later, Wang stood before the shimmering portal in Changhai's apartment. As his hand touched its surface, the system confirmed it. The maximum number of applicants had been reached. He turned, his expression serious. This is undoubtedly a dungeon from level 6 to 10.
With the number of adventurers already inside, entry is impossible for us. Renjin smirked. A cunning plan forming. Have the logistics department install a few hidden cameras? Inform me the second anyone emerges from that portal.
Wang adjusted his glasses. And what about Changhai? Renjin replied without turning. Just follow the association's code. Back at the branch, Lin was meticulously writing in her notebook. Although you violated the rules, she began, by concealing the dungeon's existence. Given that you weren't an association member at the time and are still in training, your punishment will be minimal. She paused, her gaze locking onto him. Upon reaching the 9th level, you will be required to complete a special task for the association. Lin leaned forward, her eyes sharp. Do you agree to these terms? Changhai answered without hesitation. Yes. Lin let out a breath and presented the notebook. In that case, your classes begin tomorrow at 8 o'clock sharp. Don't be late. A small smile touched his lips as he replied. Okay. Moments later, the nurse's indignant voice crackled over the phone. What they punished you, too. Isn't it obvious? That you're completely innocent. Why would they do that? Changhai leaned against the railing, a calm smile on his face. It's because of the association's internal rules, and the punishment is light, so it's not so bad. Honestly, I'm more concerned about those bounty hunters. The dungeon in my house is quite treacherous. They could get trapped, or worse, die in there. The nurse clutched a piece of paper, her voice breaking. Oh, Changhai, you're so kind. They tried to harm you, and yet you're still worried about them. But he corrected her gently. No, I'm just afraid I'll be blamed if anything happens to them. Changhai looked off into the distance. By the way, he asked, besides your brother, who else helped me out? The nurse thought for a moment. My brother mentioned a wealthy man from Fuan, Chao Huang. He was outraged by the bounty. He believes the relics of legendary adventurers must be protected. I heard his influence alerted the black market's operator, who immediately took down the advertisement. A silence hung between them before Changhai spoke again. Please thank your brother for me. When all of this attention dies down, let's go out for dinner. Changhai ended the call, a name echoing in his mind. Chao Huang. The nurse smiled, then giggled softly. Dinner together, he says. A group of adventurers stood. Behind her, the 10th level adventurer, Wulong the Dragon Knight, placed a hand on Wuen's shoulder. What's gotten into her? Has some random kid really gotten that deep inside her head? The 18th level adventurer, Wuen, the Tiger of Eastern China, simply replied. He did save her. As her older brother, I can understand. At that exact moment, Changhai's phone rang with an unknown number. Who is this? He asked. A powerful voice answered from the other end. It's Chao Huang. Changhai's eyes shot wide open with shock. Chao Huang continued. I believe we don't know each other. The main character quickly replied. No, but I've heard about you from a friend. You helped me immensely. Thanks to you, the ad was removed. So you already know? Chao Huang stated. Then I'll get straight to the point. I'm listening, Changhai said. Chao Huang closed his eyes. My son died in Bangui Forest not long ago. My investigation revealed that you killed the master of that dungeon. Consider this my gratitude for avenging my son. We are even now. Chao Huang's eyes snapped open. But of course, that isn't the only reason for my call. I am, after all, a businessman. I have a proposal for you. My associates and I see immense potential. In you, we plan to invest in your growth. In return, we expect your loyalty. When you eventually take the position of regional leader, the weight of the offer hung in the air. When you're ready to give an answer, Chao Huang said, I propose we meet in person. He simply listened, offering no reply. A moment later, a teacher entered the association's office, calling out a name. My name is Shu, he announced. I am a guest lecturer for the general course on basic attributes and titles. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Before we begin, he continued, addressing the 3 students in the office, I have a question for you.
What is your philosophy on being an adventurer? Which stats do you believe are the most critical? Liang Jin's fist tightened.
Is that even a question? He scoffed. It's strength. Obviously, most missions require us to slay monsters. Without power, you're useless. Jingen smirked. Yes, something every fool understands. Before entering any dungeon, one must acquire proper weapons and armor. With the right gear, even a weakling can handle basic threats. From that perspective, he argued coolly, a little strength is all a beginner needs. He glanced sideways. But agility? That will drastically increase your odds of survival. Zhao smiled, nodding in agreement. Precisely. Every respectable adventurer relies on their equipment, their titles, and the intel from the association. Therefore, the key to survival is undoubtedly agility. The main character raised his hand. Agility is vital for surviving a dungeon, but many ordinary people are incredibly nimble. The teacher explained. In truth, the reason is simple. The titles, professions, and gear available to a novice adventurer are underdeveloped. They cannot offer complete protection from danger. That is why, when faced with an unexpected threat, agility becomes an adventurer's greatest asset. Changhai stroked his chin, a wave of understanding washing over him. So that's why the adventurers he'd met weren't exceptionally fast, yet fought with such controlled, agile movements. It all made sense now. Shu looked at him. However, adventurers who focus solely on agility will eventually hit a wall, unable to progress.
While that speed helps them clear low-level dungeons, it's also the very reason it's so difficult for them.
To break past level 6 as a solo player, in higher-level dungeons, the monsters are on another level. Relying on agility alone is not enough to survive against those enhanced beasts, Jinan then asked. From level 6 to level 10, which stat is most valuable? The teacher replied. Beyond agility, which is a baseline necessity for all, the most crucial skills is learning to function as a team. For now, don't obsess over your stats. Focus on mastering teamwork. Leon Jockin nodded firmly. Understood? But Changhai had another question. Is there a hierarchy among the attributes? For instance, if all stats were equal, which one provides the greatest advantage? Zhu adjusted his glasses and projected a diagram. Such a hierarchy does exist, he confirmed. Currently, the recognized order is as follows: charisma, perception, intelligence, physique, agility, and finally, strength. The main character was stunned. Charisma is number 1. Why? The teacher admitted. I don't know the exact reason. It's simply the established wisdom. I imagine the legendary adventurers had their reasons. Sometime later, the dining hall was filled with adventurers. Changhai sat alone, his eyes fixed on the system window that had materialized before him. A critical choice awaited. Change profession charisma plus 1 point upon successful transition. Below it, 2 options glowed yes or no. Changhai was deep in thought. A new profession offered a plus 1 bonus to charisma, and it was a hidden class. But his primary class was a close combat specialist. Wouldn't choosing another similar hidden class be redundant? Suddenly, Liang Jane slammed a hand on his shoulder. What are you spacing out for? The main character closed his eyes. It's nothing. Liang Jane's eyes narrowed. Fine, don't talk if you don't want to. He then added, by the way, Sister Lin wanted me to ask if you're coming to class after lunch. Changhai gave him a questioning look. Leon Jakun grinned. An incredible martial artist from Guangdong is visiting us. Later, at the training center, the master from Guangdong province, Yu Chengji, declared, 7th round, Jingguan wins. The main character stood on the training floor, clutching his side. He stared at his opponent, a single thought racing through his mind. Is the advantage of firearms really this overwhelming? He'd lost with a score of 14-0, despite his strength and agility being higher. Even with the master's bandage doubling his training effectiveness, the result was the same. Yu Chengji looked at Changhai. You've lost 7 rounds in a row, he stated calmly. Do you wish to continue? The main character's eyes burned with resolve. Yes, I'm not tired yet. The master turned to Jingguan, who exhaled sharply, then turned and gave the order to attack once more. After a while, Yu Chengji called a halt. All right, rest for 3 minutes, then we continue. Leon Jane watched from the stands.
What's going on? He asked worriedly. Brother Changhai, without his titles, couldn't even beat me. Lin watched intently.
That's because his form was already weak before he entered the Banshee Forest dungeon, she explained. Although that dungeon in the graveyard made him famous, his fundamental skills haven't improved at all. Leon Juan realized she was right, and with that, Wenzong sat observing. The kid had done more than just survive the dungeons. He had excelled. His strategic mind was flawless through every round, and his growth rate was explosive, visible to the naked eye.
With an intelligence stat of at least 17 points after only 5 games, he should have been dominating.
Jingguan's blade flashed, stopping just shy of the protagonist's neck. A moment later, a sharp cry echoed. Match! Yu Changjiang announced that Jingguan had won the 8th game, but Jingguan fumed inwardly. Is he toying with me? It's been less than 10 rounds. Was the new kid stronger than Leon Juan? Just how high was his intelligence stat, our hero? However, knew it wasn't about stats. If only his raw strength were a bit higher. He could end this now. Suddenly, Jingguan shouted, Changhai! The protagonist looked up, surprised, as Jingguan pointed his spear. Use your title and your professional skills. In the next round, Changhai asked. Are you sure Jingguan's reply was firm? I'm sure. I want to feel the difference between me and this rising star. He was a 3rd-level adventurer, a professional spearman. Wenzong, leaning on the railing, observed, Jingguan. He seems dead serious. Changhai stood, his expression resolute. Okay. He looked toward Yu Changjiang. Master, please step back. I'm afraid I might hurt him in this fight. The master simply said not to worry about him. The protagonist gripped his sword hilt tightly. All right then. I'll end this quickly. Jingguan stared him down. Survivor, he mused. That's a B-grade title that boosts your strength, isn't it? A quick note obtaining a high-grade title requires meeting extreme conditions. Are you ready? Changhai asked. Will you attack first? Our protagonist nodded. Okay, I'll do it. In the blink of an eye, Jingguan thought, let me teach this new star a lesson. He rushed forward, shouting, much faster than before. Jingguan's eyes widened. He's fast, but my technique is even faster. His skill was fast thrust, boosting his speed 1.5 times. His professional skill, exceptional spearman, doubled it. He swung his spear through empty air and looked around in utter shock. Suddenly, Changhai was right beside him. The cold steel of his sword pressed against Jingguan's neck. You lose, he said calmly. We'll end it here for today. Jingguan collapsed to the ground, his mind reeling in confusion. Is the gap between us really this massive? The protagonist simply waved his hand. I'm done. The master turned to Jingguan and said, in truth, you fought very well. Even in my youth, I wouldn't have been able to dodge that attack. There's no need for despair. You just had the misfortune of facing a rare specimen, one who can predict your next move. Jingguan looked up in shock. Predict? The next move, Yu Changjang explained. If you think about it, every attacker makes a mistake. Those who can seize that fleeting moment can fight with true skill. It's how the weak overcome the strong. He took a sip from his cup. However, that is easy to say, but nearly impossible to implement in battle. You must see through
your opponent's move before it's even made. The master gazed into the distance. There are no more than 5 martial artists
left alive who possess this skill. You shouldn't regret this loss. Leon Juan ran up excitedly. Changhai, what was that move? It was so cool. The protagonist simply looked up and smiled. Yu Changjang watched him, his thoughts in turmoil. To think, a non-professional who has never practiced martial arts has mastered such a profound skill. An adventurer. Later, the protagonist and Leon Juan were in the dining hall. Did you see how pale Jingguan turned when he lost? Just then, a voice came from behind. Was I that arrogant? Leon Juan jumped, shouting in fear. Jingguan. He sat down beside them. Mind if I sit here? Changhai nodded. Of course. Jingguan winked at him. I originally saw you as my rival, he began. Changhai looked at him surprised. But now I see. With your strength and potential, a place like Dongshan is too small for you. Leon Juan grinned. Isn't that obvious? Changhai even cleared the 5th level dungeon, the cemetery. He could easily become a legendary adventurer in Dongshan. By then, maybe he'll be the head of the whole province. Jingguan held up a hand. Wait, legendary adventurer I'll give you, but head of the province. As they bantered, the protagonist quietly ate his food. Leon Juan smiled. How about we make a bet on it? After a moment, Wensong asked. Are you asking me how to choose a subclass? The protagonist confirmed. Yes, I'm level 6 now. During my last dungeon exploration, I noticed my adventurer panel had been upgraded. Besides my current profession,
I can activate an additional one. But I don't know how to choose, so I wanted to ask you. Wensong took
off his glasses and began to polish them. That's a topic for the lessons on main and secondary professions. But since you asked, I'll give you a brief explanation. He put his glasses back on. Generally speaking, the adventurer profession is split into 2 distinct categories: common and the far rarer hidden classes. The growth paths for most common professions have been thoroughly mapped out. If he had one, he could simply
find a suitable secondary class on the official adventurer website. Changhai asked, what if the profession is hidden?
Wenchang's eyes narrowed slightly in thought. Of course his own main profession was a hidden one. He adjusted his glasses and explained, because hidden professions are so difficult to obtain, only a few have known optimal paths.
For the rest, you must rule out the wrong choices through elimination, and then trust your instincts.
The protagonist stared at him, asking if a wrong choice would make him weaker than someone with a normal profession on a perfect development path.
Wensong replied that it was impossible to say. While adventurers with normal professions could become legends, their strength often capped out at average or lower.
With a hidden profession, as long as he chose carefully and avoided a class that would be a hindrance, he was guaranteed to reach a high level. Changhai rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Wensong added that some hidden professions don't even need a secondary class. According to rumors, they can reach the highest level all on their own. The protagonist looked up in shock, and he confirmed, but that kind of thing is a legend among legends. Even among hidden classes, some are truly unique, like the Knights of the 8 Virtues. Changhai's eyes widened. Wensong simply adjusted his glasses again. A short while later, the protagonist sat on his bunk bed staring at his tablet. He groaned in frustration. There was 0 information online about a Deathwalker. But he did find something on the heroic knight. He never expected the item from the dungeon cemetery to be so sought after. Countless adventurers were chasing it, including those Knights of the 8 Virtues. From the comments, this trial badge series had no drawbacks, except for the ridiculously high trial difficulty. If you succeed, however, you could reach the legendary level. Changhai let out a laugh and ruffled his hair. A moment later, he was fully equipped, holding a large badge in his hand. He presented it forward and declared, using Trial Badge Knight of Valor. A shimmering gate materialized before him. He eyed it carefully. Well, the protagonist said, here I go. The gate swung open. A knight in brilliant golden armor appeared. Legend of Valor Trial. Level 19. A system quest window flashed before him. Obtain recognition from the Legend of Valor. A 10-minute countdown began to tick away. The knight gripped the handle of his axe, and the protagonist screamed in terror. What did that quest even mean? Did he have to survive for 10 minutes? Or did he only have 10 minutes to earn its respect? Suddenly, Changhai stared forward in confusion, as dozens of warning windows flooded his vision. He had encountered a legend. Due to the massive difference in power, the survivor skill was activated. Strength plus 4 points. Agility plus 4 points. Wisdom plus 4 points.
His perception had reached 18 points, triggering the hidden function
of the step-by-step killing skill. As long as his wisdom didn't fall, he could now see the enemy's next move. The protagonist clutched his weapon and dashed aside, narrowly dodging the knight's devastating strike. He stopped horrified. This guy? He glanced at the shattered wall. This thing was even stronger than Code Changhai got into a stance thinking, first, I need to test the ground. He watched the night. I need to find out just how big the gap is between me and a legend. Later, he was lying on the bed again, staring blankly at the ceiling. The protagonist was covered in bruises, his arm broken and bandaged. Who on earth could survive for 10 minutes? He couldn't even last 3. He refused to believe anyone could pass this insane trial. He felt he needed to change his title to replace it with something that boosted his survivability. But that would drop his
Perception below 18 points. He wouldn't be able to use step-by-step killing. If he
removed it, he'd probably lose even faster. Suddenly, Changhai shot up in bed. Wait a minute, he yelled. Don't I still have that? Short time later, the gate opened again. The knight froze, looking questioningly at the empty doorway. Suddenly, the protagonist's shadow appeared behind him. Lucky me, he thought with glee. This guy's weakness is perception. He can't see me in my invisibility cloak. From behind a column, Changhai watched in shock as the knight created a massive, brilliant torrent of energy. What is that? He cried. The knight slammed it down, and a wave of light illuminated the entire room, instantly canceling his invisibility cloak. The protagonist screamed in pure horror. At that moment, the knight turned and stared right at him. A short while later, Shingai was lying on the bed once more. Despite the pain, he clutched his head, worrying in frustration now. Where did it get the power to see through his invisibility? Meanwhile, back at the association, whispers filled the halls. They'll forget he's a legend. Yes, this is how it must be. They would wait and fight these miraculous survivors, these living legends, even if it seemed utterly hopeless. A moment later, our protagonist found himself back in the dungeon. He laughed, readying his weapon for another round, but the knight's fist slammed into his shoulder, sending him flying. Changhai shot across the room like a comet, crashing hard against the floor. This is the end, he thought. The knight's axe descended, cleaving his energy body in two. But when it turned, it found the protagonist standing right there. A system message blazed to life above him, a battle with a legend. He shouted, "Let's go!" What this adventurer is still at his home, he failed the mission. Weong stood in the training hall, his expression grim. He answered, "Yes, we don't know what transpired inside, but if he doesn't complete the mission before the deadline." He adjusted his glasses. "Then we must learn everything about that dungeon. It's the only way to solve this problem." The main character pulled himself up, studying the man before him. He jumped down, draping a towel around his neck. "Let's talk somewhere else," he suggested. At that same moment, adventurers scoured the dungeon. Looney faced her subordinate. "Still no sign of XO." The man shook his head. "No, we've checked everywhere. Not a single trace remains." Looney stroked her chin. "He couldn't have gone to the lake. Keep looking." She frowned deeply. "I pray this is the last one.
Otherwise, we're all in grave danger. But hidden nearby, another figure watched from behind a tree, deep in thought.
It seems she's noticed it too," he mused. The dungeon's difficulty was increasing with every passing moment. Once the Murloc battle squad fully formed, most of these adventurers would be annihilated. Suddenly, Renjin's voice boomed in frustration. "The clear condition is to destroy the Murlocs at the lake." The protagonist stared back in confusion. "Huh, but how?" Renjin clutched his head, clearly irritated. "I need to calm down. Lin, you explain it to him." Lin simply replied, "Okay." She gave Chanai a look of disdain. "What do you know about the official rules of a dungeon coup?" The protagonist replied, "Everyone knows that. After a coup, the roles between us and the dungeon natives are reversed.
Our powers become limited, while they can invade our world for plunder.
In short, the dungeon becomes their new base for survival." Lin looked genuinely surprised. It seems you've done your research." "Then do you also know," she asked, "that the invaders have their own conditions to fulfill before they can return to their world?" Changhai's eyes widened. "Wait a minute," he yelled. "Are you saying those monsters have their own quests too?" Lin frowned. "Yes, and in most cases, their missions are mirrors of our own. For example, our quest to kill Murlocs could be their quest to destroy something in our world." She nudged him with her elbow. "Are you even listening?" But Changhai was frozen. A terrifying thought consumed him. It's over. This is too difficult. Renjin could only express his shock. Sometime later in the gym, a man asked, "Next month in Danshan, there will be a coup in the 7th level dungeons." An assistant confirmed. "Yes, Murlocs and Gnolls, an exploration-type mission. The objective is to exterminate the Murlocs." The man took a two-handed stance. "And they'll be recruiting for it." The assistant scrolled through a tablet. "Yes, sir. The reward is an official quota for clearing dungeons of the same level." The man stared ahead with a grim look. At that same time, back in the association building, Changhai had another question.
Hold on. Isn't Brother Jen a level 14 adventurer? He's strong enough to resurrect from almost anything.
"Why would he need to recruit people for a mere 7th level dungeon?" Renjin answered himself. "Because after a coup d'etat occurs, I am no longer free to act as I please." The protagonist stared at him, puzzled. Renjin explained the unspoken rules. Once a coup begins, our world becomes a prison in the eyes of the invaders. But according to an unbreakable law, the entrance level remains the same. Anyone whose level exceeds that limit cannot take any action until the Murlocs complete their mission. Changhai froze the pieces clicking into place. It turns out, this is why. It's not surprising now. The cemetery was only a 5th-level dungeon, but legendary beings appeared inside. Now I understand why that little dungeon immediately entered its 2nd stage. Renjun looked at him and added a grim warning. Of course, that rule isn't absolute. The real reason I can't interfere is because the adventurers on the Russian side already tried it. As a result, the gate grew larger, the dungeon's level skyrocketed, and high-level monsters from their world poured into ours. Lin cut in. So this is the best plan? What about the army? I understand it's inconvenient for a high-level adventurer like Brother Xing to act, but he argued, but the military's advanced weaponry is far more reliable than adventurers of the same rank. It's just common sense to use troops and heavy firepower to conquer dungeons. Renjun cut him off. And yet, he said coldly, in the last decade, every nation that took that risk has come to regret it. After a tense pause, the protagonist slammed his hands on the table. Regret it, why? Lin met his gaze, her expression grim. Because it's a sign that a catastrophic error is about to occur. According to the mirror principle, the dungeon's levels are reversed upon entry. The trial's difficulty should remain the same. However, bringing in military-grade weapons drastically warps that principle. The rebound test becomes a nightmare far deadlier than the dungeon's original level. When Zhang spoke, he explained the chilling consequence. The dungeon's true difficulty becomes hidden, far exceeding its initial appearance. He adjusted his glasses. If the military simply steamrolls the monsters upon entry, the dungeon's difficulty will skyrocket on the rebound, scaling up to match the power of those who conquered it. Lin
Frowned, adding, and starting from an 11th level dungeon, the effectiveness of conventional weapons plummets. Not to
mention that in dungeons from the 16th to 20th levels, you'll face horrors that require nuclear force to even scratch. Renjun folded his arms, concluding the grim lesson. In short, while military force might solve the immediate problem, it doesn't eliminate the threat, it just buys us time. If we ignore this hidden danger and continue to rely on raw firepower, the problem will eventually explode in our faces. We'll be forced to face monsters that can go toe-to-toe with humanity's most advanced arsenals. Now he finally understood. It wasn't that they couldn't use such weapons. Lying on his bed, Changhai replayed the leader's words. The price was simply too high for their densely populated nation. A short while later, he was straining lifting a massive tire. Liang Jiquan watched, wiping away sweat. Brother Qing is pushing himself too hard, he worried. If he keeps training with this intensity every single day, will his body even hold up? Jingguan glanced over. Did he speak with Sister Lin? Liang Jiquan looked confused. About what? Jingguan's reply was heavy. He's entering the dungeon next month. At that very moment, deep within a dungeon, food sizzled over a campfire. Looney turned, his voice tense. What's the situation? Wanger sighed, closing his eyes. Same as always. The Murlocs from the lake are finally coming ashore. He suspected the dungeon's boss knew they were trapped. If this continues, the Murlocs will launch an all-out assault in just a few days. Lan reached for the pot with a ladle. And the others? What's their take on this?
Everyone's surprisingly optimistic, Wanger replied.
They're not even fazed by Xiao's disappearance. A shadow crossed Lonnie's face. He turned away, his silence speaking volumes. Meanwhile, at the association's training hall, Changhai sat on a tire, breathing heavily. Suddenly, a cold can of an energy drink appeared before him. Here, take it. He looked up confused to see Suyu standing there. The main character was surprised. Isn't today Thursday? Shouldn't you be in class? Suyu shrugged. I should be, but I heard someone was having trouble and decided to challenge the dungeon. After just one sip of the drink, a trickle of blood ran from Shanghai's nose. Back in the association building, Hanum was addressing the class. By special request from the mayor of Dongshan City, the lesson on dungeon minerals has been replaced. She held up a stack of papers. We will now learn the official rules for entering the game. Her tone became serious. This lesson contains highly confidential material. Every one of you must sign a non-disclosure agreement before we begin. The 12th level teacher Hanum, a former adventurer herself, scanned the room. Who's first? Yanjin's hand shot up. Me! He quickly signed the form. Done, who's next? Jing Chuan reached out. Pass it here. Suyu spoke next, and then me. I'll be last, Changhai said. Suyu handed him the contract, and our hero began to read it over. He couldn't help but smile. So, your name is Suyu. Your father must be a fan of the Three Kingdoms. The comment was a nod to the fact that her
name sounded like one of the kingdoms from the famous epic romance of the Three Kingdoms.
Suyu pointed a finger at him, flustered. Hey, just sign it quickly. A short while later, the teacher collected the signed papers. I will repeat this one last time, she said, her voice like steel. What you hear today cannot be shared with anyone. Break this contract and the association will punish you. Trust me, she warned. You will regret it. The students stared aback, their expressions a mix of confusion and awe. She smiled. Now then, let the lesson begin, Hanum, addressed them all. You've all seen the public rules for entering a dungeon, correct? The students nodded. Yes, the teacher continued. I will use the dungeon generated by the mirror image after its reversal to explain. As our example, we will take the 7th level dungeon that is about to manifest in Dongshan. Once it reverses, its entrance position will be when a dungeon flips, a human dungeon of the same rank appears in the monster's world. In Dongshan, we face a level 1 Murloc dungeon.
But inside, adventurers are forbidden from using their titles. Jingguan slammed his hand on the desk, demanding an answer.
The teacher explained, the academic world has no firm conclusion, but we believe it's a balancing act based on who holds the home field advantage. Leon Gakuin cried out, completely lost. The teacher continued, it's actually quite simple to understand. Compared to the defenders, the attackers are already at a massive disadvantage with their location. If the defenders' combat power wasn't limited, the invaders would be utterly annihilated. Just then, our protagonist raised his hand. He had a question. Taking this dungeon as an example, if the Murlocs inside escaped to our world, would they become stronger? The teacher waved her hand. Before they succeed in their escape mission, their strength only increases slightly. Changhai stroked his chin thoughtfully. In other words, monsters that have already completed an escape mission are far more dangerous thanks to the advantages they gain. So this is no different from fighting enraged beasts. Sui raised her hand, next posing her own question. Can't this entire problem be solved with a powerful weapon? The teacher replied. Using a weapon like that would cause the Dongshan dungeon's difficulty to skyrocket far beyond its normal level. If you're not prepared to face that new nightmare, then it's better not to use force to solve the problem. Liang Jian threw his hands up in frustration. Then how about we get 2 9th or 10th level rankers to block the gate? Let them slaughter everything that comes through. The teacher shook her head. Once a dungeon's entrance is flipped, it becomes an absolute advantage zone for the attackers.
On top of having your title sealed, defenders in this area also lose all their basic attribute bonuses.
For example, if a 9th or 10th level adventurer entered this zone, their combat power would be weakened, all the way down to level 7, dramatically increasing the risk of the gate being overwhelmed. Jing Chuan asked, so how many people would we need? If 5 level 9 rankers were blocking the gate, it should be safe, right? In a normal level 7 dungeon, only the boss might reach level 8. Level 9 threats are almost unheard of. A 5-to-1 advantage is huge. The teacher nodded. Yes, someone has tried that before, and the effect wasn't bad. However, the dungeon mechanics will adapt, turning the attacker's home into a survival-type dungeon. And when their side changes to a survival mission, an entrance to a new survival dungeon of the same level appears in our world. She presented a diagram of the changes. The most infamous of these are the cemetery and the tomb of fear. The teacher closed her eyes grimly. And then, an entirely new mechanism is activated. At least in our country, we try to avoid this at all costs. Liang Jian clutched his head. So that's forbidden too? What's with all these restrictions? Do we have to evacuate the locals and fight them one by one? This is disgusting. The teacher offered a faint smile. Not exactly. In fact, we found a way to quickly resolve a dungeon flip. Shanghai leaned in, surprised. And how do we do that? The teacher's eyes narrowed. As long as a single one of the invaders remains alive in our world, we simply monitor their life signs until the dungeon's entry timer hits 0. That way, another wave of enemies will never appear. At that very moment, a group of players had gathered at the dungeon. Lonnie announced, all right, this time we need to discuss our security strategy. One of the players scoffed, full of disdain. Security problems. It's just a level 7 dungeon. If it wasn't for my class specializing in underwater combat, I wouldn't even be here. This place was scouted ages ago. The team leader whipped around his voice like thunder. If you can't keep up with the strategy, then just shut your mouth and listen. This dungeon is not as simple as you think. The player let out a smug chuckle. Oh, I understand perfectly. If you're so smart, then please enlighten us all. I'm all ears. The leader's face flushed with anger. Have you even read the quest titled The Murloc Breeding Season? Destroy the incubation tanks. These are obvious hints, but you didn't even react. If this continues, the number of Murlocs in this lake is going to explode.
Our boss values teamwork, and idiots who don't join the team will definitely be the first to die.
The player shouted back, enraged. Who are you calling an idiot? Jing folded his hands. So you gathered us here to discuss how to defend the shoreline when the Murlocs finally attack? The leader replied, yes. He continued. Last month in Guangdong Province, I helped the Jianxiang Adventurers Association deal with a local 10th level dungeon flip. During that incident, I learned some information that can't be disclosed to the public. The officials discovered something. That inverted dungeons have hidden rules that heavily favor the enemy. Since the entrance is in the center, the defender's combat power is, within a specific zone, is drastically limited. A principle of mirroring. He theorizes similar rules must apply inside this very dungeon. Xing asked with a frown. To what extent are we limited? Wenger replied. Take them, for example.
If these dungeon defenders enter a zone favorable to the attacker,
They lose the ability to use their titles, and even their acquired basic attributes. The players listened bewildered. As he explained, they are reduced to mere Murlocs, even the boss's team-strengthening buffs.
once we enter the attacker's zone, that enhancement effect is suppressed, completely nullified. A moment later, Changhai sat
On a chair deep in thought. If my title is unusable, I could live with that. But as we approach the entrance, even my basic attributes will be stripped away. The restrictions were far too severe. At first, he thought he could just swap to another title with a +2 perception bonus enough to satisfy the minimum requirement for his vision of the future skill. But now, that path was completely impossible. The protagonist pulled out a badge, his eyes firm. We'll have to forget that plan. First, I need to adapt to fighting without my future vision. Let's see just how much power I've truly lost. In a flash, he was teleported to the dungeon with the knight once more. Good morning, Valor, Changhai said. The knight offered no reply. It simply charged forward, its silence deafening. Changhai was caught off guard by the sheer speed. The knight's blade swung down, and all he could manage was a choked, "No." A heartbeat later, he murmured in disbelief. Without future vision. And my title? Has my strength really fallen this much? The entire battle lasted a mere 18 seconds. The protagonist scowled. I need to find another subclass. One that can raise my perception. I have to get my future vision back online. Later in the cafeteria, Lin approached him. Are you looking for Yao? Yes, Changhai answered. I need a subclass that offers at least a +2 perception bonus. I hoped he could recommend something. He added, within the association, we can use contribution points to get items that change our subclass, right? Lin closed her eyes, sighing. Yes, that's possible. But the contribution points needed for anything related to intelligence, perception, or smell are astronomically high. What you've earned is definitely not enough. I know, the protagonist replied. I checked before I came here. But I have 2 titles that were never listed in the official guide. I can submit them, and in exchange for their potential value, earn contribution points. Lin's head lowered in thought. Yes, that could work. I'll call Yao out to help. You, soon after Jan entered the room. Have you decided on a subclass? He held up a folder. There's no need to wait. It will be another 6 months before you're sent to a dungeon again. In a few months, an optimal path for a new hidden class might be discovered. But Changhai's resolve was firm. I won't wait. I need 2 more perception points to activate my main skills inside the dungeon. It's an absolute necessity. Jan adjusted his glasses, nodding. Very well. They sat, and he passed a folder across the table. These are the subclasses controlled by the association, all of which can add at least 2 points to perception. Changhai opened the folder, his eyes scanning the pages, until they landed on number 37. Seeker. Perception +3 points. Adventurers who activate this job will receive +3 too.
intelligence when searching for specific items. Your ability to integrate clues is enhanced. He read the final line. Unlock method currently unclear.
Jan asked, Are you certain you want this one? A confident smile spread across the protagonist's face. Yes, this is the one. Jan glanced at the sheet. All right then. I'll contact the Fuzhou Adventurers Association right now. I'll have them send an appraiser to Dongshan to determine the value of the titles you possess. He slammed the papers on the table, gathering them with purpose. If their value exceeds the finder's professional certificate, Jan stated, I'll
Contact headquarters myself. Changhai smiled gratefully. I'm causing you a lot of trouble.
The next day, a man extended his hand. You must be Changhai. You can call me Kaiji. My second profession is appraiser. I'm here to assess the value of 2 of your titles, Death Not Life and Fighting a Legend. The protagonist shook his hand firmly. Okay. A short while later in a study, Kaiji was typing furiously on his laptop. He looked up in amazement. These 2 titles have incredible effects, but the acquisition difficulty and the prerequisites are far too demanding. Because of that, their market value will be significantly lower than other titles of the same level. Changhai frowned. By how much? The appraiser just smiled. Don't you worry. It will be more than enough to buy the profession change certificate. A few days later, Lin pointed to a red target. Just like last time. No skills, no items. Just hit this with everything you've got. Changhai took his stance. All right. He exhaled sharply, swung his arm, and struck with all his might. The scoreboard lit up, displaying the result. 133 points. Liang Yuan cried out, But why? Why is Big Brother's basic strength so low? Only 13. He was certain it was at least 14. Jingguan simply looked at him and replied, It's 13 now. Once he clears this dungeon, he'll reach level 14 or 15. But Leon Jakun chimed in, saying that even the Great Brother Woe took 2 months.
To climb from level 13 to 14. No matter how much of a prodigy Changhai is hitting level 15 is a pipe dream. Jingguan retorted, daring him to doubt it.
Lin, admiring the protagonist's physique, confessed she was deeply envious of the Bandage Master's power. If he ever outgrew it, would he consider selling it to their Dongshan association? Changhai agreed, but with a condition. They'd have to wait until his base strength and agility stats both reached 16 points. Just then, Wen Zhang burst into the office. He announced a strength test was underway, but more importantly, his profession transfer certificate had finally arrived.
A moment later, a system notification materialized before him. It read, "Adventurer currently has no sub-profession. Use profession transfer certificate." Changhai, sitting on his bed, smirked.
Is that even a question, of course? He slammed the confirmation button, and the Seeker class began to initialize. The system window updated. Main profession Death Escaper. The Seeker profession and its item search skill were now unlocked. The protagonist froze. Wait, this is impossible. This went against his entire plan. The ultimate combination for a Death Escaper was item search. He felt like he'd been deceived by the system itself. The effect was a staggering +5 perception points. And the closer he drew to Death's door, the higher his strength and agility would surge. The attribute buff was capped at 4 points, but that wasn't all. 8 trials had just been activated. He needed to clear the first trial to gain a single point. Trial name Manifestation of Strength. The crest on the Congo River. Changhai was ecstatic. He thought the first 2 effects were already game-breaking, but then a third one appeared out of nowhere. He knew most people hit their perception limit around 16 or 17 points. Once he reached that peak, he would shatter it. He clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. Not tomorrow, right now. He was heading straight for the gym.
From this day forward, he would train until the point of utter exhaustion. As for the prowess trial, he couldn't complete that right now anyway.
Suddenly, an angry shout pierced the air. A mistake! An adventurer was yelling into his phone. Why am I being forced into the queue for the dungeon incident? Why are you dragging me there just to fill the numbers? The voice on the other end was cold. Because your favor points with us have run out. Besides, as of next month, you're no longer the unit entrance team head. As an official seeker, isn't it perfectly normal to be conscripted? Don't tell me, the voice added menacingly, that you don't know who caused the Murloc dungeon to collapse in Dongshan City. The adventurer's face tightened with displeasure. Back at the gym, he trained relentlessly. The jump rope was a blur. 11,121, 11,122. Outside, the sky had already turned black. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, players gathered. Looney shouted, "All right, everyone! This is the last day we get through this and we go home." But deep within the dungeon, the Murlocs were amassing their army, their boss empowering the horde. A level 7. Murloc leader stepped forward reporting, Lord Manus is in the lair of the 24th Guard. He is protected by 69 elite Murlocs, and a total of 800 sentries and soldiers. The level 4 captain roared back, "Excellent, we shall devour Manus. We will slaughter the adventurers, drag their corpses back, and use them to level up." The timer on the dungeon return ticked down, 9 hours, 57 minutes, and 43 seconds remaining. Panting and drenched in sweat, our hero commanded Adventurer Panel. A system window materialized displaying Changhai, Elite Adventurer, Race Human.
Rank level 6, job Death Escaper and Seeker. Basic attributes Strength.
Dexterity 15, Constitution 16, Intelligence 16, Perception 18, and Charm 11. Just then, Sui appeared. "You're a strange one," she said. "The dungeon is about to be overturned in a few hours, and you're not conserving energy, but training your raw strength. You're not even sharpening your skills." Changhai simply replied, "I've been training this way for the past 2 months." Sui looked at him completely surprised. He hopped down from the equipment. "Why are you looking for me at this hour?" A glaring danger warning pulsed above Sui's head. She frowned. "If I told you my title is screaming at me to flee the city immediately, would you believe me?" Changhai could only stare back with a puzzled expression. Back inside the dungeon, one of the players raised his hand. "I have an idea. If the Murlocs are making a final assault in these last few hours, why don't we try to assassinate their boss? If we kill it, the rest of the Murlocs will pose no real threat." Another player shot back in disbelief. "Are you insane? We all agreed to wait at the exit and return together when the timer runs out.
Why are you trying to cause more trouble? Besides, the mission isn't even complete. There's no reward for killing the boss."
The man chuckled. "It's not about whether we have to kill the boss." He turned to an adventurer named Huan A. What if he needed a way home through the dungeon, so he confronted an adventurer still on his quest? The man leaned against a tree, arms crossed. "You can," he confirmed, "and that's the heart of the problem." His brow furrowed. "According to the mirror principle, when the old Murloc dungeon was wiped out, a new one formed with a hard limit of 15 entrants. If a boss spawns with its minions, they'll take up those 15 slots. We'd have to guard this entrance until 4 Murlocs break through." The player spread his hands in frustration. "That's just a guess. What if the Murlocs don't even show up?
What if we hold them off? But Sheen revealed a card. No, they are definitely coming. The E-rank adventurer, Jiang Si.
Xing, a professional impersonator, smirked. My second class is tarot reader. He laid out the cards. And in the next few hours, fate spells disaster. At this, the main character asked Sue when it happened. 2 hours ago, she replied grimly. Changhai suddenly remembered her title could warn her of personal threats, so Gao Qingyun must have sensed the danger and left. But how did you know Dongshan City itself was the target?
Sue's expression hardened. That's when I discovered a fatal blind spot in my title.
It's why I joined the association, to earn contribution points and trade for items on the internal network. Rare items to cover my weaknesses. She turned away. Otherwise, you'll just drag me into trouble again. Again? Changhai was confused. How am I dragging you into this? Sue covered an eye, her gaze intense. Because you are. Just like Sister Lin. You can't imagine how dangerous this new dungeon truly is. Think about it. My danger sense activated while I was outside the official risk zone. What does that tell you? Our hero stroked his chin as the awful truth dawned on him. That the defensive line won't be enough to stop the Murlocs. The danger zone is about to expand to cover all of Dongshan. Sue pointed forward. Exactly, and I'm unlucky enough to be here. The association will conscript me into the fight. That's why my title is screaming at me to leave the city. The moment I'm gone, I can avoid the forced summons. Changhai pressed. Have you discussed this with Brother Yao or Sister Lin? Sue nodded. I have, but not counting the 15 adventurers already trapped in the dungeon. How many of us are left? No more than 15. We have to assume an equal number of Murlocs will break through. And we know Murlocs are weaker in single combat. Besides, we have reinforcements. Official level 10 adventurers from Shango County, Shanhagen Gang, and Wulong of the Sanon Alliance. Even if a few Murlocs breach the line, Dongshan has the power to react and hunt them down. So what do you think? Do you trust them or do you trust me? If it's them, then I can only rely on myself. My parents fled into the neighboring city of Yuna days ago. Changhai thought for a moment before asking his question. I want to believe you. But what can we do alone? The future you saw has every single level 10 adventurer failing.
Sue pointed to herself, her eyes blazing with conviction.
No, we can do a lot thanks to my warning. And this invisibility cloak from Ginyun. We can protect the weaker Murlocs who get separated from the Horde. That way, even if things spiral out of control, we can minimize the damage they inflict on our world. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, the player stared at his cards. In the end, the three of them drew either the tower or death. This is a terrible sign. The tower can mean a fatal blow. And death can be interpreted as failure, separation, destruction. A man nearby scoffed. Not that I really believe that. If Shang's second profession is so useful, how did he get trapped in here just like the rest of us? The player shot back loudly. Didn't I explain this? Before we set out, I drew the Fool, but I misinterpreted its meaning.
Otherwise, I would have avoided this entire disaster. The reversed Fool means taking the wrong path,
Look at Wanair and Lanchi, the strongest couple here. Their reading was the Empress and the world symbols of absolute success. The guy pulled out a card crying out, Here, I have the same one as him. If I follow his lead, my end will be the same as his right. Xixing smirked. That's right, and there's a high probability that none of us will be getting out of this dungeon. The man grumbled, then do another reading. If we follow my plan, kill the boss and drive the Murlocs back to the lake. Will our luck improve? Fine, Xing sighed, but just then Lanchi appeared beside them. Hold on with the fortune-telling. He put his hands in his pockets. Your plan could be improved. We need a better strategy considering there could be hundreds, even thousands of Murlocs in this dungeon. If their boss is a horde type, then numbers are its advantage. Recklessly starting a war will just get us all killed.
Spreading his hands wide, a man proposed their strategy. We do nothing, just stay at the exit and wait.
After all, they both drew safe cards. It was the easiest path. But Lonnie's expression hardened. No, you're wrong. They needed to prepare for every possible boss encounter. What if a standard boss appeared? Or worse, a commander type?
For a boss that buffs its allies, they'd first need a bait team. Lure out the Murloc swarm so the main force could concentrate.
And land a decisive blow on the leader. Wenger raised his hand. I'm the perfect one for that job. I have stealth skills.
Lonnie agreed. This would allow them to scout the boss type ahead of time. But Xixing interjected. I believe my plan is more reliable.
You should follow my lead. The man simply nodded. Yes. At that very moment, the main character was on a gym bench lost in thought. This plan, it was a low-risk solution, certainly. But if at all possible, he wanted to find another way. He decided to convince Brother Yao, but he would need her unique ability. Will you come with me to my house? I need you to determine the quantity and quality of the danger sources near the entrance. Sue raised a single finger with a confident smile. No problem. Back inside the dungeon, the players sat uneasily on a massive log. One of them murmured, It seems that girl drew the death card again. A man with folded arms scoffed. He's failed the luck lottery twice in a row. There's a high probability. that he won't be leaving this dungeon alive. Another player turned to Xixing. How should I interpret the Fool's card? Xixing replied calmly. In this situation, it signifies that you will use the power within you and all around you to achieve your goals. Goals? The man repeated, intrigued. Just then, Lonnie stepped forward, addressing the entire group. The fortune-telling results are in. Except for the few who drew the Death and Tower cards, everyone's overall fortune has drastically improved. This is a definite positive trend. With these results, I believe it is time to implement the plan. Those who drew the Death and Tower cards will require our protection. Lonnie turned. Wanger! A voice called back from the shadows.
I understand. I'm heading out now. Lonnie continued. Also, if this dungeon's boss is a team enhancement type,
then half of us will act as the bait. We need to create an opening for the others to land the killing blow. He scanned their faces. Are there any volunteers for the bait team? High above Wanger scaled a tree, raising his binoculars. He saw them, monsters crawling out of the water. He analyzed the scene. A rearguard commander, with many minions of the same race. They're acting as bodyguards, elite-level monsters. They should be weaker than a typical boss of the same level. The boss was a team-buffing type. Wanger pulled out a signal revolver. I need to get this information to Lonnie immediately.
A bright flare shot into the sky. Lonnie glanced up. It started. As the Murloc horde attacked their leader, looked up in confusion.
A player smirked. Red, it's a fight with a strengthening type. The man beside him frowned deeply. It's a shame I have to be the bait. Lonnie, perched high in a tree, pointed toward the signal.
We have the signal from Wanger. The boss is in that direction. According to the plan, the strike team will advance to the starting location.
And wait until we've drawn enough of the monsters away. Then you will act, Xixing replied. Understood. Lonnie sat back. Now we wait for their success signal. Right, a player confirmed. Lonnie wished them all victory and a safe return. The dungeon timer continued its countdown. 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 29 seconds remaining.
After a while, the strike team arrived at their destination. One of them asked, Is this the place? Xixing nodded.
Yes. A man readied a revolver. Then I'll send the signal. Do it, another urged. But Xixing raised his hand. Could we discuss something first? He materialized a bow. My main profession is a magic archer. My power in a frontal assault is extremely low. May I take a position in that tree to provide support? The man shouted back. Are you kidding me?
With a profession like that, why are you even in the bait group?
Xixing scratched the back of his head. I didn't want to be, but Lonnie said my profession overlaps with the guy who drew the tower card. He said this group can have everyone who drew the bad cards. The man grunted. Fine, whatever. Go. Xixing beamed, thanking them before heading off. The remaining players struggled with the signal gun. How does this thing even work? Just stop. Give it to me. It was all a blatant lie. Xixing's sub-profession wasn't tarot fortune-telling. It was imitator, a class that could copy other professions. He held out the cards. Choose one. The moment he switches to imitate another class, his fortune-telling ability ceases to have any effect. Zhang Xixing also used the deceiver skill. This allowed him to manipulate the draw, ensuring the others received dangerous cards, like the tower. Its hypnotic effect subtly pushed them into accepting Lonnie's dangerous offer and taking the initiative. But why? Because when Zhang Xixing told his own fortune, he drew the death card. To change his own fate, he fanned the flames of conflict. He proposed a reckless plan to kill the boss and drive out every last Murloc. He touched down by the lake. With another adventurer holding the line, Zhang Jing could finally retreat safely to the entrance. At that moment, someone started to reason things out. Thanks to Dunan, even if the Murlocs attack, we should be able to defend ourselves. But why propose such a radical plan? And Lanchi and Wanger, it seemed they were secretly working with Dunan too. Whatever he thought, it has nothing to do with me. Just then, a Murloc discovered a small cylindrical fragment. Picking it up, it examined the object. This seems unusual, not from around here. Its boss replied with a snarl. Obviously, that red glowing thing was launched by those adventurers. He declared that his troops were already on the shore, but then a soldier pointed upward. Captain, look at the sky. The boss tilted his head back and saw two brilliant lights streaking across the heavens. He hissed, Do they not understand? This is a declaration of war. Elsewhere, the devourer sat upon its throne of bones, its gaze filled with contempt. It slammed a fist against its own skull. So much time has passed. Why have you not brought me an adventurer's corpse? A monster trembled before it, fearfully replying, They've hidden themselves far away, my lord. It will take great effort to find them. Please just wait a little longer. The devourer bared its razor-sharp teeth. I will wait, but if nothing changes, then I will hunt them down myself. Meanwhile, a group of players stood ready in the dark forest. A man with a shield spoke. The Murlocs haven't shown up yet. I think they saw our signal. His comrade turned and replied, Perhaps not, although it's hard to miss. Suddenly his eyes widened as he stared into the darkness. "Get behind me! The Murlocs are advancing!" At that moment, the sharp bark of a dog echoed through the woods. It ran to a tree, barking furiously. Wanger was perched on a branch above. He leaped down as Lani approached. "Boss," Wanger turned and pointed. "You'll see them if you go that way, but I wouldn't recommend a direct attack. There are far too many Murlocs swarming the area. With their numbers, we'll never win a show." Frontal assault. Wanger snapped a stick and began sketching a map in the dirt. He explained, "What's more, it'll be impossible to get near their boss. Even if I use my stealth technique, what about the others who can't? A head-on fight will drag on for too long. The Murlocs we sent on a wild goose chase will surely return as reinforcements." A man looked at Lani and proposed a new plan. "Should we split up again? Lure the Murlocs away? Create an opening for you to face the boss one-on-one. 5 minutes. Give us 5 minutes and you'll be able to finish the boss." Lani stroked his chin thoughtfully. 5 minutes, you say?" He turned to the other players. "What do you all think?" A girl nodded firmly. "We agree." Another man crossed his arms. "It's worth a shot." Lani made his decision. "All right, we'll go with that plan. But remember, we only have 5 minutes. If we can't succeed by then,
We won't be able to hold back the Murloc horde any longer. The man gave a grim nod. Understood.
A short while later, one Murloc suddenly struck another, and a brawl broke out among them. The other monsters stared in shock, hissing in confusion. The Murlocs froze, completely bewildered. In that instant, players burst from the bushes. "Adventurers!" a monster shrieked. "Light the signal fires! The adventurers are here." Smoke rose in the distance, and the Murloc boss sneered. "Just as I thought, a diversion. These adventurers want to use bait to thin our ranks, then seize the opportunity to assassinate me while I'm unguarded. How cunning," his assistant asked. "When the enemy appears, shall I dispatch the guards to help the boss?" Turned his eyes glinting. "No, this might not even be their strongest force. In the past, they've used a grand army
To crush the main battalion, while a single assassin sneaks in for the kill. These humans are capable of anything."
At that very moment, a man sat hidden in the bushes, waiting for the perfect chance. Wanger stood before him, activating his stealth skill. "Is this really going to work?" he thought. "The pressure is immense." At the same time, the Devourer rose from its throne. "That's it," it roared. "I can wait no longer," a subordinate cried out in alarm. "My lord, don't be so reckless. It's dangerous on the shore right now." The Devourer swiped its massive paw, slicing the monster in two with its claws. Rage burned within it. "Dangerous? As if I cannot handle a little danger." Soon after, the Devourer and its army marched onto dry land. A tantalizing aroma filled the air. It smelled delicious. Drool began to pour from the monster's maw. So very delicious. It charged forward with a deafening roar.
All of this deliciousness is mine. Meanwhile, near the dungeon exit, Qixing leaned against a tree.
"I don't know how the others are doing," he sneered. "But those 2 idiots from my party are definitely dead by now. When Lani and Wanger get back, I'll just tell them we ran into too many Murlocs." After my comrades fell, I had no choice but to retreat. Xing rubbed his palms together, laughing softly. "And as for that death card, it's not like he figured out how to change everything." Just then, a Murloc appeared before him without a sound. His smug grin vanished, replaced by pure terror as the monster stared him down. Stunned, the creature fled for its life. Jing gave chase, wondering what was wrong with this lone Murloc. He prayed it wasn't.
Just a scout separated from its pack. If it was, he couldn't let it escape alive. Not until this dungeon was cleared.
The location of their entrance had to remain a secret. The Murloc darted frantically through the forest, when a blinding arrow of light tore through the air, impaling it instantly. Xixing lowered his bow, noting with annoyance that he'd missed the vital point.
It was still breathing. How could this Murloc have possibly escaped his attack zone? Could killing the boss grant some kind of
unexpected power boost? Then, the rustling of bushes intensified. An entire squad of armed Murlocs emerged, and Xixing's confidence turned to absolute terror. Meanwhile, Wanger glanced at Ding and Zai confused. "What is he doing over there?" he whispered. The boss's guards hadn't even been lured away yet. Ding and Zai scoffed. "It doesn't matter. Worst case, we kill them all." He stepped out from the shadows, instantly drawing the boss's furious gaze. "Captain!" his assistant cried out. The boss growled, "No need to shout. I see him." Ding Wanai, an alias for a man of unknown origin. A level 8 adventurer. His profession hunter. The monster recognized his aura. "This one is incredibly strong." At the same moment, Xixing gasped for breath, surrounded by the corpses of fallen monsters. "I was tricked," he seethed with frustration. "How did these creatures know about every single one of his ambush points?" He had nearly died. Suddenly he froze. A new presence. To his side, Xixing saw it. The Devourer. the dungeon boss itself. It advanced slowly, its voice echoing in his mind. It's a waste to eat you first, but I have no choice. There is only one of you, and I must feed. Sheen grit his teeth, his mind racing. Why is the dungeon boss here? Zlanwan, what are they doing? He was in serious trouble. In that instant, a monster he thought was dead stirred behind him, reaching for its spear. With a final desperate lunge, it pierced straight through Qing's body. His last thought was a bitter one. This must be a joke. A level 8 archer, taken down by the weakest Murloc grunt. The lowly monster raised its hands in triumph, and its body erupted in a blinding light, shocking its own master. The creature was evolving into a high-level monster. The devourer watched with cold displeasure. So it's true. If a low-level Murloc kills a high-level being, it can absorb their power and ascend. An ordinary monster had just transformed into a level 7 Murloc assassin. They used stealth to eliminate invaders, raising their rank with each kill. The devourer sneered. Insignificant. It pointed to a nearby subordinate. Go, report what you saw. Tell the others to gather here. We need cannon fodder.
We must prepare for the main attack. Now hurry. Yes, my lord, the Murloc replied, scurrying away. At that same moment, Ding Wen's weapon crashed.
Into a horde of monsters. They swarmed him, their bites surprisingly strong. A wave of fear hit him. A mistake. These were level 7 monsters. Why were there so many of them in this dungeon? Even if the boss wasn't at full power, there was no reason to burn himself out now. Ding Wen's spun around and bellowed. That's enough. Stop hiding, Wanger. Get over here and help me. There are too many guards. The boss's elite guard noted. Captain, his reaction suggests he didn't come here alone. As Ding Wen's desperately screamed Wanger's name, the boss held up a hand. Don't fall for his tricks. The last adventurer tried the same bluff, pretending he had allies nearby. I was forced to split my guards.
I will not make that mistake again. The guard bowed his head. Of course, I should have known. But as previously mentioned, Jingzi Wanger and Langi all had their own agendas. Wanger moved like a ghost through the forest.
His main profession was indeed hunter, but his goal was different. To advance his rank, he needed to slay bosses of various types, none of which could be much weaker than his own level. But Wanger's ambition burned far brighter. He was after the legendary enhancement scroll. He thought to himself, Dingen's has the boss and its guards occupied. Now is my chance to bypass them and eliminate the true target of this level. Elsewhere, Changhai and Su stood near the dungeon's edge. He could feel it. Why is its presence growing stronger? Su looked at him full of questions. The main character simply said, No, let me activate my title. He needed to know how many threats were on the other side, and which one was more dangerous than the aura radiating from Gaoling Yun. As a long-term partner of the provincial associations, Wanger had access to classified information, secrets that were never revealed to the public. This included intel on so-called bug-grade dungeons, dungeons that could upgrade themselves and even produce heroic-grade individuals. He knew that clearing this dungeon could grant an unimaginable power-up. Wanger was the only adventurer here who understood the true prize. He stood hidden by a tree, thinking of the legendary item. Among all the assembled adventurers, there wasn't a single one who excelled in underwater combat. It was agonizing to have coupons for upgrading rare items, but to be completely unable to use them. He was no warrior of the sea. All he could do was watch as his chance at legendary power drifted just out of reach model. It should have been upgraded a long time ago. A memory surfaces of when Ding Wen's approached him speaking of Huana's killer. He recalled that he also took commissions for the boss. Wanner had asked, Do you need something? Ding Wen's replied that he was planning to hunt the dungeon's boss by himself and wanted to hire Wanner for the task. Wanner's eyes narrowed. Underwater combat. Was this guy trying to play him for a fool? He wondered, hunt the boss alone. Could he be the one creating these rare item upgrade coupons? No. Ding Wen's quickly clarified. I'm a land dweller, but the lake monsters must eventually come ashore. Before the mission expires, he continued, sooner or later, we adventurers will have to face them. Wanner pressed, but if you can't fight underwater, you won't be able to clear the dungeon even if you kill the boss, right? Or is there some other benefit? A smirk played on Ding Wen's lips. Yes, a small one. My main profession requires me to hunt a boss from the land, water, and sky, alone.
Only then can I level up. This dungeon's boss just happens to fit my needs perfectly.
Besides, he added, Murloc bosses are usually weak. I can't let this opportunity slip by. Wanner turned away. I'll think about it. Okay, Ding Wen's agreed. As Wanner walked off, his mind raced. If his main profession was truly a hunting master, then this man's single-minded focus on the boss, it could be the key. He could use him to draw out the dungeon boss and all its minions. They would catch every last one. With the Murlocs distracted, he could infiltrate their lair and eliminate the undeveloped creature himself. Wanner turned back. I'll accept your offer, but on one condition. I don't sign contracts.
We'll make a verbal agreement. After the job is done, we'll split the reward based on our contributions.
Okay, Dingwen's eye agreed. But now in the present, he lay broken on the ground screaming in horror. I was deceived. As the boss's guard swung a massive club, he shrieked, Zhang Jingjuana! They're all deceivers! With a final scream, he swore he would never let them go. The boss glanced to the side. Are these the adventurers who evolve by killing others? Then why hasn't this one changed? A Murloc smiled grimly. Perhaps there are other triggers we don't yet understand. The boss fell into a thoughtful silence. The guard hoisted Dingwen's eye's head. My lord, shall I take this body to Lord Manus first? The boss gave its permission. At that same moment, a demonic eye floated high in the sky, where the warlock Lanchi was challenging a 7th-level demon. The monster stared ahead. Once I figure out the conditions for evolution, it vowed, I'll be back for you. Elsewhere, players were completely surrounded by monsters. How long has it been? A girl cried out. Shouldn't Dingwen's part be over? We can't even send a signal. Is he already dead? Looney stared ahead, his expression hardening. He spotted the eye in the sky, then grinned fiercely. Forget them, he shouted. We're leaving now. Meanwhile, Wanner stood by the lake, a glowing item cradled in his hands. Make a wish, he murmured. Shout level 3. Water breathing. An excellent single-use item, a special spell scroll containing a 3rd-level spell. The magic took hold. Wanner dove into the depths, swimming toward the monster's lair. He traveled a great distance, and realized the lake and the lair were completely empty. It seemed they had all been lured out and caught. Suddenly, a system window flashed. The subquest from the main mission, Find the Murloc Lair, had been completed. At that very moment, the Devourer was feasting on Xixing's body. A guard approached. Lord Manus. The creature turned its head, a question in its eyes. The guard presented the corpse. This is the body you require. Manus, the Devourer of the 4th or 5th trial level, replied. Good, where is the cannon fodder? What do you need it for? High on a tree branch, a massive monster drew its bow, aiming at a team of players. An arrow flew piercing a girl's body as she screamed in agony. Run, Looney ordered. If you can get away alone, just run. In another part of the dungeon, there was only a field of adventurer corpses. A monster unleashed a torrent of fire. So it's true, it hissed. Killing adventurers is what makes us evolve. A 7th-level Murloc poison master replied. A pity the one in the hat escaped. A 7th-level Murloc mage then conjured an even larger stream of flames. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the protagonist's phone rang. He called and asked, Is the evacuation and resettlement of the residents complete? Wan Zhang replied. Yes, I'm checking our community now. What's wrong? Can you come here right away? Chai asked urgently. Su, you and I found something in the dungeon. In the past 2 hours, 3 powerful Murlocs have appeared. Their strength is nearly on par with Gang Yin's, and there's another, a special source of danger that's also growing stronger at an alarming rate. Back in the dungeon, a player and another man were desperately holding back the monsters. The guy gasped. It's over. He's out of mana. The man screamed at Changxing, roaring that his class was meant for the shadows for firing arrows from the dark. He was never supposed to be fighting out in the open, but by the time the Murloc horde descended, he had already vanished. The dread was suffocating. Suddenly, an adventurer burst through the trees shouting, Thank the gods, they're still alive. Confused, the man demanded. Why is he here? Didn't he receive the signal? The adventurer yelled back. He was ordered to either succeed in the beheading or retreat. That's our only emergency exit. If the Murlocs are on our tail, only one of us can make it out alive. Only an absolute fool would fire a flare and lead them right to us. At that moment, Su turned to our protagonist. What is he saying? Our hero placed a hand on his neck, replying. He says that he and Qin Huagong, an official level 10 adventurer from Long'an District, have arrived. He's telling them to stand down. Su closed her eyes, a calm resolve settling over her. All right, she said, walking toward the door. If you can't convince them, let me speak, but if I do, you'll have to listen to me regarding this dungeon reversal. Changhai simply replied, Deal. With that, Suyu stepped out of the apartment. Back in the dungeon, the situation was spiraling out of control. An adventurer grabbed Lan by the collar, shouting, This is a disaster. With the boss here, 3 of us are dead for sure. How did you let those people slip past you at the exit? Lonnie screamed back. You can't pin this on me. It was Dingen's plan to fight the boss. I was just trying to make the best of it. Weren't you all on board with his plan? The man choked on his words. At that very moment, the monsters were conversing amongst themselves. They've started fighting. One, Murloc mused. Another asked, Why are you focused on something so trivial? Isn't the entrance the first thing we should be watching? Not these pathetic humans. The monsters stared at the shimmering portal, completely baffled. One pointed a clawed hand forward. Leader, the evolved Murloc had returned, dragging the body of an adventurer behind it. Leader, this is the body that Lord Manus desires. The boss turned. Tell me, what were you before the change? What new powers did you gain? A mage type answered, I was an elite Murloc. Now I can command the power of fire magic. The evolved warrior spoke next. I was a captain. Now I can secrete a deadly toxin. The boss spun around, its gaze falling on another. Then why is it that this one also slew an adventurer, yet the strongest guard among the four of you did not evolve? It froze. The strongest. A thought struck the boss. Bring me a sentry Murloc, now. The creature looked at it with a puzzled expression. The boss roared. When I say go, you go. The guard hesitated. Leader, is everything all right? Yes, the boss replied. A moment passed. It then pointed a sharp claw at a wounded girl. Go, kill that adventurer. Yes, leader. The girl was already on the ground, groaning in agony. The monster grinned with cruel realization. Ah, so the leader wishes to witness the evolution process for himself. It thought, this must be a test. A test of the evolutionary threshold, you idiot. The Murloc struck the girl down, letting out a triumphant roar as its body began to glow with a blinding light. It transformed into a level 7 Murloc master. The boss nodded. I see. So the prerequisite for evolution is the level difference. That explains why my guard and I couldn't evolve after killing those adventurers. The power gap wasn't wide enough. The level difference between them and the humans wasn't significant enough to draw the attention of their god biddy-up. Their deity only grants blessings to Murlocs who achieve extraordinary feats. The boss spoke with newfound understanding. Then summon every Murloc in this forest. I have an announcement to make. The guard bowed. As you command. And take these corpses to Lord Manus. The monster replied, yes, leader. Meanwhile, Wanger was setting fire to their shelter. He thought, it's a shame there's no heroic Murloc. Otherwise, I would have missed out on the bonus. Completing a dungeon escape a cleanup mission, or killing a heroic level character, all grant a massive bonus, updating you with rare items. Anyone with epic level gear would probably just toss it aside as useless. Just then, a system notification flashed before him. Due to a significant increase in the local dungeon's difficulty, this instance has transformed into a virtual survival dungeon. All quests have been adjusted. A new announcement appeared. Wanger groaned in disbelief. Are you kidding me? What is this nonsense? He had just completed the quest, and now everything was reset. What kind of game are they playing? The system window before him read Murloc breeding season. Wanger bit his finger, thinking there have to be other missions besides this one. According to the standard dungeon level composition, there should be a level 9 boss at this tier. Did all the Murlocs level up this fast? The system window was relentless. It read Murloc breeding season. Difficulty level 9th. In addition to the mission, you must reach the local city to survive. Escape method, teleportation. Mission, kill the heroic Murloc devourer. Manhwa. The player stared in shock. A heroic Murloc. He knew that a heroic level creature was 2 or 3 tiers stronger than an ordinary boss of the same level. That meant the boss's true level was somewhere between 11 and 12. No wonder Dingen and Wanger made such a desperate choice. An unimaginable mistake. Julie shot him a questioning look, announcing his departure. But Lani simply replied there was no need. Don't worry about me. It just so happens that what we're doing now isn't something other adventurers should witness. With a snap of his fingers, 2 monstrous beings materialized before them. Lani stretched out his hand, his voice cold. Bring me back the souls of the adventurers, and all who have fallen in this dungeon. With his command, the demons scattered in every direction. The other adventurers stared at their system windows, their faces etched with surprise. Wanger didn't mention this, one man said. He never said the speed of cultivating to the heroic level could be this fast. Doesn't this make him a massive threat to us before the dungeon is even cleared? What in the world was happening with this mission? Another adventurer chimed in. It's no wonder he told us to hide the fact that a Murloc like that existed in this dungeon. He turned to his companion. Do you remember what Wanger said? He mentioned that when he helped the Adventure Association with that local dungeon coup, he obtained some classified information. Information that was forbidden from public release. He pressed, could that secret intel be related to those who fought that hero-level enemy in the elite dungeon? What other information could he possibly have? The man shouted in frustration. It's entirely possible. The other guy folded his arms, deep in thought. If you look at it that way, he might have some hidden motive he isn't telling us. For instance, he could be holding a rare item that helps complete an escape, or a cleanup mission. The adventurer raised a finger. Exactly. And it just so happens that all the Murlocs have now come ashore. The original boss of this dungeon is being attacked by Dingen again. He thinks Wanger will use this chaos as a chance to sneak into the Murloc's lair and try to clear the stage himself. Unfortunately for him, the man sneered, this dungeon was upgraded because the Murlocs developed too early. The mission's objectives have been completely reset. He threw it all away for nothing, his companion smirked. And it's all thanks to that Murloc named Manus. He's become the final boss of a 9th level dungeon. That's not something Wanger can possibly defeat alone. After all his scheming, he walked right into a trap. You can only say one thing about it. He deserved it. But looking at it from another angle, I think Jin, Dingen, and Lani are hiding something too. They can't escape unless they stay near the entrance. So why don't we go back and confront them? The adventurer nodded. A sound plan. At that moment, a massive horde of monsters stood in a clearing. A Murloc reported, "Leader, everyone has gathered." The boss nodded. Good. It cleared its throat, its voice booming. The Mother of the Sea has blessed us once again. A new, higher-level Murloc has appeared among our ranks, but it was one of us not long ago. The boss clenched its fist. Things are different this time. The evolution of our Murloc species no longer requires those impossibly harsh conditions. To begin, we just need to find the adventurers in this forest and kill them. Then we too can reach a new level of existence. Moreover, we have found the gateway to the world where the adventurers live. Imagine it. In that world there must be new targets for us, new paths that will allow us to develop even further. But first things first, we must deal with the
adventurers in this forest are proof. We are worthy to fight at the same level as the Great One.
With Lord Manus, the boss raised its weapon high. So let's kill them all. We will please our master with the blood of adventurers. The monsters roared and surged forward. But suddenly a voice echoed through the clearing. Wait! The boss froze in surprise. Lord Manus, the devourer spoke. There are 6 adventurers remaining in this forest. 3 of them are moving away from us at high speed. If you must hunt adventurers to evolve, it is more efficient to start with the ones who are alone.
They are in this direction.
Manus had reached the 9th level. The boss's mind reeled. Incredible. Lord Manus, who absorbed so many adventurers, has become so tranquil. If Lord Manus can stabilize his power, this one who has trained so many Murlocs, this wave of exiles, perhaps I can finally return to the Murloc kingdom of Her Majesty, the Queen of the Sea. Why are you crying? Manus's voice cut through his thoughts. The boss quickly wiped its eyes. I'm not crying. A speck of dust just got in my eye. Meanwhile, the other adventurers were gathered near a house. Changhai spoke. So we suspect that more Murlocs will become bosses?
Before the dungeon flips, Qin Huagong asked, have these Murlocs begun to absorb normal bonuses?
This is an obscure rule. Dungan probably didn't tell you about it. When exploring a dungeon, if a weak being kills a strong one, they receive a special reward. For Murlocs, that reward is evolution. For us, it's attribute.
Points, titles, and rare items. Things like a bonus to upgrade rare items and so on. The 3 Murlocs that became bosses
were the lucky few who killed adventurers locked inside this dungeon. However, their level won't be exceptionally high. At most, it will be the same as the dungeon's level. No need to worry. Sue looked at him. But weren't there 15 adventurers locked in here? If they let those Murlocs evolve, wouldn't they be facing 15 Murloc bosses at once? Chen Huagong just scoffed, arms crossed. No, the adventurers in there aren't idiots. They dared to challenge Chen An's junior brother, which proves they're far stronger than their level suggests. When they band together against the odds, a mere level 7 Murloc dungeon stands no chance of wiping them out. Of course, if you're really worried, Chen Huagong suggested, a smirk on his face, you could always test my strength. Who's the bigger threat, me or 3 new Murloc bosses? The official adventurer of Longwei District, Chicheng City. The Axe Warrior. Chen Huagong, level 10. He activated his muscle strength enhancement skill, his body swelling with raw power as immense energy radiated from him. His physique has improved so much. But aren't the bonuses from stats and job class capped at 20 points? So why doesn't my body transform like that when I use my skills and title? Chen Wang wondered. So who is stronger now? Chen Huagong boomed. Me or those 3 Murloc bosses? It's not a problem, he said, powering down. Among the adventurers sent to the Dongshan City dungeon this time, there are a couple who are even stronger than me. Even if 15 Murloc bosses escaped that dungeon, they would simply be cut down one by one. Chunhai and the others exchanged stunned, silent glances. He finally understood. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, the remaining adventurers laid out their spoils on the ground. Shuli sighed. I never expected our trip to Dongshan would turn out like this. Lan brushed the dust from a tome. I agree. I knew our target wasn't in this dungeon. The moment we failed the separation mission, I thought this entire trip would be a waste. Who could have predicted that we would walk away with the souls of 5 elite adventurers? A dog at their side suddenly perked up. With this haul, we're sure to get a handsome reward. But the hound began barking furiously toward the dark forest, catching everyone's attention. What is it? Shuli asked. Suddenly, Murlocs burst from the trees. There's one more left, the leader snarled. Mananana could feel it. He just needed to devour one more adventurer, someone at least his own level, and his reincarnation would be complete. Shuli's eyes widened in horror. Are you saying the most powerful Murloc in this forest is charging us? With his personal guard? Lonnie looked at the oncoming horde with a worried expression. They are most likely here for us. I've heard the rumors. A monster in this forest that can level up by devouring people. It has to be the target from the cleansing mission. What do we do? Shuli cried. We can't possibly defeat a boss monster, not when he has subordinates this powerful. Lonnie clutched his grimoire. There's only one path. We save our own lives. He summoned a horrific creature, the level 14 Deadeye Messenger.
The entity snatched the souls they had collected, inspecting them with its ghostly tentacles. These souls are of excellent quality.
For them, I can grant you the 4 chieftains' eyes and the warlord's eye. Wait, Lonnie shouted. This time I'm not looking to expand my summoning categories. The envoy tilted its head. Then what do you desire? I need your help, he declared. You must kill the Murloc behind me. The monster slowly turned, its gaze falling upon Mananana's approaching forces. The envoy stared at the Murloc king and simply stated, "It can be done."
Elsewhere, Changhai and Suyu were still discussing the matter. Shouldn't we report this to the Xicheng Association?
Chen Huagong just smiled. There's no need for that now. My main profession has entered its 2nd stage. My actual combat strength is at least level 12. This is just a level 7 inverted dungeon. And you still think it's unsafe even though we've joined forces? The other adventurer paused, then nodded. I understand. Suyu, however, remained unconvinced. I don't understand why you and that other adventurer refused to help. Isn't backup always better?
It's not that simple, Changhai explained. With dungeons appearing everywhere, the more people who come here, the fewer defenders there are for other places.
She opened her mouth to argue her expression sour, but he stopped her, his phone suddenly buzzing. He answered the call. A familiar voice came through. Sue, it's me. I'm waiting for the next dungeon crew. Will you participate? Changhai considered it.
Probably. They told me they'd call if they need help.
Then should we meet up after the dungeon is cleared? The voice asked. I haven't seen you in a long time. Shanghai agreed to the idea. But just then, another call came through. A nurse's voice shouted in the background. Who is awake and making phone calls in here? In the dead of night, a flicker of annoyance crosses her face. Wulong watches her, wondering if she's caught in the same predicament. He lets out a heavy sigh. This girl excels at everything, but love seems to be her biggest blind spot. Meanwhile, Changhai
stares at his phone screen, his brow furrowed.
Another call.
From her again, Sue shoots him an irritated look.
Her expression sours. You're quite the popular man, she scoffs. It's barely dawn and there's already a line to speak with you. He answers the call, his eyes widening in surprise. You've arrived in Dongshan. On the other end, the nurse replies with a cheerful voice.
I heard a level 7 dungeon was about to break, so I called my brother. Wait a minute, your brother is an adventurer. He vaguely remembers her mentioning it before. Back at the cemetery that day.
You said your brother was a level 10 adventurer. Is he with you right now?
She turns to someone off screen and confirms it. A spark of urgency hits Changhai. Can you put him on the phone? I need to speak with him.
After she agrees and passes the phone, a man's voice asks what this is about. Changhai's voice is grave. Listen to me carefully. Dongshan is in imminent danger. You have to get her to Yunsha before that dungeon completely collapses. Concern fills her voice as Wulong questions him. Changhai repeats, the dungeon is on the verge of breaking. I need to explain the full situation. If you can't talk freely on the phone, come meet me. We'll speak in person. At that very moment, a Murloc slumps in exhaustion. Just hold on a little longer, another grunts. We have to wait for Lord Manus. He never finishes his sentence. A blinding beam of magical energy erupts from the darkness and vaporizes the Murloc in a flash of light. The mysterious messenger unleashes another blast from its eye. A monster shrieks in terror. Everyone be careful. Don't get caught in those beams. From a safe distance, Shulu watches Manus. Look, he's making a run for it. Lonnie smirks. As expected, a tyrant's messenger isn't something a Murloc below level 10 can even dream of touching. Manus flees, his face etched with panic. He can't comprehend it. Even in his transformed state, he stands no chance against that thing. If these adventurers had such a powerful ally, why didn't they summon it from the start? Sometime later, the nurse points towards Sue. Is she your sister? Changhai manages a slight smile. No, she's a friend. Sue, staring at her phone, mutters with a frown. A comrade, actually. Wulong's face is grim. You said on the phone that the Dongshan dungeon is breaking. What exactly is happening there? Changhai's voice is low. In the worst-case scenario, 15 boss-class Murlocs will pour into our world in a matter of hours. Elsewhere, a level 8 necromancer Murloc harvests the souls of the fallen. A wicked grin spreads across its face. So this is the power I naturally mastered after evolving. It's magnificent. Another Murloc looks on in awe. Leader, I feel your path to power is far greater than ours. Just then, Manus bursts out of the forest. Are there any other Murlocs here? The creatures snap to attention, their eyes wide with shock. My lord, the leader reports. The assassin, the poison master, and the fire mage are pursuing the 3 escaped adventurers. Forget them, Manus orders. Gather more Murlocs and follow me immediately. That adventurer at the entrance has summoned a being whose power surpasses my own. We must bypass it and retreat to the lake at once. The Murlocs are stunned. What did you say? But the necromancer steps forward, a confident gleam in its eye. I can handle this. My undead can hold that creature back and buy us the time we need. Manus stares at him, then gives a curt nod. Do it. Meanwhile, the messenger streaks through the forest like a comet, only to stop as it senses countless spectral figures. It surveys the area, its mind calculating. So many undead. Could this creature still in its developmental phase
truly command a subordinate who has mastered the necromancer class? The ghostly Murlocs surge forward.
A unified, chilling cry echoes through the trees. Destroy the intruder! The messenger remains perfectly still processing the data. It's possible the Murloc tribe has multiple leaders. The souls of 5 elite adventurers are clearly
not an equal trade for the life of this new heroic grade Murloc. Perched high in a tree, the necromancer watches the scene unfold.
He cackles madly. Every dead Murloc in this forest, now my puppets besieged by hundreds of undead. Even if your level is far above Lord Manus, you will be overwhelmed and consumed. The necromancer fantasizes about the reward.
For killing such a powerful being, if I evolve beyond even the Lord, what new heights of power will I reach?
But the messenger simply unleashes a devastating beam of energy, spinning in a whirlwind of destruction that annihilates the surrounding forest. The necromancer's jaw drops in disbelief. What kind of spell is that? His entire undead legion was wiped out in a single effortless sweep. The envoy hovers silently observing the aftermath of its attack. Then, without a sound, it flies onward. An extra reward! Looney's voice echoed with surprise. He was demanding more compensation. The envoy explained that the quest's difficulty and its reward were unbalanced. Additional payment was only logical. Of course, they could always alter the quest's conditions. Looney stood in silent contemplation, his expression hardening.
Activating his businessman title, he proposed a new deal. What if he changed the task to protecting them until the entire dungeon flips?
Would the souls of 5 adventurers be enough payment? After a moment, the envoy agreed. The price was acceptable. Meanwhile, at the Dongshan Hotel, Wulong's gaze was distant. He had discovered something thanks to a special title. The Dongshan dungeon was on the verge of going out of control. Changhai added that 3 new bosses had just emerged. At this rate, he feared that number would multiply in mere hours. Wulong acknowledged the possibility, but he dismissed it as unimportant. Sue's anger flared at his words. How could he say that? He urged her to see the bigger picture. For the adventurers trapped inside this was a deadly survival test.
According to the principle of the flip, these Murlocs would face the same trial when they crossed into their world.
To handle this crisis, the title restrictions placed upon them had to be lifted. If the balance couldn't be maintained, then this inverted dungeon was doomed to become a tomb. Once a Murloc completes the escape mission, an even higher level of adventurer would emerge from their side. His sister cried out, why was he bringing up that dungeon again? Wulong calmly reassured her. He promised that this dungeon posed no threat to Dongshan. Back in the dungeon, the Murloc leader hissed, so you're saying he let you go? The necromancer confirmed it. That monster had slaughtered all his undead, then simply walked away. It was as if he cared for nothing but the Lord himself. His eyes scanned the area. Where was their Lord now? The other Murloc hesitated about to speak, but then fell silent. Just then, Manus arrived at the smoldering lair. Wayner, hiding behind a rock, gasped in shock as he spotted him. The Murloc stalked towards him. I was just asking where another adventurer went. So you were hiding here all along. Elsewhere, Sue stepped outside, wondering aloud if she was truly worried over nothing. Changhai joined her, his expression grim. No, this concerns all of us. While the cemetery was a survival test, its initial stage was far easier than other dungeons.
But that was only because the true bosses appeared in the second stage. If the difficulty suddenly ramped up,
if this dungeon became another graveyard, the first stage would become a nightmare for the elite adventurers of Dongshan City. At the same time outside his home, Lin spotted a group on the street. She waved them over, calling out to them. As they approached, she delivered the news. In 10 minutes, the 7th level Murloc dungeon would reverse. The trial quota for this dungeon is 15. Considering an equal number of our own are trapped inside, the number of Murlocs that have crossed over to our side should be less than 15. An official adventurer from Jiang City, a level 8 ranger, spoke up. Doesn't that mean Wulong and Chenu were here? So why haven't we seen them? Another adventurer, a level 8 priest from Zhao City, added that Sue of Wales seemed to be present too. Shanley remarked that even for important figures, they rarely handled the grunt work themselves. Lin added that if anyone actually managed to capture a Murloc, everyone would know instantly. She then made a promise. The first Murloc caught alive would be worth as much as a dungeon boss. After they completely cleared the dungeon, she would tally points based on their hunts and help them acquire rare items, the very materials needed to ascend to a new level. In another place, Looney stared at the quest window, a thought echoing in his mind. In the end, only 5 survived. He turned to the entity beside him. Thank you for your help. The floating messenger simply replied that no thanks were necessary. With that, Looney and Julie bid their farewell. They exited the dungeon, materializing inside Changhai's apartment. 3 adventurers were waiting for them. Surprised, the ice mage asked coolly. Did you think the 3 of us wouldn't make it out alive? Lanchi adjusted his glasses. That's not it, he replied. We just never expected Wanger to be the one to die. The defense tank stared in disbelief. That's impossible, he roared. Even if a heroic Murloc caught him, he should have escaped through the forest. At that exact moment, Manus, having slain Wanger and reached level 10, tilted his head back, a savage grin on his face. I can feel it, he roared, power surging through my veins. Back in the apartment, Chuli eyed the group suspiciously. Why are you blocking the exit? Are you working with those Murlocs? Are you planning to attack us now that we've invaded your world? The other adventurer shook his head. That's not it. The truth is, when we returned, we discovered we could still use our titles. This goes against everything Wanger ever told us. Taking advantage of the situation, the Ice Mage declares they suspect Wanger played them for fools. That's why they were waiting for his return to demand an explanation. The defense tank scoffs, saying they never expected him to die there. In any case, death wiped his slate clean. Waiting for him was pointless. As they exit the building, they see someone standing in their path, Lin. She presents her ID, asking if they are the only survivors. Lonnie grimly confirms they are all that's left. Lin steps aside, gesturing for them to follow her. The defense tank clutches his head, groaning that he knew this was a cursed business. A terrible outcome. Lonnie pauses, calling out for her to wait. He explains they are just ordinary tourists who came to Dongshan to chase their fortune, lured by the reward for Changhai. Even though they cleared his house and passed his test, they never even met the man. He cites Article 27 of the Geological Work Law, stating that at the entrance of the underworld, any strategy disputes don't directly involve the local association. Correct, but Lin cuts him off, pointing a finger. That rule doesn't apply. According to Article 14, on behalf of the Dongshan City Adventurers Association, she is officially conscripting them to deal with the coup incident in the dungeon. She asks if there are any objections. Lonnie and Shululi quickly agree, seeing no way out. The others reluctantly consent to go with her. Lin nods, satisfied. Excellent. First, they need to gather all intel. The boss composition and monster types in the 7th level dungeon must be confirmed. At that very moment, a lone Murloc cautiously steps through the portal, its eyes darting around in confusion. The rest of its tribe stands, on the other side watching. Their leader calculates. Only 10. After 1 entered, 9 remain. Is that the maximum number allowed inside the mage? Wonders if the entry limit means they'll face the same struggles as the adventurers. Manus appears, his voice drawing everyone's attention. That's irrelevant. As long as those people don't stop summoning that monster, they can't afford to be careless. After some time, one of the adventurers shouts in disbelief. They said this is a 9th level dungeon, and there's a heroic level Murloc. The intelligent one adds that its type has changed from the usual transformation, giving it the highest possible survival rate. Lonnie bitterly agrees. They sacrificed so much to escape, but Wanger wasn't so lucky. He walked right into a trap. The adventurer stares at them, wondering if even a veteran like him couldn't survive. What is the true difficulty of this dungeon? Qin Huagong muses aloud a survival test. And heroic level Murlocs, a wide, unnerving smile spreads across his face as he whispers. How interesting. Elsewhere, Renjun is on the phone yelling, a heroic level Murloc in a dungeon that's now level 9. Wen Jie confirms the dire news, stating that, according to the difficulty conversion formula, the Murloc's actual level could be 2 or 3 times higher, depending on its leader rank. It seems the dungeon coup is about to spiral out of control. Renjun orders him not to panic. The dungeon's core remains the same, so to raise the difficulty, the title restrictions must have been lifted. Qinhua and Wulong, both promoted to main jobs, should be able to hold off a heroic level Murloc. If they fail, they'll enact measures to retrieve them. Wen Jie calmly replies that he understands. The call ends and Renjun roars in frustration. Why can't those two be separated whenever something involves Changhai? Who is this guy anyway? At that same time, back at the portal, the necromancer steps through, finding the other Murlocs already gathered in the apartment. Their leader turns to the Lord, reporting that everyone has arrived. Suddenly, the Murlocs recoil in surprise as system windows flash into existence before them. The quest states, return is possible after you. Witness 1 sunrise and 1 sunset. Or kill an adventurer no more than 2 levels below your own. Growth occurs by killing adventurers whose level is 3 ranks higher than yours. Meanwhile, Changhai stands in a park holding a banner. He brings a whistle to his lips and blows a single note. A portal shimmers into existence before him. A goblin steps out, bowing. Master, you summoned me. Changhai looks at him, slightly surprised. Yes. He notices the creature's power has grown and asks how it has changed. Suyu, sitting on a nearby bench, explains that it has evolved. She recognized this form from the monster manual. This is the highest tier of the Goblin Warrior with a difficulty rating of 7. Just then, their attention is stolen by system windows that suddenly appear before them. A system notification with a new hint. Meanwhile, a world-shaking update appeared. The Murloc breeding season dungeon. Its difficulty had just skyrocketed. The Steel Forest dungeon, born from a coup, had been transformed into a treacherous level 9 survival zone. And for the defenders? All restrictions had been completely lifted. Just as Su-mu saw this system window, his phone rang. It was the coach. The coach demanded his location. Unfazed Su-mu simply asked what was wrong. The situation's changed, the coach warned. The Dongshan dungeon was now the domain of a heroic Murloc. Your mission: find 2 regular Murlocs, kill them, and get out. Leave the heroic one alone, he commanded. Su-mu acknowledged the order. Anything else? No, just be careful. At that very moment, a Murloc mage studied his own map. I see. The red dots are human adventurers, all within 2 levels of me. The black dot, that's a leader, at least 3 levels my superior. The Murloc commander glared at his own system window. Only 2 black dots, he scoffed. That's not nearly enough points. A necromancer cried out in shock. Wait, why are there only red dots on my map? Because you're 1 level higher than them, the mage explained. Another Murloc interjected. If that's true, shouldn't we activate the leader's group enhancement aura?
Without it, we won't get the results we need. The leader pondered this. You've made it all clear.
He contacted their Lord Manus. My lord, are there stages we can follow to continue our development? But Manus's reply was cold. No, the only path forward is to slaughter every adventurer in this area. Only through bloodshed can we lure stronger prey. The leader understood. He turned and addressed his warriors. His voice boomed with authority. Our mission is to erase every red and black dot from this map. We will draw the attention. You have far more powerful adventurers. But a Murloc questioned the plan. There are only 2 black spots. How do we divide them? The leader's decision was swift. I, along with my elite guard, will handle the nearest black dot myself.
Only after you've cleared out the lesser adventurers should you even think about the black dots. Then you will decide the order.
Based on how many red dots you've hunted. The mage considered the strategy. This method is both logical and fair.
Everyone gets their chance at glory. The leader surveyed his troops. Are there any more questions?
If not, move out. One Murloc raised a hand. A question. I am not a melee fighter. What if I kill? I pray with a hidden arrow. As they debated tactics, a hidden camera watched their every move. Su-mu observed them on his phone, his face grim. Qin Huagong approached. Have you identified the leader-class Murlocs yet? His eyes remained glued to the screen. 2 remain unidentified, he stated. Perhaps a rare class among their kind. The intel on the identified leaders has already been sent to everyone's devices. Everything was there, difficulty abilities, and most importantly, their weaknesses. Qin Huagong processed this.
So besides the heroic Murloc, we're facing 2 more rare bosses. No wonder she thought this would spiral out of control.
Just then, the Murlocs leaped from the building. Instantly, a drone was deployed. A voice echoed through the comms. Attention, Murlocs spotted. I count 7 of them.
No heroic level among them. But in a flash, an arrow flew, and a drone fell from the sky.
Another drone took its place. Warning! We have a Murloc with a stealth skill. He's armed with a magic bow. Watch out for hidden arrows. As the intel spread like wildfire, Manus watched from the rooftops. He surveyed the chaos with disdain. So noisy. These human contraptions are irritating. The necromancer sat beside him. We can do nothing. This is their home turf after all. By the way, who do you think will be the one to evolve? Manus shot him a venomous glare and said nothing. Elsewhere, Shanlei lit a cigarette. So let me get this straight. Besides the purple-skinned heroic, there are also leader-class Murlocs, and one is a necromancer. That's right, Looney confirmed.
Absolutely. And a word of advice, if you run into him, hold your ground and wait for backup.
But Shuli's gaze sharpened. Too late. We have company. Shanlei grinned, equipping a rare item, the knight's gloves from the shadow. Lan coolly denies it, creating several portals behind him. It's not me, he stated, as legions of monsters began to crawl from the rifts. Shangi stepped forward. Looks like we hit the jackpot. A Murloc mage began to conjure, a massive fireball cursing his luck. He had run into the one adventurer his lord warned him about, the one who could summon that legendary beast. Finishing his incantation, he unleashed the blazing sphere into the sky. The signal didn't go unnoticed. Manus saw it. A wicked smile spread across his face. So the fire mage found the monster's master perfect timing. To settle the score, he makes a daring leap from the apartment. Instantly, a drone locks onto his position. An alert echoes out. A heroic-grade Murloc has just appeared. The drone gives chase, broadcasting his location. He's heading towards the western gate. Shuli rushes to the mage, yelling that this Murloc isn't that powerful. They can't let him get away. The mage unleashes a volley of fireballs, but the creature dodges the assault with ease. The mage watches his eyes narrowing as he concentrates raw energy between his palms. He then unleashes a devastating blast of fire,
scoring a direct hit on the monster. As it looks up, it spots several massive single-eyed beasts taking aim.
They fire their beams in perfect unison at the Murloc, but it remains perfectly still, raising a magic shield that reflects every single attack.
Shuli activates her title, Quick Action, and strikes with a rare artifact, an ordinary-looking whip imbued with magical power.
On contact, it freezes its target for a split second. The whip wraps around the Murloc's arm, and the shock on its face is undeniable. Lonnie raises his hand to the sky, calling upon the tyrant of the dark dungeon to lend him strength. He blasts the energy toward the mage, activating his telekinesis skill. Shuli leaps to safety, shouting that now's their chance. Shan Li grips his sword, praying to the Supreme Queen of Shadows to grant him the
power to slay the enemy before him. The Shadow Queen appears embracing him and stroking his face. She whispers to her knight
to unleash his full might. In the next moment, he releases a terrifying wave of dark energy that screams through the air
towards the Murloc. The attack obliterates the monster in a single blow. Lon confirms it. The Murloc is dead. Now they
can finally get back to their mission. But then they see a drone approaching, broadcasting a familiar warning to all adventurers. Pay attention. A heroic Murloc is moving in this direction. Their jaws drop when they see Manhwa's. One of them shouts in disbelief, asking how he got here so fast. Julie clutches her whip, wondering what to do next. Do they fight? Or do they run? Looney can only stare at the newcomer with a look of pure dread, completely speechless. Manhwa studies them and thinks, so they didn't summon that monster this time. Did they think they didn't need it? Or perhaps they couldn't summon it at all. Meanwhile, from behind a tree, a Murloc armed with a magic bow spies on Sue, who's sitting on a bench beside a goblin. He keeps watching, noting that the green-skinned guy in charge of security looks tough. He draws his bow, muttering that he'll take him out first. But his eyes widen in terror as the glint of a blade
flashes towards him at impossible speed. With a single strike, someone decapitates the monster, stopping its attack cold.
The goblin, stunned by the sudden event, cries out for his brother. Changhai materializes from the shadows, emerging from invisibility. He casually says he's confiscated the magic bow, asking if she wants it. Sue looks at him, shakes her head, and says, "It doesn't look very appealing." With a faint smile, he tells her he understands. He then adds that these Murlocs are weaker than he anticipated. He plans to begin a hunt and wipe out any stragglers. He asks if she can provide all available intel on their locations. At the same time, Changhai Gong is joyfully tearing through several Murlocs. Their leader watches from the rear as his forces clash against him. Wen Jie observes the battle and notes that the strength of these Murlocs is nothing like the goblins. From that perspective, even the heroic Murloc shouldn't be a major threat.
Changhai Gong unleashes a powerful blow with his weapon, sending the Murlocs flying. They land deftly on their feet and
watch his every move. He grins at the monsters, boasting that they're far too weak. He says he can handle this alone and that Wen Jie can go help the others. Wen Jie adjusts his glasses, turns, and says that he understands. Changhai Gong stands his ground, then looks at the monsters with a confused expression. The two Murlocs begin to radiate a powerful aura. A system notification appears. The elite guards of the lair have consumed the Murloc Master's enhanced toxin, and their level has risen to 9. Changhai Gong's face breaks into a wide grin. He asks them why they have the ability to power up like this. Elsewhere, a necromancer and his summoned spirits are in an apartment rummaging through a refrigerator. He pulls out a can of soda and muses that he hopes these adventurers can pick up the pace, otherwise this whole trip will have been for nothing. His attention is suddenly caught by a shaking sound from the bottom of the fridge. He opens the crisper drawer and stares at its contents with a look of utter disappointment. He sees a Murloc and asks, "Are you that cold? Couldn't you find a better place to hide?" In another area, the Murloc Master is fleeing from a team of adventurers. Thanks to a buff from the Murloc leader and the enhanced toxin, his level has just shot up to 9. He spins around and begins firing blasts of energy from his hands. Lin, protected by her title of defense spells, turns and shouts a warning. "Be careful, that monster just drank a strengthening potion. Her armor. It may not withstand the onslaught, but an adventurer with the title, No End to Battles, dispels the monster's magic." He follows with a devastating sword strike. Another adventurer titled Unbreakable Brotherhood calls out to his two comrades. They share his title and understand without a word, summoning high-level giant shield fragments. They assemble the shield, defending against the monster's ferocious attacks. When adventurers of the same title gather, the shield fragments temporarily ascend to a rare grade artifact. Elsewhere, another adventurer dodges a series of traps, left behind by the Murloc. But suddenly the monster gives him a thumbs up. The man is stunned as he feels an energy erupting from beneath the ground. A powerful current slams into his body, and he screams in pure agony. Lin watches in horror, her eyes wide as she shouts for everyone to be careful. Another adventurer, his face etched with worry, yells for his brother to get back. The Murloc simply scampers away with a wicked smile, not even glancing at the unknown person standing directly in its path. Sue raises his hand, channeling his power. "What are you looking at?" he asks coldly. The Murloc freezes in shock, its smirk vanishing as he unleashes the freezing technique, encasing the monster in a solid block of ice. At the same time, Chuli strikes with his whip. Biting the formidable Manaslan, calls upon a higher power, asking the Dead-Eye Tyrant for its strength. He releases his energy using the telekinesis skill, but the spell has no effect on the monster, who simply ignores it. Both of them are completely shocked. Manus effortlessly grabs the whip wrapped around his hand. "Are you done playing?" He shattered the whip in his hand, roaring, "Go on! Call out that colossal beast to face me!" Shuli spun around,
calling his name with a grave expression. Lon replied, "I've tried, but there's no answer." He then yelled out with urgency,
"He has to help us. I know he still has trump cards." But Changhai ignores him, flatly refusing. He stops and says, "That Murloc is here for you. I have no reason to risk my life." He adds, "Besides, your spells didn't even work on him. So I'm leaving." And with that, he flees. Lonnie is speechless with betrayal, but before he can say a word, they're both stunned by Manus's voice right behind them. "What a shame," he says, having closed the distance in an instant. "It seems you can no longer summon that beast. I was so looking forward to killing it myself." Shuli trembles with fear and slowly turns to call out to Lenny. But Manus swings his clawed hand, snarling, "Useless." The blow shatters his glasses, and a piercing scream of terror rips through the air. At the same time, the injured adventurer is carried away,
on a stretcher writhing in pain. 3 other adventurers carefully transport the ice block containing the Murloc.
One of them urges caution. Lai explains that the first capture points will be calculated based on the boss's strength after the dungeon flip is finished. That's when the buyback window for rare items will open,
to advance to a new level in profession. A small smile plays on Sue's lips. I'm looking forward to it. Suddenly, system windows blaze to life before them, startling everyone. The announcement declares that Murloc number 9
has completed the escape mission. The Steel Forest has advanced to the 2nd level. At the same time in the gym, when June says it is their turn, the Mighty King, ran a level 14 adventurer, lifts his head and looks at him in cold silence. At that very moment, the Murloc leader sprints down the street, thinking they are all too careless. It had certain expectations for level 10 adventurers, but for an elite guard strengthened to level 9, to be killed so easily, this high-level adventurer is completely different from those found in the forest. Suddenly, a huge dragon lands before it with a deafening roar. The moment it touches down, the Murloc is instantly obliterated. Wulong looks at the scene and declares, "Everything is decided." Qin Huagong rushes over his face, a mask of disbelief, and loudly screams his name. He points at the spot and yells, "Those were my points." Wulong calmly replies, "It was only a leader-level Murloc. Why are you trying so hard?" Just then, Manus approaches them. "Are you the strongest people in this area?" His question freezes them. They turn around, their eyes wide with shock. "Is this a heroic Murloc?"
And is he holding Lan's head in his hands? At the same time, several adventurers are battling a poison Murloc.
"We must be careful," one shouts. "This Murloc's poison was contained by the poison defense that Madame Anne cast. We must reach out and hit it. Let it suffer slowly." The Murloc holds a mad toxin in its hand, a one-time used rare item. It grants a great and painless increase in strength and sensitivity, but it also devastates the user's body. Suddenly, it feels a shocking sensation wash over it. What does this mean? The necromancer feels the same thing. Is the leader dead? He wonders. When this enhancement disappears, the trial level returns to level 8. The Fire Master and the Toxin Master were also present. With a single gesture, he beckoned the 2 spirits forward, his voice a low command. He presented them with an item. "Go," he ordered, "and bring your kin back to join the ranks of the undead, if one of you falls. Use this to save yourselves." The item he offered was a smoke grenade, a rare single-use tool.
Forged in the Steel Forest, it could create a dense fog in a 10-meter radius, crippling perception for a full 10 minutes.
In that same moment, the Toxin Master unleashed his madness poison, blurring past several adventurers in a flash. Shun's eyes widened in alarm. "His target is Li Han," he roared. "We have to stop him now." Another adventurer, seeing the danger, turned with a look of sheer panic and screamed, "Li Song!" Without hesitation, Li Song planted himself in front of his comrade's shield raised high. "I've got this," he bellowed, perfectly blocking a vicious attack from a Murloc. He stared down the monster with a grim, determined look. "You're not taking another step," he declared. The creature opened its maw to reply, but suddenly, a pillar of holy energy descended upon it from the heavens. The monster shrieked in agony as a brilliant light flared, causing a nearby adventurer to spin around her face, a mask of shock. Before her stood a celestial being, a 10th level servant of the god Brahma. "Is that an angel?" she whispered in awe. After unleashing its power, the creature began to fade away. Just then, Jihan arrived, clearing his throat. Am I late? A wave of relief washed over his companion. No, she said, you're right on time. But Li Song's relief turned to alarm as he spotted a smoke grenade rolling to a stop at his feet. It exploded, engulfing the area in a thick, unnatural cloud. Who threw that? The adventurers yelled in confusion. They would have felt a normal one. This was no ordinary smoke grenade. This was a magical item. One of the spirits materialized beside the fallen Murloc, hidden within the smoke. It extended a hand. The fire mage and the leader are dead. The master has summoned you, it said. But the poison master refused. Leave me, he rasped. I no longer wish to evolve.
I will simply kill any adventurer who meets the conditions. A short time later, another spirit returned carrying the leader's corpse.
The necromancer's dark energy began to swirl as he started his incantation. He raised his hands to the sky and chanted the words,
Undead transformation. The leader's body contorted, rising again as a ghostly spirit. He examined his new form. So, I have become undead.
Precisely, the necromancer stated coldly. Just then, another spirit appeared, interrupting him. Master, I have returned. The necromancer turned his gaze. Report, what of the Chi Master and the Toxin Master? The spirit bowed low. The Chi Master was captured by an adventurer. As for the Poison Master, he is gravely wounded. He has lost the will to evolve. He only wants to escape this dungeon with his life. A flicker of disappointment crossed the necromancer's face. I see. At that exact moment back on the battlefield, the smoke finally cleared. The adventurers realized the Murloc had vanished. Shun knelt, inspecting a trail of purple blood. The Toxin Master Murloc has escaped, he confirmed grimly. Jihan immediately made a call. Were you able to find him? Jia-kun, monitoring the drone feeds, replied with urgency. Found him! He just climbed over the wall. And has left the Grand Hyatt's second phase. He's fleeing north. Jihan took command. Help me plot a pursuit route. And warn all nearby adventurers to intercept him. Roger that, Jia-kun replied, his eyes glued to the laptop screen. Meanwhile, the fleeing Murloc consulted its map, thinking itself safe. Good. They aren't chasing me. It was finally starting to understand the world's hierarchy, the chasm between the upper, middle, and lower races. As a lower-tier race, the only way to obtain a new class was to evolve into a leader. Only then could one ascend. Individually, the adventurers were weak, but together, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, even with their low mana. This invasion of a middle-tier world by a lower-tier race was a necessary trial, a harsh but essential measure for growth. With the adventurers' attention on Manus now was the time to escape this dangerous world. Elsewhere, Shangli calmly answered a call, ignoring the chaos. On the other end, Jin Han's voice was frantic. A leader-tier Murloc just broke through the first blockade circle.
Right now, he's only 100 meters from you. We need you to intercept before reinforcements can arrive.
Shangli's expression soured. I have already dealt with a Murloc of the same level. According to Article 7 of the Dungeon Defense Rules, I cannot engage. I know the rules, Jin Han yelled back. But he is only 20 meters away, and he's right behind you. Shangli spun around just in time to see the Murloc charging its weapon raised. He's wide open, the creature shrieked.
Tapping his inventory screen with a deep sigh, Shangli muttered, Why does this always happen to me? The Murloc brandished a bottle of poison.
It doesn't matter that I'm a lower species, it roared with confidence. As a leader, I have no reason to lose to you. At that very same moment, Jin Huagong parried a devastating sword strike from the powerful entity known as Manus. His face tightens with tension, but a shout from behind shatters the moment. Wulong screams for him to move. Jin Huagong glances up just to see a colossal dragon plummeting toward him. He and the Murloc leap apart, as the beast's attack pulverizes the ground, but Manon's focus is stolen by a system window that flashes before his very eyes. The notification demands he hunt down adventurers and high-level Murlocs, who have yet to complete the escape mission. And he must hurry. Jin Huagong whirls around furious. You don't even know how to warn someone quietly, he roars. Wulong scoffs annoyed. I was saving your life, you fool. But Manon ignores them, studying the map in the system window. Two black dots are moving with blinding speed. It's likely already too late. He raises his sword, a grim smile on his face. A real shame, he says. I was hoping to devour you both and reach level 11. His words send a chill through the nearby adventurers. They stare in disbelief. Suddenly, Wulong sees an intense light erupting from Manon. Is that the light of evolution? Jin Huagong is stunned. This Murloc can actually evolve, but this is a level 6 to level 10 dungeon.
Manon's form twists and contorts violently, and he glares at them with pure malice. A new system notification rings out.
Job acquired Devourer Manus, current level 13. At that moment, Changhai is in a car urging the driver onward. Master, can we go any faster? Suyu's face is etched with worry. What is the situation? There were hardly
any Murlocs left. Why have two dangerous sources suddenly appeared? And how did their leader...
become so powerful? Changhai watches her, realizing that from her expression, the situation on the front lines is dire.
Meanwhile, Shan Li stumbles from a cloud of poison gas. What took so long? He gasps. Why haven't reinforcements arrived? The poison sears his lungs. He collapses to one knee.
Coughing up a spray of blood, a Murloc emerges from the smoke. Careless of me, the creature rasps.
I never expected an adventurer's strength to rival my own. I almost lost. Shanley glares back, about to retort.
But the Murloc freezes. A system window has just appeared before his face. He stares at the map in shock, seeing two new black dots right beside him. Suddenly from above, a figure descends. A devastating kick slams the Murloc into the earth, leaving a massive crater in its wake. The newcomer turns and calls out, "Renjin." His partner stands calmly. How are the points for a leader class calculated? Renjin approaches unfazed. "This is a special case," he states. "We'll calculate it according to the standards of the dungeon on the verge of collapse." At that very instant, as Manus completed his transformation, the horrifying truth dawned on the two adventurers. The dungeon revolution the girl had predicted was actually happening. A normal level 7 dungeon had just become a level 9 survival mission, an impossibly rare event. This was how a mobile leader-class monster was born, a threat they could have never anticipated. Their luck had truly run out. Aboard his dragon, Wulong shouts to get Qin Huagong's attention. "Given the current situation," he yells, "I doubt even a personal visit from Renjin could fix this. We should leave." He eyes the monstrous being before them, knowing it won't let them go so easily. "Are you their leader?" Manus asks. Both adventurers are frozen in shock. Qin Huagong is bewildered.
What is happening? Murlocs can speak the human tongue. Manus points to the side. I can feel them.
Two immensely powerful beings heading this way. Is Renjin among them? If so, reveal him. Is he truly the legend I've heard of? Qin Huagong forces a smirk. I have no comment on the matter.
Manus's eyes narrow. So that's a no. A dark, oppressive aura erupts from him.
In that case, I have nothing to fear. He vanishes, reappearing before the dragon in an instant. Time for you to become my reality. Wulong's eyes widen in terror as he sees what the monster intends. Manus's blade strikes, piercing the dragon's scales. "Stop!" Wulong screams in desperation. But Manus doesn't hesitate, cutting off the dragon's head with one fluid motion. The beast vanishes in a shower of light. At the same time, in a quiet apartment, a necromancer sits before a glowing system window. The black spot has finally appeared, he muses. He stares at the screen, deep in thought. Just in case, I should complete the escape mission first, then deal with the red dot. Zhang is standing with the rest of the adventurers when a figure walks toward them. This catches his attention, and he turns surprised. "Weren't you chasing that Murloc?" he asks. "Why did you come back so soon?" With their leader slain by Renjin and his aide, why have they all gathered? Was the Murloc threat not yet over? Lin reported that while most of the monsters were eliminated, a hero-level Murloc remained a threat. Worse, they couldn't touch the necromancer leader and his undead minions who were holed up inside.
Zhang explained that the fiends refused to leave the building. Fighting them indoors would put the adventurers at a huge disadvantage.
Such terrain heavily favored the undead. Their only option was to wait. At that moment, an undead Murloc scout stood on a balcony, observing the heroes from above. The necromancer saw through the creatures, eyes, his heightened senses tingling. Why had so many powerful adventurers assembled? Unfortunately for him, he lacked the forces to confront them directly. Changhai spotted the undead scout on the balcony. He drew his bow, activating his undead annihilation skill. Confident in his power, he unleashed an arrow taken from a fallen Murloc. It struck true, instantly obliterating the scout. The necromancer reeled in shock. "Who dares?" he roared.
Changhai calmly returned the bow to his inventory. How many are left inside? He asked. Suyu replied, There are 5 more.
One of them is particularly weak, she added. He nodded, a plan forming in his mind. He turned to the goblin. You're with me. I need you to draw their fire. Elsewhere, a brutal battle raged. Manus
Faced off against Qin Huagong, whose screams of agony echoed from his many wounds.
With a cold expression, Manus declared, Enough! I've grown tired of this. He unleashed a powerful strike with his sword, sending his opponent staggering back, completely off balance. Qin Huagong gritted his teeth, thinking this was his chance. He had to show him who was truly in charge here. But just then, another monster lunged for Wulong from behind. With a deadly, serious gaze, it thrust its spear, aiming for a fatal blow. But Manus noticed the attack. And you, he said calmly, are also my problem. He swung his blade, carving into the monster's torso. The creature shrieked in pain, its attack completely neutralized. Seizing the moment, Qin Huagong charged forward with his axe, letting out a battle cry to draw the monster's attention. But Manus reacted in a flash. A single precise sword strike shattered the axe, sending Qin Huagong crashing to the ground. Blood gushed from his new wound. Manus stood impassively as his two defeated foes lay before him. He sensed another presence and turned. Still not satisfied. Renjun, who had been observing from the shadows, was taken aback. "How did you know I was here?" he asked. Manus replied, "I have an innate talent for sensing those who are at my level or higher." He then addressed an invisible figure. "There's no need to hide." "I won't hide my own weaknesses."
Renjun dropped his stealth skill, his face grim and silent.
"You two are quite ruthless," Manus commented, "to watch your own comrades die. If I hadn't dealt with him, would you have just kept watching?" Renjun simply stated, "I wanted to have a word." "Aren't all your subordinates dead?" Renjun's tone turned serious. "Your power is slightly different from what I was told." Renjun smiled. "That's because I'm cultivating, but don't you worry. I've calculated everything based on the inverted dungeons from the 11th to the 15th floors." Manus was annoyed by their chatter. "They're ignoring me," Renjun mused. "I understand." Meanwhile, when Zhang was on the phone, his voice rising in alarm. "What did you say Renjun wants everyone evacuated?" Jaquan confirmed the order. "This inverted dungeon is spiraling out of control. He said he can't protect anyone once the real fight begins." Wenjong pressed. "But what about the necromancer Murloc and his minions? Is that not resolved yet?" "They're handling it," Jaquan replied. "According to Suyu's message, Changhai is going to deal with the Murlocs in the building." Wenjong was stunned. "Is he serious?" he yelled, grabbing everyone's attention. "Call him now. Tell him not to do anything reckless, that Necromancer Murloc is on a whole other level than the one he killed. A legendary talent like him has no reason to take such a risk, even if this dungeon is somehow connected to him." At that exact moment, the goblin scaled the building to the correct floor. As it crept down the hallway, it was spotted by an undead guard. The Murloc turned to attack, completely oblivious to Changhai, who materialized from the shadows behind it.
A swift, silent strike, and the monster fell without a sound. The goblin noticed and turned, but Changhai commanded,
"Don't look back, keep moving forward." The necromancer felt the life of his minions snuff out. "Instantly killed again," he raged. "This has to be some kind of sick joke. That was a level 7 undead." The elite undead gazes upon his minions, declaring their next target. A leader-class enemy lurks on this floor. Their mission: hunt it down. But Jaquan notices Jingguan's hesitation, a silent refusal. He explains that Changhai's phone is off, he's unreachable. Shocked, Zhang shouts, "You mean we've lost contact?" As he turns, two figures emerge from the shadows. Su stands beside a red-haired girl. "Do you require assistance?" she asks coolly. Zhang stares at them, his mind racing, saying nothing. Meanwhile, the goblin cautiously opens an apartment door, only to find an undead Murloc waiting for him. The creature points its staff, casting a spell. A volley of fireballs erupts towards him. The goblin throws up his arms, barely defending against the assault. The Murloc mage shouts, "Now's the time!" Just then, another Murloc bursts from the ground, lunging at the goblin from behind. But in a flash, Changhai shatters his invisibility, sending the monster flying with a powerful kick. The mage is stunned. He has the skills of an assassin? No wonder he killed the two guards instantly. The Murloc crashes and skids down the hall. Changhai turns, entering the room with cold purpose. "Stand aside," he commands the goblin. "Leave this one to me." He switches his title and rushes into the apartment. His weapon materializes in his hand in a flash of light. The mage takes aim with its staff once more. Fireball. It unleashes a barrage of flaming projectiles, but Changhai dodges them all, never breaking his stride. Closing the distance in an instant, he switches titles again. Undead overkill. He strikes the monster down with a single devastating blow. It lets out a final scream as its form dissipates. Changhai scans his now empty apartment. But where is the Murloc necromancer? His eye glows with power. It doesn't matter. He activates his skill vision of the past to track it down. As he tests the ability, a ghostly projection appears. The necromancer's voice echoes, "A leader-level enemy is on our floor. We should go and kill it." Changhai looks around thinking, did it climb over the balcony? A faint sound suddenly grabs his attention. He opens the freezer, and inside lies a single trembling Murloc. Its appearance is warped, and he stares at it in utter shock. At that same moment, Zong rides an elevator with the two adventurers. His phone rings. He answers the call. It's Changhai. "I've captured a Murloc," he says, "a normal one used for research." Zong asks, "Should I wait?" "Where are you?" "I'm at home, of course," Changhai replies. "Then get out of there now," Zhang shouts. "Your home is in danger." Changhai asks, "You mean the necromancer's Murloc? I've already dealt with the undead?" "But the necromancer itself escaped. Tell the adventurers to be on their guard. Don't let it catch them." Sometime later, Changhai sits on his sofa sipping a soda. The adventurers arrive and someone calls his name. He turns to see Sumu greeting him with a bright smile. Changhai smiles back. "What brings you here?" Sumu walks over explaining, "I was delayed, tangled up with one of the leader Murlocs. I heard there was another one here, so I came to try my luck." Changhai shakes his head. "You came in vain. It already escaped. My goblin and I took care of the other one," he adds. He gestures across the room where a happy goblin stands guard. Next to the goblin is the Murloc recently thawed. The red-haired girl eyes the goblin, her gaze fixed on the weapon on its back. Adjusting his glasses, Sumu says, "We can discuss this later. For now, we must leave." Changhai looks at him confused. "Aren't we going to help Wulong and Qin Huagong?" Sumu's expression turns grim. It's too late to help them. Elsewhere, Renjin watches his duplicate battle Manus. He thinks to himself, Suyu was right. This inverted dungeon is out of control. You need immense stamina to take down this knight. Even if the damage isn't synchronized with my real body, once all cards are on the table, if my killing blow fails, we'll all be in serious trouble. Manus shatters the clone and charges toward him with terrifying speed. Renjin stands his ground calm and collected.
"Allow me to demonstrate my power once more," he declares. Echo. The skill creates a duplicate within 15 meters.
It lacks consciousness and is on a time limit, but in all other ways, it perfectly mimics its creator. The clone rushes forward, sword raised. Manus parries the blow, his face tense with frustration. This class is so irritating, he thinks. How can he create a copy of himself so easily? Just then, Anran closes in from behind. She channels energy into her fist about to unleash an attack. But she hesitates. Manus has no time to react. Her powerful fist smashes into his body with devastating force, sending the knight flying across the battlefield. Buried deep within a pile of rubble, he glared at them with disdain. And Ran cracked his knuckles, the fight far from over. "So," he murmured, "the beast still breathes. Not only is he powerful, but his tenacity is off the charts. Taking this boss down is going to be a monumental task." He demanded the final score be calculated based on a 15th level inversion dungeon boss. Renjin simply smiled and agreed to the terms. "All right," Ayn Rand declared. "I'll keep laying the groundwork. I'll make my move when the time is right." He activated 2 skills, breath-holding and flowing, the unique arts of a martial master. Instantly, he vanished into a state of silent stealth. Meanwhile, Manus struggled back to his feet. He wondered if the specialized skills of these two had finally pushed him over the edge. Or perhaps it was just their insolent attitude. "Two freaks," he seethed, "vastly inferior to me in sheer power. Think they can actually defeat me." He unleashed a devastating sonic shockwave. "A foolish dream," he roared. This moment, he realized, had forced a reckless decision.
Between the present and the future, he chose now. A system window materialized before his very eyes.
Manus bellowed, "I wish to select a profession." The system responded, informing him that he could choose from the professions of the adventurers he had absorbed. The currently available options were displayed before him. Priest, druid, magic archer, hunting master, martial artist, swordsman, elemental mage, and assassin. Manus scoffed. "Filter them. Exclude all but those with ranged attacks." The system complied. 3 professions remained. Magic archer, which required a bow, martial artist, and elemental mage. A warning flashed. The system noted that these 3 were weaker than the priest and druid professions. It asked if he wanted to reconsider. Manus's rage boiled over. "Enough talk," he snarled. "I choose the second one." At that very moment, on a street far away, a group of adventurers gathered. "Well then," one said with a wave, "we're heading out." Lin replied, "Be careful out there. Call me if you need anything." Just as they departed, her phone rang. She answered it immediately.
"The Murloc necromancer was flushed out by Changhai," Jaquan's voice said. "I'm sending you his escape route."
"He's alone. It should be an easy kill." Meanwhile, Sham Li slumped against a pillar, clutching a deep wound in his shoulder. "Looks like this inversion dungeon is about to collapse," he wheezed. So much had happened, but somehow he'd survived. He glanced to the side and saw the necromancer stumbling toward him, breathing heavily. Sham Li stared at the fractured sky. When did it all go so wrong? His life had become a dead end. His mind drifted back, pulled into memories of the past. He was sitting in a lounge when an old man approached him. "How long have you been waiting?" the man asked. Shanley quickly stood up.
"Uncle, it wasn't long at all." The old man gestured to a girl behind him. "This is Xin Chang."
"She's the granddaughter of the legendary adventurer Jian Ming," he announced. "The newest rising star of Yuna City. And this," he said, turning to her, "is adventurer Shangli. The only one in our province to be blessed by the Shadow Queen. He has a magnificent future. You two should get to know each other." Her cheeks flushed slightly as she greeted him. Sham Li, just as flustered,
Greeted her back. He remembered it clearly. That party was where his uncle had introduced them. So when did his career begin to crumble?
It was his status, his reputation, that led the officials to give him a mission that was far beyond his capabilities. And his own wife just stood by and watched him fail. In the Dungeon of the Eth, he faced the cursed giant. He barely blocked a devastating blow from its club. Qin Huagong turned away shouting, "This is nothing, I can handle this." Jin King focused her energy chanting an ancient spell. But the cursed giant struck again, its club smashing the sword from Shamli's grasp. The monster raised its weapon for the final blow. He was completely unarmed. Staring up at his impending doom, he thought, "This is the end."
But then Zhou Chan unleashed waves of magic, casting the spell of 5 rings.
At the last possible second, she froze the giant in place. The monster struggled, but the spell held it fast. Qin Huagong seized the opportunity, charging forward with his axe. "Now it's my turn," he roared. He leaped into the air, swinging his axe with all his might and activating the skill destruction. The powerful strike annihilated the giant. He then helped a stunned Shanley to his feet, just as Shin Qin rushed over. "What was that about?" she demanded. "The team's main tank was holding its aggro. Did you really need to steal the kill like that?" Qin Huagong glared at her. "If you have a problem with team assignments, take it up with the higher-ups. I did nothing wrong, so don't you dare criticize me."
Furious, Jinking turned away. "Fine, let's just get out of here." Shamli placed a hand on his shoulder.
"I'm sorry," he said, his voice heavy with shame. "I let everyone down this time." But Qin Huagong just sneered. "You don't need to apologize. I just never imagined that you would fail to inherit Jianming's epic relic." Sham Li's eyes widened in shock. "Do you all truly believe he inherited it?" Qin Huagong demanded. "Otherwise, why send the 3 of us to conquer a level 8 dungeon? This is clearly beyond the standard difficulty. From an official standpoint, it's all, but confirmed as a rising star and a member of the XO family, he'll be the one to claim X-Jing's relic. If he wants to advance, he should go home and talk it over with his wife. Then maybe he'll stop taking quests far beyond his
abilities." After a tense silence, Zhou scoffed. Has he not grasped his situation yet? Just because he married into our Zhou family
doesn't mean he gets our full support. He's still an outsider. Besides, he lacks the potential to become a legendary adventurer. If he can't reach the top, he'll just follow Uncle Hannon's path and end up a mere manager in Yesa City.
Everything is settled, Zhou Chang added smoothly.
He can watch over Zido while staying safely in Yuna, never setting foot in a dangerous dungeon again. In the present, Shan Lei collapsed, his blood staining the dungeon floor. He wondered, if he had never married into the Z family, would his life have been any different? An undead Murloc loomed over him. "This one has some fight in him. Why not turn him into one of us?" The necromancer shook his head. "Impossible. My power can only transform Murlocs of a single race." Suddenly, a group of adventurers charged toward them, shouting, "Over there! The monsters are straight ahead!" The undead Murloc glanced back. They arrived faster than expected. A system window materialized before the necromancer. "No need to rush," he said calmly. "The escape mission is complete." He tapped the panel, and both he and the Murloc vanished into thin air when Lin finally reached the spot. She called out his name, signaling the others. Elsewhere, Jingan's phone rang. Upon hearing the news, his voice cracked as he yelled, "What did you say? Shanley is dead." Jiquan confirmed it. "That's right, and..." He never got to finish. "No!" Jingan roared, a sound of pure agony. At that same moment, Renjin watched in awe as an immense energy erupted from Manus. "He's getting even stronger." The aura subsided. Manus stared at his own hand. "So this is a profession." And Ran lunged to attack, but Manus ignored him, lost in a revelation. "Now I see. Even someone weaker can achieve so much, all thanks to these class-specific bonuses." He was stunned by a sudden brilliant glow. "This ends now!" Manus roared, his voice thundering with newfound power.
Focused a blindingly bright energy into his palm, unleashing the amphibian technique blast wave.
A devastating beam of power tore through the earth. But as the dust settled, he saw that in Ran's place was nothing but a shimmering copy. Manus whipped around, shocked by the deception, and saw the real Ran standing beside his savior. Renjin offered a slight smirk, having just used his skill, transformation, and Ran got to his feet. "I owe you one," he said grimly. Renjin just smiled, creating a clone of himself. "Don't say something so foolish." Manus approached them, an amused grin on his face. "So, your clone can switch places with another person?" Renjun's smile widened. "Quite convenient, isn't it?" Manus's grin turned predatory. "But if I attack you both at once?" he asked, energy crackling in his hands. "Can you still hide?" He unleashed his skill double attack. Spheres of destructive energy shot forward. Renjin and his clone stared as the attack blazed toward them with terrifying speed. His eyes widened. "That velocity is insane," he thought frantically. "There's no way to dodge this." Anran grabbed his arm, yelling, "What are you waiting for?" He knew he couldn't block it. They broke into a desperate sprint. "We need backup," Renjin shouted. "This thing's power. It's beyond the legendary level." Manus became a blur, instantly closing the distance between them. "Resistance is futile," he said, his voice cold. They skidded to a halt, turning to see him conjuring a colossal sphere of raw power above his head. They could only stare in horror. The sheer scale of the attack was unbelievable. With a deafening roar, Manus launched the massive orb. The world turned white. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, sending shockwaves of energy tearing across the landscape. The ground itself buckled, a violent earthquake that staggered the distant goblin and his allies. "Evacuate all civilians now!" Jaquan ordered into his comms. He watched the devastation through a drone's camera. Renjin and his partner have been defeated. The monster is completely unharmed. Until Hang Xian arrives, our only option is retreat. It's too powerful. As if sensing it, Manus glanced up, fired a casual blast of energy, and obliterated the drone. But something else caught his eye. Down below, Renjin lay in the crater grabbing onto the monster's leg. You really are something else, he spat through gritted teeth. But I'm warning you, don't you dare even think about harming a single civilian. If you do, no matter the cost, we will find you, and we will have our revenge. But his threat was cut short as Manus delivered a brutal silencing kick. With a brutal strike to the arm, a raw scream of agony tears through the air. The monster flashes a wicked smile. Did your comrades abandon you? It taunts, its voice dripping with confidence. Do you truly think they can avenge you? I will devour you, and grow even stronger. Meanwhile, Wen Zhang finishes a tense call. With a grim nod, he confirms, I understand. Ending the call, he turns to the others, his gaze landing on Changhai. Can you take the position of leader, help evacuate the civilians? Changhai stares back confused. Can't you do it? Wen Zhang refuses, his voice heavy with guilt. Chen Huagong and I, we made a fatal mistake in that dungeon. I no longer possess the moral right to hold that position. At that very moment, on the city streets, Chen Huagong pleads, You must run. Save yourself. I'll buy as much time as I can. But Wu Long stands firm, his face a mask of determination. I am responsible for what happened back there. You don't need to risk your life for my mistake. Chen Huagong's eyes burn with resolve. I am an official adventurer. I will not flee like some pathetic coward. Back with the group. Wen Zhang's voice is grave. You have to protect Xiaoling Jingwan and Chakan for me. The fate of all of Dongshan now rests on your shoulders. Changhai looks at him, a thought echoing in his mind. So it wasn't all for nothing. Don't be so impulsive, Wen Zhang cries out. I know your hidden class helps you skip levels and challenge dungeons alone. I also know you've found powerful gear, but even legendary adventurers couldn't handle this beast. You're no match for it. Changhai simply activates a title. First, you need to listen. Thanks to this, he says calmly, I can sense the strongest Murlocs nearby. In strength, speed, and agility, I am not inferior to them. A system window flashes. Attribute enhancement detected. Strength has been increased by 8 points, agility by 9 points, intelligence by 2 points. Wen Zhang's expression remains worried. Even if you're not inferior, there's still a massive difference in raw combat power. Changhai taps his head. Besides, this legendary helmet has granted me the combat power and experience of the great hero Claude. He then gestures to the goblin beside him. And this is the Blade of the Black Knight. The girl gasps in shock. He has two epic-grade items. Su, however, remains composed, thinking the coach definitely made a grave mistake this time. Changhai continues, Thanks to my profession, I was able to defeat 2 legendary bosses. Even at level 13, I'm confident I can eliminate that monster in under 3 minutes. I regret hiding this, he admits, but now I want to contribute. As a resident of this city, an adventurer, and an official member of the association. He looks Wen Zhang in the eye. Please allow me to do this. Wen Zhang offers a faint smile. How could I refuse? Changhai steps forward. Then it's decided. I'll handle everything from here. You should stay put. He turns to Su, a grin spreading across his face. Are you coming with me? Su smirks back. You didn't even have to ask. Elsewhere, the Murloc Lord Manus looms over his prey. I'll devour you, and then I'll hunt down the fugitive. He wrenches his massive sword from the rubble. My power will grow. No legendary adventurer will ever stop me. He turns back with a cruel smile, but Renjin simply smirks. Keep on dreaming? In an instant, Manus's face twists with rage, the smile completely vanishing. He swings his blade. You dare be impudent at the very threshold of death, he roars. It seems you place no value on your life. But at the last second, his attack freezes. Someone had just called him a fish head. Chen Huagong stands there, a wide, defiant smile on his face. I came back for revenge, Manus glares. I showed you mercy. I let you go, he hisses, charging forward. But you decided to come. Back here to die. You have no respect for the life I gave you. Chen Huagong activates a title. Unyielding to death. A system alert appears. This title increases the owner's physical strength to their racial limit. However, if the owner flees, half of their physical strength will be lost. Manus unleashes a flurry of strikes. Just accept your death, he screams. Chen Huagong parries with all his might, blocking every furious attack. But the monster's final blow shatters his weapon, stunning him completely. With his defenses gone, Manus strikes again. Now die. But just as the attack lands, Renjin suddenly replaces him with a clone. Manus roars in frustration, immediately spinning, around to face them. Chen Huagong eyes the monster with a serious look. My weapon just broke. Don't you have a spare? Renjin activates his own title, 1 inch bigger. 1 inch stronger. His attack range expands. "I've got one right here," Manus snarls. "I'll fight you to the end." But suddenly, he felt a strange new presence. To his shock, a calm voice cut through the air as Changhai casually walked towards them. "What are we talking about, mind if I join?"
Both adventurers stared, their jaws practically on the floor. Chen Huagong shouted in disbelief.
"He's only level 6. What in the world is he doing here?" Manus narrowed his eyes, a serious look on his face as he thought, "This one's aura. It's dangerously strong." Meanwhile, Sumu and the girl were still running. "This is a bit unexpected," she said. "With his base attributes, combat experience, and the insane buffs from his hidden class, that guy actually has a real shot at turning the tables. So why did he refuse such a perfect offer?" he asked with a faint smile. He had another question. "Why didn't you go the legendary engineering witch of the strike team?" The girl's face became stern. She didn't answer. Suddenly, they skidded to a halt. A lone figure was blocking their path. "Didn't I say to kill the 2 Murlocs and get out?" A badly wounded Ran clutched his shoulder. "That's not important now. You need to follow me. Everything here is out of control. This city is no longer safe."
Thanks to his high perception, Manus instantly sensed it. The intruder's power was terrifyingly close to his own.
But the strangest part, absorbing this human wouldn't raise his level at all. It was obvious this opponent wasn't level 13. Among everyone here, he was clearly a dangerous anomaly. He pointed his sword. "What is your level?" Changhai met his gaze. "Interested in my level? I'm level 6. What about it?" Manus roared in frustration. "Do you take me for an absolute idiot? Even with your hidden strength, you'll never be a worthy opponent." Changhai opened his mouth to reply, but Manus wouldn't let him. "I don't care," he bellowed. "I don't care about your pathetic attempts to bluff. I'll destroy you either way." Changhai just met his rage with a confident smirk. "I don't think so." In a flash, Manus lunged his sword, screaming through the air, aimed right for his head. Yet Changhai just stood there smiling, thinking he decided to act so recklessly. He was about to make his move, when suddenly a thick fog materialized around him. Manus's sword crashed down with devastating force, and shattered a mere afterimage. He roared in fury, "The same cheap trick again!"
"Was that a position change? Did you do that?" Chen Huagong yelled, stunned.
"If I hadn't stepped in, you'd be dead."
Manus glared at them, his mind racing. Fighting an opponent of equal strength,
while he has allies to help him, is incredibly dangerous. But Changhai just smiled. "You should trust me at least this once. If I wasn't confident in my victory, I wouldn't have come." Renjin stared back. "Are you really sure? Every single one of that monster's stats are over 20 points. It doesn't matter how hard the dungeons you've cleared were. This isn't an A-rank threat or even an S-rank." But Changhai's gaze never left the monster. "I'm confident." Renjin sighed and took a fighting stance. "I understand. You attack, and I'll provide support." Chen Huagong was aghast. "You actually believe him?" he screeched. "He's only level 6. Manus didn't wait, blitzing towards them from the side. He swung his sword and roared, "Die!" Chen Huagong panicked. "Hey, let us finish our sentences." Renjin reacted in an instant, creating a clone and activating his move skill. Chen Huagong was teleported to safety. He yelled a warning, "Be careful, you weren't his target." Manus obliterated the clone with a single swipe. "Get out of my way, you piece of trash," he snarled. Renjin's eyes widened in horror. He knew. It was too late to do anything. As Manus closed in with a wicked smile, his sword raised for the kill. A flash of steel appeared between them. Changhai blocked the strike, his own sword holding firm. He looked at Manus and smirked. "Didn't you promise to give it your all? So why did you switch targets to my comrades?" At that same moment, Ran spun around. He stared in utter shock. "Does he have 2 epic grade items?" Sue nodded. "And his profession is special. It's not listed in any encyclopedia of hidden professions. He's relying on a title effect to equalize their power and boost his stats. It seems that if we fail, we have someone else to count on." The battle raged on Changhai, clashing against Manus. They exchanged blows at lightning speed. Seeing an opening, Renjin's clone darted towards the monster from behind, while its focus was entirely on Changhai. A small smile touched Changhai's lips. "He seems to have guessed my tactic." Manus spun toward the clone, his face twisted in irritation. "Do you really think," he bellowed, "that I would fall for the same trick again?" With one mighty blow, he destroyed the clone, but then his eyes widened. He didn't change positions. "You're far too naive," a voice spoke from directly behind him. "Did you really think I'd use the same tactic twice?" Changhai's blade tore a massive wound across Manus's back, and the monster let out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. Pan Jingxiang roars in triumph, declaring this a victory. But beside him, Renjin says that it's far too soon to celebrate. That monster's constitution must be over 20. That attack wasn't nearly enough to be fatal. He watches in amazement. It's their first time fighting together, yet the man was able to perfectly adapt to his complex tactics without a single word. He was supposed to be a writer, right? Are all writers this perceptive? Manus clutches his wound, wondering how they dodged. He never had a chance to exploit the gaps in their skills. Changhai smirks at his opponent. Is your constitution? And also 20. This just got a little harder than he thought. After a short clash, Manus knew their strategy was
Frighteningly effective even without special skills. He also realized their unique abilities were a mortal
threat to him. This was a catastrophic loss. He had planned to abandon his future to seize the present, to kill 2 level 14 adventurers and ascend to level 15 to challenge the legend. But now, that was impossible. Changhai watches him.
It was strange. The boss was suddenly less aggressive. Was it planning to retreat? A powerful
energy began to concentrate around Manus. I still have one more step to take, he roared. He unleashed a storm of raw power, activating the exclusive skill limit exceeding due to the intense drain. On his internal energy, his base strength and agility began to skyrocket. This power wasn't affected by professions, skills, weapons, or even titles, neither theirs nor his own. Changhai stared in shock as a system window flashed before him. The numerical value of nearby Murlocs has changed. The title bonus has been recalculated. Strength, agility, and perception adjusted, but the fix has failed. The strength difference between them had widened. Due to their professions, each party member's strength and agility
increased by 4. Watching from above were the nameless Deathlord and the Mother of the Seas.
The adventurers must do their best to entertain them. A terrifying look filled Manus's eyes. I was saving this for a legendary adventurer, but it seems I'll have to use this trick now. Changhai spun around, shouting, Run! The boss's speed just exploded. I might not be able to stop him this time. In a flash, Manus shot towards them, bellowing, You will help me reach level 15. He targeted Renjin, who stood perfectly still, looking right at him. As he lunged, sinking his teeth into Renjin's arm, the hero used a skill and swapped with a clone, but Renjin was still shocked to see bite marks forming on his real hand from the attack's backlash. Manus surged forward, with a wicked smile. Excellent. Now that he's down one hand, this will be much easier. But suddenly, Pan Jingxiang leaped onto his back, locking him in place. Changhai now! He roared. Changhai dashed forward, sword raised for the kill. Manus turned with a sneer. Do you really think you can shackle me? A blast of pure energy erupted, throwing his attacker off. Don't even dream of it. He stood his ground as Changhai continued his charge, swinging his blade with all his might. But the monster casually stopped the attack. Changhai could only stare in utter shock and confusion. Manus caught the sword in his bare hand. It's time to end this farce. Energy crackled around his palm. Now, you will disappear. Changhai looked up and saw bright sparks, then screamed. A massive beam of light crashed down on the monster, who barely leaped away in time. He stared at the destruction. Were they really capable of such a massive attack? After the energy faded, Manus looked to the sky and saw a creature floating high above. Did you call a summoner for help? He lowered his head, a grim smile on his face. Let's see what other surprises you have. He used a skill scanning the area around him. He found Renjin standing next to a goblin. Found you, that green idiot. Must be his assistant. Pathetically weak, nothing to worry about. His scan also picked up and ran.
Watching from around a corner, Manus spun around instantly, his voice a thunderous boom. Do you have
the courage to come back? He began to rotate, unleashing a vortex of destructive energy straight toward him.
Anran reacted in a split second, activating his title, Man Without Armor, and met the blast with his bare hands.
A system window flashed. Due to the title's effect, his physical qualities would be converted, equivalent to the cost of armor reducing physical damage. He strained, holding back the immense energy, but was still thrown far into the distance. The vortex vanished, leaving a deep wound across his chest as Manus ran, leaping into the air with blinding speed. As he charged a ball of destructive energy, he roared, Now you die!
But a shadow struck from behind Shungi's surprise attack, shattered his concentration, canceling the spell. The relentless assault continued, and with a devastating kick, he sent the foe flying through a building. Landing gracefully, he asked, Are you still able to fight? Anaran clutched,
a deep wound from the last attack. I can barely help. Shungi immediately pulled a potion from his inventory. This will restore your strength, he said, handing it over. Share it with Renjin. I hope you can hold out until reinforcements arrive. But as he spoke, a figure recovered from the powerful blow and slowly rose to his feet.